Section 1 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cyndajm. 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. Proktols of Neptune. Part 1. Space rumor had spun wild tales of horror about Neptune's almost legendary race of Proktols, but what could rumor know of this hideous reality that faced Space Captain Janus and his captive crew? Commander Janus stared in bafflement at the power board of the patrol ship Wasp. The deflector needle was still gyrating wildly. That had begun 5 minutes ago. His lips tightened, and he looked up irritably as the first mate peered inquisitively over his shoulder. "Better check up on the course again, De Vries." "Just did, sir. We're .00 perfect. Not the slightest aberrancy." Janus swore under his breath. "I just can't figure it. Must be some object dead ahead to cause this disturbance, but why doesn't our deflector beam shunt it from us or pivot us around it?" He paced the control room, stopped, and looked over at Ketrick, whose eyes were fixed steadily on the visipanel. "See anything yet?" Ketrick merely shook his head, not looking up. The panel magnified their course several times, and Ketrick had the sharpest eyes in the patrol. "Damned if I like it a bit," Janus muttered, staring again at the crazy needle that seemed about to jump its bearings. "De Vries, tell Blake to cut all the jets. We better go into a drift until we're a little better able to determine what's wrong." De Vries stepped to the tube and gave the order to Blake in the rocket room. A moment later, the Wasp was in the drift. Blake came forward to see what was up. Far behind rolled the hideous green ball that was Neptune, and immeasurably far ahead somewhere was Pluto. De Vries stepped again to the chart and saw that the hairline indicator still had Pluto right on the nose. "I think I've got something," Ketrick spoke from the panel. The men crowded around him, peering into the square of blackness that seemed to swim as Ketrick turned the magnifying dial. "I see it," Blake exclaimed. "Something... a meteor? Looks like it's drifting right at us." But Ketrick shook his head and his eyes narrowed. "That looks to me like a derelict, and it's my opinion that we're drifting at it." "A spacer?" Commander Janus asked excitedly. "Can you make it out, Ketrick? Maybe it's Perrin? I hope to God it is. It'll save us days." But the next few minutes revealed that it wasn't Perrin's pirate ship. The drifting spacer was much larger and of different design, with no name or emblem of any kind, and it was solid black, preventing easy detection against the blackness of space. "It's a derelict, all right," De Vries said. "See that ragged gap in the hull near the stern?" He pointed, and the others crowded around to look. He was right. In the side of the hull near the stern was a great jagged hole that looked as though it had been made by either a collision with a rogue meteor or the blast of a space cannon. They watched in silence as the strange craft drifted toward them. There was no sign of life aboard her, no attempts at communication or establishing her identity. Quite obviously, the craft was deserted. De Vries didn't like the look of it one bit and said so. It loomed up larger and larger as the tiny Wasp was drawn swiftly to it. Then, with a little shock, the Wasp clanged against the strange ship's side and clung there. The crew moved for the spacesuits. Commander Janus snapped, "Wait a minute!" He stood there frowning, his gray hair bristling. "Something funny here. We better go slow." His eyes were troubled. "But a derelict, sir," Blake said. "Space code says we're obliged to board her, examine her log." "Don't quote me the space code," Janus snapped. "Point is she a derelict? Maybe you failed to notice we didn't drift to her by natural attraction. We were pulled. Someone left on her magna plates. Why?" "Could have been an accident," Blake suggested. Janus shook his head. "Another thing. Her outer lock is open, and we landed smack against it. All we've got to do is step over. How extraordinarily convenient. Kettrick peered through the turret at the black derelict. Say, you're right. He grinned, started to quote an ancient nursery rhyme. Walk into my parlor, said the spider. He stopped suddenly, aware of young Ross standing there with eyes aglow and eager. Ross was the novice member. The space ennui had begun to get to him, so Janice had ordered him to his cabin to sleep it off. Once the ennui gets a grip on man in vast outer spaces, he's not much good for anything, even though he might be a good spaceman in the inner planets. Now Janice made up his mind, turned to him. Ross, we're going across. You stand by the controls. Keep your eyes open and your hand on the portable atom blast. Ross showed his disappointment, but obeyed orders. My hunch may be wrong, Janice warned, but we'd better be careful anyway. The men didn't need his admonition. As they passed out of the Wasp's lock and into the other, their hands all hovered around their atom blasts, and the moment they stepped into the alien spacer, they knew Janice's hunch hadn't been wrong. Looking down a long, empty corridor, they saw a barred door. Beyond that door was the stern compartment where the gap was in the metal hull, but the rest of the spacer was still airtight. Janice flashed them a look that said, "See?" They threw back their helmets. Soundlessly, they walked toward the bow, listening intently for any signs of life. They passed some narrow cross corridors and many doors, all tightly closed. Devries, bringing up the rear, glanced behind him occasionally. Nothing. Nevertheless, he shivered. There was a jittery tension in the very air. They came in sight of the navigation room and stopped suddenly. Janice stared at the odd-looking controls. I never saw a spacer like this before, he whispered. The voice behind him didn't whisper. It rang hollowly down the long corridor. No, I am sure you did not. Do not go any farther, please. The four men whirled. It was a mystery where they came from, those dozen fantastic beings behind them. They had heard no steps, no sound of a door opening. Devries was nearest. His first startled impression was that they weren't more than semi-human, as tall as a man but much thinner, with flexible, wiry limbs, absurdly large heads, quite hairless and glistening, from which protruded frail antennae, eyes huge, lidless, and staring, no perceptible noses, mouths but thin gashes. Most striking of all, their entire skin shimmered with a metallic reddish-brown luster, although the Earthmen learned later it was not metallic but shell-like. Kettrick was always reckless. His hand flew to his atom blast. Much faster, the nearest of the creatures raised a flame pistol. The charge passed so close to Kettrick's body it scorched his suit. Kettrick changed his mind, and the creature said, "That is better." "Take it easy," Janice warned, still whispering. "We're in their trap now." The creatures had keen hearing. "Indeed you are, Commander Janice," said the one with the flame pistol, apparently the leader. "And it was so simple it was almost childish. But you Earthmen are always so noble, with what you call a space code, always ready to go to the aid of a helpless derelict. Or is it merely curiosity? The Martians are not so stupid, they never go prying." The insult was lost on Janice, who stared. "How do you know my name?" he demanded. The creature spoke perfect English, but the voice was toneless and the words precise, clipped. "That does not matter. It is my business to know certain things." "Well, I'm sorry to say I don't know as much about you." Janice eyed the flame pistol angrily. "Kindly state your business with us. We're from the Earth Patrol, an official—" "Yes, I know. In search of one of your race, a pirate, one whom you call Perrin. I have heard of this Perrin." The creature's facial expression didn't change, but the wide blackness of his staring eyes turned to a momentary angry orange, then back to black. He went on in his cold voice. "I have not introduced myself. I am known as Vernarek. If you wish to know more about us, I think your friend there can tell you. It would be amusing to hear about us from his lips." The men were amazed as the creature gestured toward De Vries with a pistol. Again the eyes changed color, this time to a soft green, which must have signified amusement. Had the creature read De Vries' mind? Yes, he knew them, or rather he'd heard something about them. This was the first one he'd actually seen. "We're in a spot now," he said in a low tone to his friends. "Those are the Proktols, inhabitants of the single moon of Neptune. They usually stick pretty close to home, but once they go on the warpath, or rather the space path, you can bet something's up." Yes, go on," said Venaric in his clipped voice, his eyes still green with amusement. But at that moment the men heard the inner lock clang shut and a sudden roar of the rockets. Too late they realized Venaric had held their attention with conversation while a few of his men sneaked off to get the spacer underway. They leapt to the ports, saw the Wasp drifting free. They saw something else. A flame leapt from this ship, touched the Wasp, and lingered there. A circular spot on its silvery hull glowed suddenly red. Ross was frantically trying to swing the Wasp away. "Good Lord, Ross!" Janice sprang toward Venaric and clutched at him. "Stop it! One of our men is still aboard back there!" Venaric deliberately turned his back. They saw the thin shell of the Wasp burst outward. "You murdering devils!" yelled Ketrick, suddenly berserk. He leapt toward Venaric in blind fury, reaching out with his hands. Venaric stepped aside, brought up his flame pistol, and calmly crashed the butt of it down upon Ketrick's head. Ketrick crumpled. Venaric turned to De Vries, casually, his eyes now black and placid. "You were saying?" De Vries went numb. He could only barely feel Blake's and Janice's hands restraining him as he tried to leap forward, but his brain was a searing thing of fire. "I was saying you're a blight on the universe, you damned unholy devils!" he shrieked. "You scum, you spawn of hell! You're unfit to inhabit the same space with decent men. I know what you do. I've heard all about you. If I ever get back to Earth, I'll bring men out here to blast your filthy planet from the skies." He shrieked other things, shrieked till his throat was raw. When the red mist cleared from before De Vries' eyes, he saw Venaric standing there complacently with his men around him. Venaric opened his gash of a mouth. He uttered 4 sentences in that emotionless, precise English. "I am really disappointed. You do not half do us justice. We are actually much worse than you paint us. I think you will soon have occasion to realize that." He turned and gestured to his men. They came forward, wrapped their wiry arms around the Earthmen, and hustled them down a narrow corridor. They thrust them in an empty room, but kept their atom blasts, which they examined curiously. They dumped the unconscious Ketrick on the floor. The door clanged shut. The Earthmen felt a faint vibration in the bare metal walls as rockets thundered, sending the alien spacer surging ahead. They managed to revive Ketrick after a while. Then they all looked questioningly at De Vries. De Vries sank down on the floor, bowed his head in his hands, and groaned. "Lord, what a spot to be in. I guess I let loose with some utter gibberish out there. I don't remember all that I yelled, but you wouldn't blame me if you knew what we're probably in for." "I could make a good guess," Blake said, grinning wryly. "No, you couldn't," De Vries said, so solemnly that Blake's grin vanished. "Commander Janice, I noticed you made a wide sweep away from Neptune. I'll bet you had orders to stay clear of there. Am I right?" Janice nodded affirmatively, startled. "I thought so. And didn't you wonder why?" "It's not for me to wonder," replied Janice. "There are standing orders that Neptune's utterly unfit, uninhabitable, no reason to land there." De Vries nodded grimly. "All right, and now I'll tell you something. Neptune's not uninhabitable. At least its moon is not. For these Proktols live there, and where they can live, Earthmen can live. But spacemen usually give Neptune a wide beam, at least those who have heard the rumor. I first heard it in a spacefront dive on Mars a few years ago from a drunk half-breed Martian. He and 2 companions had been inward bound from Pluto. They set down on Neptune's moon for rocket repair. The Proktols got them and hauled them off to their capital city. There, before a vast populace, they tortured 2 of the men horribly. The 3rd Martian managed to escape to his ship and made it back to Mars alone. Blake was aghast. These Proktols did that? These things that have got us now? Yes, DeVries nodded. But why? I don't know. The Martian who told me this didn't seem to know himself. Bunk, Janice pronounced. No one tortures men without any reason, not even these Proktols. But maybe they do have a reason, DeVries replied. Oh, I'll admit at first I didn't believe that Martian story myself. I thought it was the effect of the Tasith he was drinking, and God knows he needed it, poor devil. But when I looked into his eyes, they weren't the kind of eyes I'd ever seen in a Martian or anyone else. They were mad eyes, mad with the sight they had looked upon. You said there were rumors, Kettrick spoke up. I never heard of these Proktols before, much less any rumors about them. DeVries looked at Kettrick. I told you they stayed close to home, but you know how many men from the inner planets have come out here, never to be heard of again? After that Martian story, I made inquiries, mostly from hardened independent spacemen. I went about the lowest dives of Mars, whispering surreptitiously about Proktols. Out of 100 I approached, only 3 men seemed to know what I was talking about. 2 of these turned a funny color and muttered something and hurried away from me. Their silence was the best eloquence. The 3rd man told me a vague, similar story to that of the Martians. This torture the Proktols seem so fond of, Kettrick sneered. Tell us about that. Well, DeVries tried to tell them, but he couldn't. That mad Martian had painted him a picture that rose up now in his brain and flooded it with horror. He was suddenly sick. He couldn't speak, and he wished he couldn't think. He simply rolled over and lay there with his face to the wall. The others were suddenly silent. Blake spoke a minute later. His voice didn't sound the same. I wonder where they're taking us. There's your answer, Janice replied from the port where he was standing. I can see Neptune almost dead ahead from here, and it's growing larger. Hours later, Vinarik came in, bringing them a pasty kind of food that didn't taste too bad. Apparently nonchalant, but very watchful, he stood just inside the door while they ate. DeVries watched him in turn. Already he'd learned much just by observing Vinarik's eyes, apparently the Proktols' only medium of emotion. Black, as his were now, meant calm, orange meant anger, and green meant amusement. When they had finished eating, Vinarik started to leave without a word. DeVries stopped him. Would you mind telling us now where you're taking us and why? Careful not to lose his temper again. He figured it would do no harm and might do infinite good to learn as much as possible. Vinarik hesitated, surveying him musingly. He then answered indirectly. Have you Earthmen ever heard of the sacred temple of Dorval or the Shining Stone? No, the Earthman had never heard of either. Dorval, DeVries repeated. Is that your planet? Yes. And this Shining Stone? Vinarik's eyes became green-tinged, and DeVries wondered why. The Shining Stone is merely a colorful meteoric fragment. Many years ago, it came flashing through space and landed on Dorval. The inhabitants are semi-savage and worshipped it, believing it a present from the gods. Of course, to such as we, he apparently meant himself and his companions, the Shining Stone means nothing, but the others are roused to a fanatical fury when it is touched. And when it is stolen... So you think we stole it? Janice said. We've never set foot on your planet. Vinarik turned complacent black eyes upon him. No, Commander, I did not say that, because I know you did not steal it. Then why are you holding up? You will see soon. Kettrick, remembering that blow on the head, was regarding Venaric balefully, and Venaric was standing fairly close to him. Now Kettrick didn't move, merely turned his head and spat contemptuously in the Proktol's face. Venaric's hand leapt to his belt like a whiplash and snatched out the flame pistol. He pressed it hard against Kettrick's body before any of the men could move. The swift flood of the angry orange filled his eyes, but he did not press the button. The orange slowly faded and gave way to a deep purple, as though he were remembering something. Then it too faded. He jammed the pistol back in his belt, brought his hand up, and slapped Kettrick sharply across the mouth. Those fingers were long and wiry and shell-like. They left 4 furrows in Kettrick's cheek from which blood oozed, but he stood there stolidly, regarding Venaric with contempt. Venaric turned abruptly and left the room. "You damned fool," DeVries snapped. "Why did you do that?" "I don't like him," was all Kettrick said, as he slowly raised his hand to his cheek. "Oh, you don't? Well, he's not exactly in love with you now. He would have blasted you then, but he's got something else up his sleeve. I'd hate to be in your shoes." Janice said, "We'd all hate to be in our shoes, but it looks like we are. I don't like this shining stone business. Must be a pretty important fetish on their world, eh?" Blake muttered, "If it was stolen, I bet I know who got it. That damn pirate Perrin. You know we had information he was out this way." DeVries said, "No. I think there's something else behind all of this, something more than the shining stone, and I hate to think what." He was still remembering a mad Martian's story. Bells clanged. The vibration of the rocket ceased. Through the ports came a weird green glow as they passed close to the atmosphere of Neptune. The spacer swung around that planet, using its gravity as a pivot. Then the Earthmen saw the single tiny satellite which Venaric had called Dovril. An hour later they were there, slanting down over a terrain of desert and serrated cliffs. The great ball of Neptune hung behind, filling half the sky, its glow casting just enough light over the satellite to tinge everything with a greenish grotesquerie. "Lord, that gives me the creeps," Blake muttered, peering out. "This little planet must be pretty heavy, though," Janice estimated. "Gravity seems about right." They passed beyond the cliffs and over a large desert. Then, far ahead, they saw the towering stone edifices of a city, gleaming a ghastly skull white in the green-tinged atmosphere. DeVries turned his face away. He recognized the city from the Martian's description. Before they quite reached there, however, Blake cried, "Look! Down there!" Far below them, covering a large section of desert, were row after row of blunt-nosed objects, looking like tiny silvery bugs, except they were motionless. But they weren't bugs. They were spaceships. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of them in formidable array. Kettrick stared, then turned to DeVries and exclaimed, "Ha! Thought you said these Proktols stuck close to home. Offhand, I'd say they got other ideas now. I wonder what. I don't like the look of that fleet down there." But now their spacer was gliding in low over the city, settling down into landing cradles. Janice turned to his men. "If we see a chance, we better make a break for it. I'd like to get at the controls of this ship just once." "I'd rather get at her atom blast," Kettrick snapped. But they had no chance to do either. A score of the Proktols with flame pistols alert came to escort them out. As they marched down a wide avenue, thousands of the gathered populace gave vent to prolonged shouting, or rather shrilling. It was definitely unfriendly and somehow fanatical, anticipatory. The Earthmen looked at these inhabitants with interest. They seemed to be Proktols too, but in several ways they were different from Venaric and the others. They were smaller, hardly 4 feet tall, and frailer if that were possible, and they had no antennae. Neither did they wear any raiment that the Earthmen could see, evidence of their semi-savagery. But they seemed to respect the larger Proktols, For although their shrilling continued, they kept their distance and didn't touch the Earthmen. "Just listen to those devils," Blake said. "They're waiting, expecting something." They reached a vast plaza in the center of the city. Their captors marched them through the mass of shrilling little coppery devils and into a building, then up a flight of stairs and into a bare stone room with a single tiny window looking out upon the square below. As the last of the Proktols passed out of the room, he pressed a key into a slot outside the doorway. A sheet of bluish crackling flame leapt up from the floor, effectively barring the entrance. Janice whirled to the window. A louder sound came swelling up from the tiny savages below as they caught sight of him. "Shut up! We haven't got your damn shining stone. I wish Venaric would tell them so," he added, coming away. "Sounds like they want our blood." De Vries had a better idea of what they wanted, but he kept still. They hadn't long to wait. Venaric came. He left some of his men outside, shutting off the electrical barrier, and stepped into the room and turned it on again. He held his flame pistol ready in his hand. "I am indeed sorry to have kept you waiting," he said with overemphasized politeness, "but I had to consult with Luxor as to your disposal. He has waited long. He is anxious to begin." "And who might he be?" asked Janice, glaring. Venaric turned serious black eyes upon him. "Luxor," he said, obviously seeking the right term, "is our word for what you Earthmen might call the greatest one, or the ultimate, or, more laterally, perhaps the brain." "The brain, eh?" Kettrick spoke up scornfully. "Well, if this brain of yours has half the sense it was born with, it'll think twice before—" Venaric turned on him with suddenly angry eyes, and Janice intervened quickly. "Just what is this brain, or Luxor? And if he's an authority here, why don't you take us to him?" "That is not necessary. He is interested in you, but very impersonally." Venaric's voice was cold. "I have been instructed to allow you to choose among yourselves who will be the one." "The one?" Blake whispered to De Vries. "What does he mean, the one?" "For the ritual," Venaric said, as though they should have known. "And suppose," Janice said, "none of us chooses to be the one?" Venaric shrugged in a purely Earthian manner and raised the flame pistol a bit higher. "Then it will be a pleasure for me to choose for you." "No, thanks." Janice glanced at the others questioningly, hesitated, then took a notebook from his pocket, tore a page into 4 strips of varying length. De Vries was watching his friends' faces. Either they didn't know what was going to happen, or were pretending not to. De Vries said, "You know what he means by the ritual. It's just his polite word for the torture I was telling you about." None of them answered, and he knew that they knew. Venaric's emotionless black eyes watched them. They drew, recklessly, and Blake held the shortest slip. His face went suddenly pale, but he did not say a word. Venaric was disappointed. He stared past Blake at Kettrick. He said, "I wish it were you." As his eyes tinged with the angry orange again, he glanced around at them. Then he went on musingly. "The Lactors need not know. And it can make no difference. Yes, it will be you." He gestured with the flame pistol. "That's all right with me," said Kettrick contemptuously. Blake started to protest, but Kettrick brushed him aside. "It's all right. I know what I'm doing. I defy these devils to do their worst." But he flashed them a look that said, "Be ready." But Venaric watched too closely. As they moved to the doorway, he kept the pistol trained. He produced the key that shut off the electrical barrier. They passed outside, and it leapt up again. The 3 men inside could dimly see through it, and they saw Venaric's eyes turn away for a half a second. Kettrick bent and lunged forward in one swift motion, flooring the frail Proktol in a vicious tackle. He snatched up the flame pistol and sprayed it in a semicircle as other Proktols came rushing in. 4 or 5 fell with holes burned through their frail bodies. Still others came. Kettrick's arms flailed. His fist caught one squarely in the middle, and the brittle shell-like skin popped open in a wide gap as a thick, colorless fluid oozed out. He hit another in the head. Something snapped, and the head dangled grotesquely. Kettrick's knee came up, and another Proktol popped open, exuding a viscous stuff. But there had been too many out there waiting. Their bodies were frail, but their limbs were like steel cables. The men just inside the room could only look on helplessly as Kettrick went down, still swinging elbows and knees. A dozen wiry arms lashed him to the floor. Venaric rose to his feet, staggering a little, holding his middle as though he wished to vomit. He snatched a flame pistol, aimed it, and changed his mind. He gave a staccato command in his own language. "Can't blame me for trying," Kettrick sang out to his friends as he was hurried down the stairs. Through the window they could see the horde of tiny Proktols still gathered in the square below. Suddenly the murmuring leapt to a louder clamor. Then they saw the reason for it. Kettrick was being dragged out into the square, through the throng toward a little dais. From the dais rose a single pillar of stone. They fastened him securely to the pillar. The clamoring subsided a little. Those savages were waiting for something, just as the 3 Earthmen were waiting, watching the scene below them. Some of the larger Proktols brought a huge metal disc, perhaps 3 feet in diameter. A hole was in the center. They put it over Kettrick's head, and it rested on his shoulders. "I don't like the looks of that," Janice muttered tensely. "What are they going to do?" But they weren't through. Next, over Kettrick's head, they placed a spacious wire cage, which clicked into place on the rim of the disc. "My God," Blake said, suddenly staring. "Do you suppose they're going to run some kind of voltage through that thing?" "That's a nice, pleasant thought," Janice snapped at him. DeVries turned away from them both. He knew better. "No," he told Blake hoarsely. "No, not that. Better come away." But they couldn't come away. Horror, especially an unknown horror, has a fascination. They saw some of the Proktols seemingly in consultation. Presently a couple of them hurried away, and all that could be heard from that massed throng was a gentle murmuring as they swayed restlessly, waiting. Then in the room behind them, they heard the electrical crackling in the doorway cease. Venaric stood before them again, ever watchful with the flame pistol. "That was a very noble effort on the part of your friend," he said, "but quite useless, as you can see. Moreover, he killed some of my men, and I do not think he helped the rest of you by that." His eyes glittered. "Yes, before the ritual ends this time, I think all of you will have participated." "We haven't got your damn shining stone," Blake grated through clenched teeth, "and we never even heard of it." "The shining stone? Oh, yes. I had quite forgotten I told you about it. But I neglected to say that it is quite safe. It is always quite safe, even when it is stolen. Because, you see, we stole it." "You stole it?" Janice repeated. "But didn't you say the stone meant little to such as you?" "Only as a means to an end. Commander Janice, you are a scientific man above all else. For that reason, I respect you as much as I despise your stupid friend down there. I shall explain the ritual you are about to witness. First, those little savages think you Earthmen stole their shining stone because we wish them to think that, and you could never convince them otherwise. Therefore, they must have their revenge. All this is very necessary for a certain reason you will understand shortly." "I'm beginning to already," Blake said bitterly. "It's a high-powered racket and we're the fall guys." Varnick looked at him as though he didn't quite understand such English words. A sudden, louder murmur came up from below. "It has begun," Varnick said, nodding toward the window. "If you will observe, please." The men turned back to the window and watched. DeVries at least half knew what to expect, but he felt the other two tense beside him as they realized the purpose of that cage over Kettrick's head. A little door in the side of it was open, and one of the official Proktols was thrusting several tiny animals inside. They were sharp-fanged, scaled, almost reptilian, but they had beady little rodent eyes, and the eyes blinked as the animals scurried around the disc under the cage. Kettrick's head jerked convulsively at the nearness of them. "Little inhabitants of our desert," came Venaric's calm voice across the room behind them. "Ordinarily quite tame and harmless, but these are trained for this. They are very hungry." The Earthmen's minds were too numbed just then. They didn't feel the full horror until some time later. They just stood there in terrible fascination, staring down, unable to move, and behind them they could still hear Venaric's cold voice as though he were a classroom lecturer. He didn't even need to look as he spoke. He knew what was happening. He had seen this many times. "The little creatures are a bit restless now. I imagine the way your friend moves his head frightens them, but they will become used to that presently, and then their work will begin." But something else was happening down there. The crowd had become silent, not even a murmuring. They all seemed to be looking in the same direction, away from the dais where the Earthman was fastened. Then a path opened up. A procession of the large Proktols came through, with something on a movable platform in the midst of them. Again Venaric's voice. "I suppose lactose is entering now, or the brain, as you would undoubtedly call it." "Good Lord, yes," Janice murmured at last, staring. "That's what I'd call it, for that's what it is." End of section 1 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. Section 2 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Proktols of Neptune, Part 2. The brain was huge, 5 feet or more across, convoluted and pale but red-streaked. A dome of glass enclosed it. Beneath the bulging pale pink mass was something that might have been 2 tiny eyes and the veriest excuse of a chin, but from their distance the Earthmen could not be sure. Venaric's voice droned on, beating through their numbed consciousness. "You are wondering about the brain. Long ago, one of our race, one far ahead of his time, created it. In a period of 6 months, he advanced evolution from a single cell through all its stages to what you see now, the the brain down there is the most advanced evolutionary product yet to exist in this solar system. It slew its creator, but seemed to exhaust all its energy in doing so. For a long, long time it lay dormant. Such scientists as were there at the time tried to activate it, for they knew it wasn't dead, but their efforts were clumsy and futile. Then one day it began to pulse and think again, feebly. Do you know when and why? I think you could guess, Commander Janus. It was the day the shining stone came flashing to land here. That event caused a tremendous religious hysteria among the savages, and it wasn't hard to connect that with the brain's revival. The brain was absorbing the accumulative mental flow that was impacting against it. Of course, it has long been proven that thought is material just as light is material. Of the 3, Janus alone was beginning to show a gleam of interest as he listened to the toneless words. I think I see the whole system now, he said bitterly. Periodically, you pull this ritual business and get those little savages down there religiously worked up in order to... The idea was so ghastly he choked on the words and couldn't go on. In order to keep the brain mentally activated, Venaric finished for him. Precisely. To those savages, it is nothing more than a religious ritual brought about by the revenge motive, but to us it is a scientific necessity. The brain teaches us much, It was the brain which thought out all our technicalities of space travel and most of our other achievements. By now, it realizes we have no intention of letting it die, but periodically its thought processes seem exhausted. When it feels that happening, it informs us. Then we must activate it again. Through the accumulative mental hysteria of those 1,000 little Proktols, it is easy to steal their shining stone, keep it safely in our custody a while, and bring some hapless spacefarer here for them to vent their hysteria upon. A little complex and a little sardonic, but very necessary. Janice listened, nodded dully. He was remembering the huge fleet of spaceships they had seen waiting out on the desert, but he did not mention them. Instead, he said, "And right now, what scientific problem is the brain working on?" Venaric seemed proud to talk of the brain, appreciative of Janice's scientific interest in it. "We can never tell what the brain is thinking," he explained. "It propounds scientific theories to us. We put them to the test, and they are usually practical. But this I know. Lately, a change has come over it. We are sure it is planning something big. It never used to question us much, but now it is beginning to, about other planets, the solar system, the universe. Then it ponders. You see, it has never been away from here. It is restless now, and I think it has ambitions. But we shall learn its plans when it has thought them through. From the astronomical data we have furnished it propounds vast calculations. Mathematically, it is supreme, and it ponders." Now suddenly the sound burst forth into a tremendous surge of unified shrilling. Hysteria. That's the word Venaric had used, and this sounded like it, as if something interesting is starting to happen. They turned quickly to the window again. Yes, something had begun to happen. There was a wide flow of red down Kettrick's cheek. The sharp-fanged little beasts under the cage had begun their work, just as Varnick had said they would. Another of them darted forward. Kettrick's head jerked, but it was useless. Another flow of red started down. Again came the surge of hysterical sound. No man should have watched that scene long, but they couldn't tell how many minutes they stood there at the window. Blake cracked first. He whirled away suddenly toward the doorway. But Venaric had silently gone, and the crackling sheet of flame across the entrance filled the room with a bluish light. Blake stood tottering a moment, horror still in his eyes, a little moan deep in his throat. Then he staggered over and flopped into a bunk at the side of the room, turning his face away. Janice and Devries continued to look, but only for a few minutes more. Venaric had said those vicious little animals were hungry. Now, becoming bolder, they darted frequently at Kettrick's twisting head only a foot or so away. Kettrick didn't utter a sound, but every time another red streak started, they saw his features were contorted. Pretty soon, they couldn't even see his features. His eyes were shut tight, but once he opened them and twisted his head around and saw the men looking down, he tried to smile, but it was a grimace. He called, "Devries, remember what you swore. Do it. Get back to Earth if you can. Then bring men out here and blast these devils to the hell where they belong. If you promise somehow to do that, I won't mind this so much. Don't watch anymore. No telling how long." Kettrick stopped on that word as his head jerked violently away again. And all the while came the shrilling from the immense watching throng. The men heard it rise and fall, in regular cadence. They could almost feel the impact of the hate going out, the hate for that earthman who supposedly had violated their sacred stone. Those savages didn't wish to tear Kettrick limb from limb. They had been trained in this, and it was a better revenge, more to their enjoyment. A little apart, carefully guarded, was the huge brain, grotesque and convoluted under its glass dome. Janice even thought he could see it pulsing rhythmically as the bursts of sound and thought force swelled out to it. That tangible force was being absorbed, and gradually the brain was taking on a deeper hue than the pale pink. Savagely, the men paced the stone room. They examined the electrical barrier across the door, which was too obviously deadly. "How long does that go on?" Janice asked in horror, nodding to the window. To the very end, I'm afraid, DeVries replied. Twice more in the following hours he moved to the window, only to look quickly away when he saw the horrible thing was still going on. He couldn't see Kettrick moving anymore, but the beasts were still at work. And then, it must have been hours later, DeVries woke from a fitful sleep. He was conscious that all was silent as a tomb below. He crept to the window and saw that a weird kind of greenish, shadowy nightfall had come over the place. All those savage Proktols had gone away, and the brain was gone, and the square below was empty, save for Kettrick. He was still there, and the cage was still over his head, but it was empty. Thank God, DeVries thought, it's all over for him. But who will be next? When next he awoke, it was day again, or what served for day on that shadowy world, and the first thing he saw was Blake over at the window. You fool! Come away from there! DeVries cried, springing up. What good is it to watch? It's all over for Kettrick anyway. Blake turned to face him, and DeVries saw a look in his eyes similar to that he had seen in the Martians. He's alive. Still alive, Blake cried. And it's still going on. It was then DeVries heard those sounds of hate surging up again and knew that the throng had again gathered to watch. But it was Blake's voice and the look in his eyes that made DeVries' blood run cold. And I should be down there instead of him, Blake said, but the voice didn't sound like his any longer. DeVries should have watched him closer. He turned to wake Janice. Blake sprang suddenly past him toward the doorway. DeVries made a grab at him and missed. Blake leapt straight into that crackling sheet of electrical blueness. But he didn't get through. He seemed to hang suspended in the air for a few seconds. Then he crashed to the floor across the doorway as the electrical flame enveloped and crackled over his body. There was nothing they could do about Blake except keep their faces averted from the entrance where his charred body lay. But they couldn't close their ears to the waves of sound that came up from below. It seemed even more suggestive than before. Blake's words kept hammering into DeVries' brain. He's alive. Still alive. Blake had been the last to look out the window. DeVries hated to think of what he had seen down there. Grimly, they examined the room again, although they had done so 100 times before. 2 bare stone walls, and the third wall, the window, far too narrow, and the adjacent stone solid and unmovable. In the fourth side, the doorway, open except for the deadly sheet of blue crackling across it. That's the only way, DeVries said, nodding toward it. I'm sure Venaric would be around here again. When he comes, watch for my nod and we'll make a rush. If we die, at least it won't be the way Kettrick did. Venaric did come again. He stared down at Blake's charred body and shook his head distressfully as he shut off the flame. He motioned for some of his men to take the body away. That is too bad, he said. Very wasteful. It leaves only 2 of you. He nodded to the window. It will soon be over for your friend down there. And I regret that. The fools have allowed it to progress too rapidly. Janice's attention was more on the flame pistol than on the words. He glanced quickly at DeVries, but the latter flashed him a look that said no. Venaric must have seen it. He raised the pistol slightly so that it leveled between them. You are quite right, he said. It would not be wise. Janice tried to engage him in more conversation, but Venaric seemed to know his purpose. He left, still watching them carefully as he shut off the flame and stepped out and turned it on again. His last words were, I will leave you to decide between yourselves who will be next. It will be soon. Janice whirled angrily. Why didn't you take the chance? Now we're sunk. We'll probably never have another. You're wrong, DeVries replied. Empty your pockets, quick. Janice stared at him uncomprehendingly. That slot in the doorway, DeVries explained. I watched how Venaric worked the key. I can't hope to duplicate it, but if we have a pocket knife or something, we might make a short circuit. Should have thought of that before. Already he was searching his own pockets, and Janice quickly followed his example. But their hopes waned. Neither of them had a knife, and what was worse, they had nothing else that might serve the purpose. Davries turned away in despair. Wouldn't you know it? And I always carry a knife. All except this time. Janice was still searching. Suddenly he gave a shout as he produced something from an inside pocket. A round, flat metal object. DeVries saw it was an ancient $50. He'd seen very few of them, and only in museums. My good luck charm, Janice said wistfully. I've carried it with me ever since my first space flight. DeVries seized it eagerly. We'll see how lucky it is. He examined the narrow slot in the doorway, but its length was considerably less than the diameter of the coin. Nor could he tell how deep the slot was. We've got to get this down to proportion, DeVries said grimly. Even then it may not work, but we've got to try anything. He began rubbing the edge of the coin against the bare stone, and the rounded edge flattened infinitesimally. Quite a job on our hands. We've got to get this diameter down to less than half. Taking turns, they kept at it, holding the coin in strips of cloth to protect their fingers from the heat of the metal. While one worked, the other watched the doorway. Occasionally a Proktol passed by, but Fenaric did not come again. Once Janice moved to the window and ventured to look down at the brain again, but carefully kept his gaze averted from the spot where Kettrick was. Now he could distinctly see the huge mass of the brain pulsing with the impact of the thought force that swelled out to it. And now it was not pale pink, it was red. It was even more than blood red. It seemed fiery. He could sense the pulsing power of it, the supermental force, and it seemed diabolic. Here, he knew, was a dangerous thing, a thing that should not exist in this solar system. Do you know what I think? Janice said, turned back to DeVries, who was working again on the coin. That brain is mad. It's bound to be. God knows how long it's been receiving those Proktols' thought force, living and thriving and planning on it. And that thought force is hate. Fenaric said it's getting ambitions. Ambitions for conquest, I think. That's all that fleet of spaceships out there can mean. They worked slowly but steadily with the coin, gradually wearing its diameter down to fit the slot in the doorway. What they feared mostly now was the Proktols would be very soon through with Kettrick down there, and one of them would be next. But luck was with them. Suddenly, startlingly, the green shadowy nightfall came again. Listen, DeVries said. All was silent again in the square below. He rushed to the window and saw the throng dispersing. The brain on its portable platform was moving away into one of the buildings. Apparently, the ritual was over for the day. We'll have to work fast, DeVries exclaimed. This side of the planet's away from Neptune now. We don't know how long it'll last. This is our last chance. They worked frantically, risking skinned fingers on the stone wall. About an hour later, DeVries tried the mutilated coin in the slot for perhaps the 20th time, and this time it fitted. But would it reach as far as Fenaric's key had reached? DeVries wrapped his fingers carefully with strips of cloth before he tried. For a moment, he thought it was useless. The metal touched nothing. Clumsily, he managed to slide it forward a tiny bit more, and the silver oblong barely touched a hard surface. Instantly, at the contact there came a sputter of fused metal. The silver became suddenly hot under DeVries' fingers. Sparks leapt out and burned his hand, but he didn't care. He suppressed a joyous shout as the sheet of electric flame across the doorway ceased. They sprang through the door and stood a moment in the dim corridor listening. Evidently, their tampering had caused no other alarm. They moved swiftly to the stairs leading down into the square. Peering down through the greenish dusk, they could see one of the Proktols at the bottom of the steps, evidently on guard. DeVries gestured downward, and Janice nodded silently. Those steps were solid stone, and they negotiated them silently by all Earth standards, but they had forgotten these creatures had super-sensitive hearing. They weren't over halfway down when the Proktol sprang up, whirling to face them. DeVries acted on sheer instinct. He made the remaining distance through the air in one prodigious leap. The Proktol had reached for its flame pistol, at the same time opening its mouth to sound an alarm. But there was only a shrilling gasp as DeVries' shoulder caught it in the middle and hurled it backward. DeVries climbed to his feet, a little dazed. Janice took only one look at the Proktal and saw that the frail body had snapped in two. Quickly, he confiscated its flame pistol. They stood quite still, listening, but there was no alarm. In some of the radiating streets, they could see the weird glow of many-colored lights moving about, but the square seemed empty now in the gloom. They started to move across it when something caught Janice's attention. He stopped. Only a little distance away, a stone pillar rose from the dais. A dark blur of a figure still sagged there, with a wide wire cage over its head. Janice stared through the gloom. He knew it was Kettrick, but there was something vaguely wrong, unnatural about it, something he could not immediately make out. He moved swiftly nearer to find out. DeVries, knowing what he would see, called a warning, but Janice didn't stop. He didn't stop until he came very near, and the full horror of the sight burst suddenly upon his vision. The ritual had gone on to the very end. Through the ghastly greenish dusk, all that Janice saw was a white gleaming skull upon a still living body. He knew the body lived, for he saw it still breathing, faintly, and he saw one of the outstretched hands twitch, and from somewhere in the throat he heard a horrible little gurgling sound as though the skull were trying to speak. The brain, of course, had not been touched, but Janice knew the brain within that skull must now be mad. He could no longer think of the thing as Kettrick. In those few seconds that he looked, Janice felt his mind slowly slipping away into a chaos of vertiginous horror. But he caught it on the brink. Instinctively, he raised the flame pistol, aimed, and made very sure that the thing which had been Kettrick no longer lived. DeVries gave a cry of warning. 4 or 5 thin, shadowy figures were leaping from a nearby street. They had probably seen the flash of the flame pistol. DeVries tensed. "For Lord's sake, fire! Let him have it!" he cried hoarsely to Janice as the creatures bounded nearer in long leaping strides. But Janice stood there, swaying a little, still dazed by the sight he had just seen. DeVries leapt to his side, snatched the flame pistol just as the Proktols came within range. One of them reached for its pistol. At the same time, DeVries let his flash out in a sweeping path. He was about 2 seconds quicker. The Proktols' momentum carried them straight into it, and they crumpled with hardly a sound. DeVries grasped Janice's arm and shook him out of his daze. "That way," he whispered, indicating a wide street across the square. "It's the way we came in. If we can get out into that desert, we might steal one of those spaceships we saw." But the delay had been fatal. Other Proktols had seen the flash and were hurrying toward them. Janice stopped to snatch up a fallen flame pistol. Then they were leaping away across the square. But they didn't get far. Now, not dozens, but hordes of Proktols were converging on the scene. The entire square seemed to resound with their shrilling cries, bringing others. The Earthmen hadn't even time to wonder where they all came from. Most of them were the smaller savage Proktols, unarmed, but some of the others with flame pistols were trying to press through. As the men swept their flaming fire around, the savages fell back in shrilling panic. Scores of them were burnt down, but more of the creatures kept surging in. The Earthmen knew it would only be a matter of seconds before the sheer mass of the creatures overwhelmed them. Still, they pressed forward, slowly burning a way through. For some foolish reason, DeVries remembered shouting at Janice, "These flame pistols are all right as a toy. Wish I had an atom blast." Then the shrilling coppery devils were closing around, clawing. Janice brought down some more with a sweeping blast, and DeVries did the same, but the flame charges were getting very weak. Then the Earthmen stared. The savages were no longer pressing around them. They were fleeing away. For no reason at all, they saw the space ahead of them open up. They saw a long, clean swath of Proktols topple like grain cut down by a mower. Those that did not fall fled frantically, shrilling in thin terror at a strange invisible death. The men couldn't quite understand what had happened, but they took swift advantage of the miracle and darted across the now open square. But the larger Proktols weren't so superstitious. A dozen of them, now unimpeded, came leaping to intercept them. But before these Proktols could raise their flame pistols, they toppled too, cut clean in two. All was clear around the men now, and they paused to catch a breath. What the devil was it, Janice? What happened? Pure luck. I knew that lucky piece of mine couldn't fail. But just then a figure emerged from the dark shadow of a building and ran toward them. It was a familiar figure. It held 2 atom blasts, one of which it thrust into DeVry's hands. Luck nothing, DeVry yelled, recognizing him. It's Ross. How did you escape? We thought you died on the Wasp. Not quite, Ross said. Come on, this is no picnic. Let's get out of here before those devils stop wondering what an atom blast is. The men turned and sprinted for the open street ahead of them, but they hadn't taken 5 steps when DeVry felt a crushing, numbing weight upon his brain. He staggered, fell to his knees, trying to rise but couldn't. Then he fell flat as a force hit him like a giant invisible hand. Agonizingly, he wondered why the others didn't help him. Then he saw that they too were lying flat, dazed and panting heavily. With a tremendous effort, DeVry twisted his head around and looked across the square. He saw the huge brain under its glass dome. It was pulsing with a fiery, angry red radiance, and DeVry knew it was the brain's tremendous thought force that was reaching out and crushing them there. His right hand, still grasping the atom blast, was doubled under him. Desperately, he tried to move it, and did. About an inch. It seemed to weigh a ton. With a tremendous effort that took all his strength, DeVry managed to slide his hand around so the atom blast was trained on the brain across the square. With his last ounce of strength, he pressed the power button and held it there. DeVry knew his aim was good, but that dome over the brain must have been of tougher substance than he thought. It didn't blast, although he held the weapon there for about 5 seconds on full power. But the brain must have felt the menace. There came a great surge of anger, and the atom blast was suddenly torn from DeVry's hand, as was the one Ross held. Then the men were jerked to their feet by the same invisible force which had held them prone upon the pavement. The brain, still pulsing angrily, held them there until dozens of the official Proktols came and grasped them. Not until then did it withdraw the powerful thought force. Janice and DeVry, with Ross accompanying them this time, were hurried back toward the building from which they had just escaped at such pains. Now DeVry saw the huge, green, glowing Neptune rising swiftly in the heavens and realized that day was here again, and already the hordes of savage Proktols were coming again into the square to await their ritual, which would undoubtedly continue so long as there were victims. Too bad you had to come here, Ross, DeVry said dully. He was utterly without hope now. They had come very close to escape, and they would have made it had it not been for that diabolical brain. DeVry was just wondering how he could die, but not the way Kettrick had, when they heard a great cry go up from the gathered throng behind them. And it was a cry of fear, or awe. Despite the wiry arms that held them, the men twisted around and looked back. Coming toward them, low over the city, was a rocket plane, and it was undeniably an Earth type of plane. The Proktols, holding the 3 men, jabbered excitedly in their own staccato language. Then, still holding the men, they hurried to the shelter of the nearest building and crouched there. It sounded very much as if they had seen this rocket plane before and feared it. The Proktols, crowding in the square, were trying to flee too, but before they could all disperse, the plane was over them, letting loose a wide swath of death. From the extent of it, the Earthmen judged that the rocket plane must be carrying a portable atom blast nearly as large as the patrol ships carried. It swept over the square once, veered sharply, and came back. This time the atom blast swept very close to the line of buildings where the men crouched. Their captors broke and raced for shelter. But the Earthmen were not yet free. As they crouched there, watching their unknown benefactor, they felt the fierce surge of power from the brain again. It alone did not flee. It remained there on its platform in the middle of the now deserted square. And if it was angry before, it was raging now, with a crimson, crackling radiance. For it was the brain which was the object of the rocket plane's attack. A third, fourth and yet fifth time the plane came sweeping back over the square, and each time it did so, the Earthmen could feel part of the crushing thought force which the brain hurled upward at it. Invisible weapon against invisible weapon. Atom blast versus the brain's super mental force. And the brain fought tenaciously. Such was its power that the rocket plane was caught in its grip once, veered crazily, and almost buffeted down until an extra burst of rockets sent it zooming away. The watching Earthmen felt that power too, and were sent spinning, bruised and battered against the building where they crouched. But the plane's atom blast must have begun to find the range, because soon the brain propelled itself toward the shelter of one of the buildings. It was angry, but it was intelligent. It recognized the danger of that atom blast. The transparent dome encasing the brain was of very tough material, but it would have soon crumbled under a few direct and powerful blasts. It was not until the brain had withdrawn to safety that the tension eased, and the men dared to leap across the square again, strewn with the ghastly remains of numberless Proktols. This time they were not apprehended. The mysterious rocket plane was speeding away toward the desert, but the destruction had been so terrible that the remaining Proktols didn't care or dare to emerge. Devry spied one of the atom blasts that he or Ross had dropped. He snatched it up, stopped, and looked back speculatively, weighing the weapon in his hand. Janice pulled at him. "Come on, you don't know when you're lucky." "Yes, but I'd like to take at least one good blast at that brain after the way it slapped and battered us around." Devry stumbled along after them unwillingly. "Have you got the wasp?" Janice finally managed to ask Ross. "I didn't get here through the fourth dimension. It's out on the desert there, just about a mile from here. I had a close call when they turned that flame on the wasp. I got to a spacesuit just in time. Kept their ship in our visipanel long enough to see that they were heading back for Neptune. Took me hours to repair the wasp, and hours more to find you." Ross very prudently didn't ask about Blake or Kettrick, and Janice was glad of that. They reached the wasp and lost little time in blasting out into space. "What about that fleet of spaceships we saw down there?" Devries asked. "Can't we go down and blast them off the map?" "It would take days," replied Commander Janice, "and we're lucky to be away from there as it is. But haven't you had enough action this trip?" Janice snapped. "Look," Ross said suddenly, pointing down at the tiny satellite they had just left. Blasting out into space from that planet was a sleek, black spaceship. Janice exclaimed, "That's Perrin! I'd recognize his ship anywhere. That must have been his rocket plane we saw fighting with the brain. And we came out here to get that pirate." He leapt on the radio, clicked it on. "Attention, Perrin! Perrin, in the Princess! Commander Janice of Earth Patrol Ship Wasp speaking. We now have our long-range blast trained upon you, and you cannot outrun a patrol ship. You will please go into drift while we come over to board you." A voice replied almost immediately, calm and a little amused. "Very well, Commander, do not get excited. I was just coming over to you, but if you wish, come to me instead." The rockets of the Princess immediately ceased blasting, and the pirate ship drifted just a few 100 miles away. The Wasp drew near and made contact. Janice spoke again. "Our lock is ready. I should prefer that you came across, Perrin. No tricks." A minute later, Perrin stepped through their lock with his hands held high, mockingly. He was tall, darkly handsome, with straightforwardness that put Commander Janice ill at ease. Perrin smiled and looked down at his belt. "My pistol, Commander? That is customary, I believe." Janice stepped forward and took it. Perrin lowered his hands and said, "That is better. I was going to come over anyway and see who it was I saved down there. I thought you were Earthmen, but I wasn't sure." There was a slight mockery in the words. Janice flushed a little as he said, "This is damned awkward, Perrin. You did save our lives, but we were sent out here to get you. You're wanted on 3 planets." "3? I thought it was 4, said Perrin, still smiling. "But I quite understand, Commander, and I ask no favors. As for saving your lives, that was a side issue. I really came to take a crack at that brain. What did you think of our duel?" Interesting, murmured Janice. He was still uncomfortable, wavering between his duty and his debt of honor. Yes, wasn't it? Perrin said. You know, that thing's getting more powerful than I ever thought possible. Oh, sure, I've had a couple other encounters with it. It's too canny to let me get a good crack at it. But how it hates me. I've been hanging around out here to see what it's up to. Then you know about that fleet of spaceships down there, DeVries spoke up. What do you think? Is that brain going to direct that fleet toward the inner planets by remote control? No, replied Perrin reflectively. That's not too fantastic a thought, but the brain's not that powerful yet. However, those Proktols might man the ships. I think that's the plan. Did you notice those antennae they have? That's the way the brain contacts them, and it might control them from any distance. Another thing, did you notice their flame pistols? Modeled after the ones the Martians use, but an improvement. If you men left any atom blasts there, the brain will soon find out how they click, and they'll turn out their own, and they'll be an improvement. That entire space fleet will be equipped with them, but that fleet's not quite ready to move yet. They've got to have fuel. You mean, said DeVries, they haven't any? Perrin laughed softly. They did have. Those Proktols were mining it on Neptune. Greenish grain stuff, something like the titanite we get from the Mars mountains. I watched their operations a while secretly. It seemed to be pretty hard stuff to get out. I waited until they had quite a supply, then I swooped down and blasted it all sky high, together with a few score Proktols. That's just one more reason they hate me. But they're still mining and getting more of that fuel out. Janice had been listening to the pirate's words. Now he paced the control room nervously. That would give us time, he said softly to himself. We could get back to Earth in a week at full speed. He stopped and looked up. Yes, he said aloud, we're going back to Earth immediately. Very well, Commander Janice, said Perrin, looking straight at him. But I trust you will take the princess in tow? I love that ship very much. Not you, Perrin, you're not going. Not me, Commander? I wonder what you can mean. The pirate's black eyes were glowing. Perrin, suppose I should get very careless and you suddenly escaped. I wonder where you'd escape to. Perrin glanced out at the glowing ball of Neptune. He was smiling again, but it was a grim little smile. I have a hideout, he said, which not even those Proktols have found yet. I imagine they have a lot more of that fuel mined by now, and I just love for them to hate me. Janice glanced at the space lock and turned his back. When next he looked, he saw the trim black princess speeding unerringly back toward Neptune, 1,000 miles away. DeVries alone was regretful, almost bitter. He weighed the familiar atom blast in his hand. And I didn't even get to use this. Damn it, Janice, you know what that brain's doing. Planning. If they keep on with those sacrifices, feeding it that mental force, who knows how far it'll go. It's a potential menace. It oughtn't to be allowed to exist. DeVries stopped gibbering. Once again, Janice was in his familiar role, commander of the WASP of the Earth Patrol. Ross, stand by in rocket room for orders. We're on double duty now. Yes, sir. It's a pleasure, sir. Ross hurried away. DeVries, start charting our course for Earth. Yes, sir. DeVries turned to the charts, disgruntled but obedient. Janice took over the controls, but a moment later he turned. I know it, DeVries. Don't think I'm forgetting what they did to Kettrick. And what we promised him. You see, that's why I want to be sure of making a thorough job of it. Yes, sir, DeVries said again briskly, and he was satisfied. As the hideous green ball of Neptune rolled away behind them, he didn't even look back, for he knew they'd be out here again, and soon, with more than a patrol ship and a few atom blasts. End of section 2. Section 3 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. The Star of Satan, Part 1. More than the wreck of the Martian princess lay on the lazily spinning asteroid, that uncharted star of Satan harbored madness in awful human form. Hype Garth was suddenly awake. He lay there on his cot in the dark, listening intently for the sound he knew would shortly come through the receptor. It almost frightened him, this subconscious awareness of his. He often wondered about it and wished he could explain it. Always, during their sleep period, just a minute before a message came through, he was wide awake and waiting, knowing. He supposed nerves had something to do with it, or the time he'd spent out here. Nerves were bound to go raw and perhaps play strange tricks when two men were thrown together in this black, isolated hell of outer space. And Garth had been out here for 23 full years and seen his partners come and go. From the other side of the room came Proktols' slow, sonorous breathing. Garth suddenly hated his partner for his ability to sleep at this moment. Garth reached out and touched the huge 9-foot receptitude by his bed. A faintly glowing violet permeated the darkness, his whole attention centered in a strained, concentrated listening. Then the sound came, as he knew it would. First the crisp, crackling static, then the familiar and hated voice of the sender at Martian headquarters, stabbing the darkness almost viciously. Salvage Station M3? Attention, M3. Passenger liner Callisto, en route Jupiter to Mars, radioed they have just encountered an uncharted asteroid swarm on the Martian side of the belt. They have passed through unscathed, but attention to this, M3. Captain Lambert of the Callisto reports that he detected a light on the surface of one of the larger masses. This may have been a distress signal flare, and if so, can mean but one thing, that the sole remaining lifeboat unaccounted for from the wreck of the Martian princess 20 days ago landed on this asteroid, and the party, or some of them, have managed to survive. This hardly seems possible, but we must investigate. Proceed at once in search of this uncharted swarm. Approximate position when encountered by the Callisto, exact center of the belt, 2 hours behind the Lassinar group, orbital plane about 20 degrees from regular passenger route. Mass in question cannot be mistaken, largest of the group, about 20 miles diameter. Proceed at once, M3. End of message. Garth knew it was not the end of the message. That Martian sender always reserved some little sardonic touch to send to Garth. Garth's jaw tightened. He waited about 5 seconds, and then, raspingly, it came. Oh, just a moment, M3. Garth listening, I hope. Here's a tip for you. As you probably know, J.P. Chiswell is among those still missing in that lifeboat. If you two can locate that party, who knows? It may mean unconditional pardon for both of you. End of message. There came the hint of amused chuckle before the tube went dead. Garth's face was grim. J.P. Chiswell, president of EMV Lines, unconditional pardon. Yes, for Proktols, perhaps, if they were lucky, but never for him. And that rat of a Martian sender knew it. Garth, in the early days, had been a source of considerable annoyance in the spaceways, and he was now serving 40 years, the longest sentence in the entire history of the salvage stations. Garth arose and clicked on the light in the little cubicle. He crossed over and shook Proktols, grinning in anticipation of the grumbling protest he knew his partner would make. Message just came through, Garth said. Sounds urgent. Go to sleep, you damn idiot, and let me, Proktols mumbled. I was just dreaming I was back in Chicago. Proktols only lived for the time when he'd get back to Chicago, and Garth knew he never would. So did Proktols. Garth grinned broader and shook his partner harder. Come on, snap out of it. This is important, I tell you. Proktols rolled over, half opened one eye, and muttered, Nothing's more important than sleep out here. Hell, can it wait till tomorrow? I'll let you be the judge of that, Garth said with calm emphasis. It's an uncharted swarm. The effect was electric. Instantly, Prokol was awake and on his feet, fumbling with his space equipment. No more questions asked. Garth smiled to himself and moved over to his own equipment. He'd been out here a long time and had often seen the effects of those magical words, uncharted swarm, but never had he known them to work in quite the way they did on Prokol. Uncharted swarm. To men such as they, that meant much, or it meant nothing. But above all things, it meant a chance, an eternal hope. It had all begun 20 years ago when a group of 4 men over on Station J5 had found gold on one of the uncharted asteroid swarms. They had pledged secrecy and worked it the smart way, leaving the swarm unreported. They had mined the gold until the rocks sped too far away in their orbit for them to venture out in safety. But they had obtained enough to buy off the duration of their penal terms and had gone back to Earth very rich men. Some years later, Malcolm and Schroeder on M1 had made a similar strike, but platinum. They worked it the same secret way. Malcolm had died, and there were rumors his partner had murdered him. Schroeder, through the obvious channels, had bought off his remaining sentence. Through the years, there were other such rumors, and uncharted swarm had become magic words to all salvage station men. Secrecy, jealousy, hope continued to prevail. Except with Garth. Garth knew that all the precious metals and all the asteroids would not suffice to buy his freedom. The 2 men stepped from their sleeping quarters out onto the metal platform which had been Garth's world for 23 years, Prokol's for 2. It was a tiny world, extending in each direction for a mere quarter of a mile to end abruptly at the edge of the eternal darkness. Man-made, glass domes, it was the tiniest of all the salvage stations. Garth had been stationed there at his own request, defiantly alone at first. He'd worked alone, pirating the spaceways, not liking the company of many men. He still didn't. But he did like the single men they sent out to him now when necessary, and it was frequently necessary. The trouble was, either their sentences expired too quickly, or they did. Garth's last 2 partners had done that, one stumbling clumsily over a precipice while exploring, shattering his oxygen helmet, and the other crushed in his solo cruiser between 2 asteroid masses from which Garth himself only narrowly escaped. And Prokol, he liked perhaps best of all. Prokol was the reckless type, and it was those who always somehow managed to survive. It was Prokol, too, who had hung the name Hype on Garth and made him like it. He had first called him Hyper because of that amazing premonitory sensitivity of his, then shortened it to Hype. Garth had at first resented it, then bore it laughingly, then liked it. And it was not only at the receptitude that his strange awareness was in evidence. He used to tell Prokol an hour or 2 in advance when a supply ship was arriving at their station, and they were supposed to arrive in secret. He could uncannily sense the proximity of dangerous chasms on the asteroids they explored, and once, just before boarding a derelict freighter, Garth had told Prokol to wait. They waited, and 5 minutes later the freighter was torn asunder by a terrific explosion caused by seeping fumes. Now, as they crossed over to the safety lock where their cruiser waited, Garth told Prokol the content of the message. But all the latter heard was uncharted swarm. There was a gleam in his eyes Garth had seen before, which caused him to say abruptly, "Look here, Prokol. That gold lust, it's going to be your finish someday. I can see it coming." "What else is there to live for out here?" Prokol flared up. "Work. First of all, we're going to follow instructions implicitly. Later, we'll have plenty of time to explore and prospect. This swarm is our exclusive property, but just remember Old Man Chiswell's with that missing party, and that might mean plenty, to you anyway, if we can find him." Prokol's mind came back from its flight. "Yeah, that's right. That is an angle." He seemed to consider it for the first time. "That is an angle," he repeated. Say, how many are supposed to be in that missing party anyway? The entire passenger list of the Martian Princess is accounted for, replied Garth, except 6 persons. And the missing lifeboat is one of the very small ones, accommodating but 6. Draw your own conclusions. Sure, that's what I'm trying to do. But it just don't add up. Look here, Hype, those lifeboats are all provisioned about the same, ain't they? Oxygen for 3 or 4 days and food for a day or 2 at the most. That's about right, close enough. Then you add it up. The Martian Princess was wrecked 21 days ago. 3 weeks to the very day. How do you figure a party of 6 could have survived that long? Garth shook his head sadly. You jump to conclusions like a Venusian pollywog. Nobody said that the 6 or that any of them have survived. A light was seen, that's all. Maybe it was a meteor. Anyway, it's not for us to believe it or doubt it. Our job is to find it. Still, it's damn funny where that lifeboat could have got to, Proktols growled. The way this whole section's been scoured, our own detector would have picked it up out of anywhere in a 1,000-mile radius. Yes, I've been thinking of that. And I sort of lean to the belief they landed somewhere. Captain Lambert was probably right about that light he saw. But after 3 weeks, Proktols protested, and only a few days oxygen and provisions? For 6, that'd be impossible. And even for 1 man, well, that's a long stretch on oxygen and food. Garth turned to his partner and said, You know, Proktols, that's one thing I like about you. You're unimaginative. You're always yourself. You never can put yourself in the other fellow's place. You and me, we don't put a high value on our lives anymore, but other people still value life highly. They cling to it tenaciously. Isn't that quaint? Skip the sarcasm, Proktols said. I know what you mean. The oldest story in the world, the survival of the fittest. Exactly. They can't all have survived, but I'm sure someone did. They reached the edge of their half-mile world and stepped into the lock where the 2-man cruiser waited, Garth having decided against the solo cruisers. Something told him they ought to stick together on this venture. They sped away into the blackness, Proktols at the controls. Garth looked back at their tiny glass-enclosed world and the wreck of the Martian Princess anchored there, bordering almost one entire edge. She was rather helpless-looking princess now, but her lines were still regal. Garth smiled as he remembered the wreck 3 weeks ago. Station M6 with its larger crew had done most of the rescue work, but the hull of the huge liner had drifted toward M3, and so Garth and Proktols got the salvage job, to the envy of every other station this side of the belt. But that was the inviolable law of the stations. The 2 men were now leisurely engaged in putting the liner back into condition for the inspection crew who would be due out here at the end of the month. Garth grimaced, remembering the earliest days of these stations. The few prisoners out here then had been at first sullen, stubborn, unresponding to the occasional message of salvage work flashed out to them. But there had been no attempt to force the men to do the work. No pretense of discipline. Supply ships had stopped every 3 months, briefly as possible, then went on their way. Less than a year of this, and the sheer stark ennui of the black outer hell had proved to be the real disciplinary master. There were only 3 stations then, a handful of men on each, who soon vied with each other for the 2 infrequent salvage jobs. Garth had to hand it to the psychological genius who devised the plan. Proktols brought him abruptly out of his reminiscence. What do you say, Hype? Sight for the Lanissar group? Garth examined the chart which showed the position and orbit of every known asteroid swarm. He consulted their present position and made a swift calculation. Sure. Lanissar's coming on fast, but we won't cross it for an hour yet. The baby we want is about 2 hours behind it, according to headquarters, but on the inside. Remember, that's plenty dangerous territory in the middle of a belt for a flea cruiser like this, without a repulsor. How does that suit you? Proktols revealed how it suited him when he said, It's an uncharted swarm, ain't it? They skirted the edge of the belt, easily avoiding the occasional smaller swarms. The charted Lanisar group, easily recognizable and already thoroughly explored, intersected them in less than an hour. Proktols turned their tiny craft deeper into the belt. Here there were long stretches of comparative emptiness, but these became ever more infrequent. Dark masses began looming out of nowhere, but luckily they were tinged faintly from the light of the distant sun. Many of these veered crazily or hurtled across their bow, seeming much closer than they actually were. Some of the larger pieces eventually formed miniature solar systems in themselves. After more than an hour of this, both men were nerve-wracked and exhausted, but they dare not relax for a moment. This was deeper, presumably, into the belt than any men had ever gone with a cruiser as tiny as theirs. They now seemed to be in a veritable sea of leprous light reflecting from the pockmarked masses speeding around them. Proktols had just turned a worried face to Garth, and the latter moved forward to take the controls, when the swarm abruptly thinned. They were in the comparative emptiness of space again, with only tiny pebbles peppering their hull harmlessly. Proktols slumped in relief. But the relief was brief. "Look," Garth said, pointing. Far ahead, directly in their trajectory, a pinpoint of light was discernible. It did not remain a pinpoint long. They watched it grow nearer and larger and slowly take shape. Another swarm, seemingly a large one, but gradually they saw that it was, rather, one very large mass, with lesser ones speeding along behind it. The large mass turned lazily on a vertical axis, the sunlight striking it sharply. Then, without the slightest warning, Proktols gave a short gurgling cry. He lurched up from the seat and backward against Garth, clutching at him. Garth could only stare at Proktols in amazement as the latter pointed, in kind of a horror, through the glassite prow. Garth pressed forward and looked. Now he saw clearly. An involuntary sharp gasp hissed through his clenched teeth. The large rock ahead, turning on its axis, it suddenly presented a new contour. Due to its formation and the way the sun struck it, it now seemed almost a perfect, though rough-hewn, death's head. In fascination rather than horror, Garth watched the rock turning slowly. A minute later, considerably larger, the semblance was directly facing them, undeniably the rough shape of a human skull, all leprously sun-illumined, seeming to grin a sardonic welcome as it came nearer. Deep, shadowy gorges were in the places where the eyes would have been. Then it slowly revolved away, and the semblance was lost. "Very cute, huh?" Garth said, quickly taking over the controls. "Nature's a grand comedian sometimes. I've seen some queer sights out here, but never anything like that." And he added with grim humor, "Well, that's undoubtedly the baby we're looking for. The one we've got to contact, about 20 miles diameter. Glad you came along." Proktols hadn't quite gotten over the initial shock. He started to snap a reply, then clamped his teeth as he remembered something. He smiled wryly and said, "If it's got gold teeth, I won't mind landing on that thing at all." Regulating their speed to that of the asteroid, Garth swung their cruiser behind it and came closer in a gradually contracting spiral. Meanwhile, they kept a sharp lookout for the distress flare the captain of the Callisto had presumably seen. They detected no light, however. They only saw below them a terrain that might have been lifted from an ink sketch of grotesquerie by Goya or Cyndajm. This was a cold and unutterable outer hell running rampant. This was a new canto for Dante. The rock was like a broken-off black tip of a mountain surging suddenly toward them, with jagged pinnacles reaching out to grasp and deep black gullies agape. Garth allowed the cruiser to drift just beyond gravity, away from the sunward side. Peering at the scene below, he shook his head. "I wouldn't want to attempt a landing there. Safer to use the magna bullet. There's usually enough metallic content at the core of these rocks to make it feasible, and we're only a few hundred yards away." They donned spacesuits and moved into the airlock. There, the magna bullet, a heavy magnetized projectile, rested in a powerful compressed air tube. From it led a thin cable wound on a pivoted spool. Garth opened the outer door and swung the compression tube around. He released the power and the Magna bullet shot down, or out, straight for the asteroid. The cable unreeled behind it until it struck. The cruiser was now a tiny satellite, revolving slowly as the rock revolved, but connected to it by the taut strand of wire. The two men moved along the wire hand over hand until the gravity of the rock gripped them to pull them slowly downward. They alighted on a precipitous plateau bordering on the sunward side. All was an amorphous mass of guttered rock, of serrate pinnacles, of precipices and sudden chasms. Bizarre and ever-changing shadows played slowly over the naked, revolving surface. As they stood there staring around, Proktols clicked on the radio phone in his helmet and said, "Hype, I thought of something. How could there be a signal flare here anyway? No oxygen." "How do you know?" Garth replied. "Surprising thing, but there often is air, a thin sort, on asteroids this large. Deep down in the crevices, I've even seen various kinds of moss, lichen, other sparse growth on some of these rocks. Come to think of it, that might conceivably serve as food. You know, to men who cling tenaciously to life." Proktols shuddered at the thought. He said, "Well, shall I take the light side and you the dark? That way we could circle this rock in a couple of hours." "Wait a minute," Garth said severely as Proktols started off. "You haven't worked a rock this size before. First, we're looking for that missing lifeboat and not for a gold or platinum vein. Remember that. Second, we work only on the dark side because it's safer. Yes, I mean it. On a rock this size, there's always a certain bombardment of fragments, some no larger than your fist. Over here, we can see them coming. On the light side, we can't. I'm cautious on this point because the first partner I ever had out here went that way with a hole smashed clear through him. Now, you take the left, I'll take the right. Keep always on the side away from the sun by working away from the direction of rotation." As Proktols moved away, Garth called a final instruction. "Contact me every once in a while and watch the chasms, especially for that light." Proktols was just a little resentful as he moved away. Much as he liked Garth, he sometimes didn't like his dictatorial manner. As for any of that missing party being left alive here, it was sheerly fantastic. They were wasting time, which they might be putting to better and more personal advantage. Proktols looked into the blackness and saw two tiny points of light moving swiftly toward him. He ducked involuntarily, but the meteoric fragments passed high above his head, and he turned in time to see one and then the other hit on a pinnacle far behind him. He decided suddenly that Garth was right on that point at least. He came to a chasm and peered down into the Cyndajm blackness. No light there. He muttered disgruntledly and leapt far across to the opposite edge, limed by the faint tinge of starlight. He stopped and looked back, and Garth was already out of sight below the rock's ragged horizon. He forged cautiously ahead, leaping chasms and skirting pinnacles and stumbling over dangerously sharp rocks. Proktols stopped at his 8th or 9th chasm and scanned the utter blackness. Still no light. Why should there be? Fantastic to think a human being could subsist on this place for 3 weeks. Proktols muttered to himself in ever-increasing sullenness. He hated this derelict rock, and this blackness, and Garth, and... Then, without faintest warning, the white flash of a ray spurted up from the depths, past Proktols' left ear, and hung for a moment against the darkness of space. It vanished. And just as Proktols, in his surprise, stumbled backward and fell prone, it spurted up again to burn the lip of the cliff at his feet. Then all below was dark again. Proktols lay there a moment in silence, blessing the protecting darkness which he had cursed only a moment before. Then, hardly moving, he chuckled grimly and clicked on his phone. "Hype? For the love of... Hey, Hype, can you hear me?" Garth's voice came faintly in reply. Proktols continued, "Hype, listen. I hate to admit it, but I guess you were right. There's someone here all right, and I've got him spotted. I got him spotted so damn good that I don't dare move. He's got a ray pistol, and he just took 2 pot shots at me." Garth's voice came again thinly. If this is your idea of a joke, it's out of place and very unfunny. It's unfunny, all right. You get over here damn quick. And Hype, be careful. I'll keep talking to guide you. 10 minutes later, Garth crept cautiously to his partner's side and whispered, You sure it wasn't a meteor you saw? Do meteors singe your ears? It was a ray, I tell you. It came from down there. Garth crept to the edge of the chasm and rolled a fragment of rock over the rim. It bounded steeply down in the dark, but they could hear no sound due to the helmets they wore. No answering ray flashed up. For a minute, Garth lay there, peering down cautiously, then he crept back. You're right, he told Proktols. Someone's down there. See something? Garth shook his head. Oh, I see. It's one of those things of yours again. Well, you've never been wrong yet on those premonitions, but this time you don't need it. Can you tell if there's more than one? Not sure, Garth said, but I don't think so. Just someone. Lord knows where he got the ray pistol. Those lifeboats aren't equipped with them. He was probably carrying one. But good Lord, why take pot shots at us? He must know who we are. He must know we're here to get him off this blasted rock. Garth looked straight at Proktols and spoke calmly. Maybe he knows it, and maybe not. 21 days, Proktols, remember? Imagine 3 weeks on this place, knowing there's only a chance in a million of you being located. Maybe watching the others die off one by one. You'd hate to be the last, Proktols, wouldn't you? But remember what I said about some men loving life more than others? Clinging to it longer, even when it means... Garth didn't finish, but Proktols nodded and said the last word for him. Madness. You're right, Hype. That's all it can mean. We've got a madman on our hands. Let's go home. End of section 3. Section 4 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. The Star of Satan, Part 2. Garth shook his head and pointed across the chasm. 50 yards away, the opposite precipice, a bit higher, was limned raggedly against the stars. Our best bet is to get over there unobserved. It may not be easy dealing with him. Proktols patted his own ray pistol at his side. No, Garth cautioned. We don't want to use those, and I don't think we'll have to. Slowly, circuitously, and with much effort, they gained the opposite rim. It took them nearly 10 minutes, but the negotiation was masterful and noiseless. Finally, from behind a protecting rock formation, they peered again into the depths, their eyes becoming slowly accustomed to that darker darkness. Then Garth silently pointed. What is it? Proktols whispered. I don't see a thing. Keep looking a little to the right. Then Proktols saw it, the missing lifeboat, lying quite still there below, like a tiny silver bug with its nose smashed, and that disseminated whatever slight doubt they might have had. What now? Proktols whispered. We've got to go down, Garth said hoarsely. Nothing else. This side doesn't seem so steep. If we get to a point where we can see him, we'll talk to him. Can't do that unless he's got a phone, too. We'll see about that when we have to. Keep looking down there a while. Let your eyes get used to it. Presently, Garth first, they began the descent. It was slow and ticklish work, but now they could dimly see their way enough to proceed in safety. Garth followed a little gully, which at times was only an arm's width. For perhaps 200 feet they descended. Then Garth stopped so suddenly that Proktols bumped into him and nearly lost balance. What is it? Proktols forged carefully forward. Garth merely pointed. They had come nearer to the bottom than they had supposed. They now stood upon a narrow ledge scarcely 40 feet above the sharp little valley, and below the edge of their protecting ledge, they saw a light. That was not surprising. It was half expected. But the light wasn't a signal flare. It was a crude, open bonfire. "Well, Hype, you were right about that too," Proktols murmured. "That means there's air of some kind down here." Hype nodded and pointed to another ledge, perhaps 20 feet below them, and to the right. Carefully, they negotiated to it. Again, they peered below. Then, for the first time, they saw the man, but only a silhouette. Really a smallish figure, but looming up large beside the flickering fire. He stood quite still, one hand at his hip, grasping a ray pistol, peering up at the opposite precipice edge, the edge where he had fired at Proktols. Very still he stood, and very still the two men above him watched. Then the figure turned, still very cautious, toward the fire. He bent and threw several handsful of something on the blaze. It immediately leapt high, illuming the rocky terrain for 100 feet around. The two men crouched back, but the light did not quite touch the ledge where they stood. His hands still by his hip, the tiny figure turned in a complete circle and surveyed the line of cliffs above him. Then, still peering around, he huddled miserably by the fire, seeking warmth. But that brief glimpse was enough. Both men had recognized the grotesque figure below, and it was Proktols who pronounced the name first in a hoarse whisper. "Chiswell. J.P. Chiswell, president of EMV Lines. Of all men to survive in this hellish place, it had to be him." "Why not?" Garth snapped venomously. His lips were tight and his face was pale beneath his helmet. He was remembering again, with all the old bitterness, the exceedingly unethical ruse by which he'd been captured in the spaceways many years ago. The ruse engineered by Chiswell himself. "Why shouldn't it be him?" he went on. "The survival of the fittest, remember? Look at that ray gun." For a moment, Proktols was uncomprehending. Then he said in a rush of fierce words, "Hype, I'll bet you're right. Of course you're right. The survival of the fittest. And with that gun, old Chiswell was the fittest. I'll bet you he murdered the others and kept all the provisions of that lifeboat for himself. There's no other way he could have subsisted here so long." Garth nodded grimly. "Maybe. Some of them may have been lost in space somewhere, though. We've no proof of murder yet, but I know he's capable of it if it means his own hide." "Sure, I know that too. Look at the 2 pot shots he took at me. We've got a maniac on our hands, Hype. What'll we do now?" "For one thing, he hasn't a helmet. I'm going to get out of this damned uncomfortable headgear." Cautiously, Garth unscrewed the helmet at his neck, lifted it slightly and sniffed the air. Then he threw it back where it dangled from his shoulders. "Don't breathe too deeply," he warned Proktols, who followed his example. Garth reached into a rocky cleft nearby and brought out a handful of greenish lichen-like growth. "See there? That's the stuff I told you sometimes grows on these big rocks. Maybe it's what he's burning down there. He could dry it out if the sun hits down this far. All right, I'm going to call to him now, so watch out for that ray gun." With that, Garth peered down and loudly called, "Chiswell! J.P. Chiswell!" Through that thin air, his voice rang clear as a bell of doom, echoed eerily between rocky walls, and went shivering away into the black distance. The man below at the fire was on his feet and facing them with a fierce snarl. His hand darted up, and a ray flashed toward the voice to splutter harmlessly on the rock some distance from where the men stood in the darkness. That act alone proved to them he was mad. From where they stood, they could have rayed him with ease. But they didn't need that mad act as proof of the man's madness. For in the full glare of the fire, his face was a fierce caricature. Even from their distance, they could see the wild gleam of his eyes as he leaned tautly forward, trying to pierce the dark. Could see the gaunt face, beak-like nose, shaggy brows, and tangled growth of beard. They could see the flick of his tongue over lips drawn tight, and could hear the animal snarl that rumbled warningly out of that throat. There, in the red glare of firelight, he was a demon out of hell. For only a moment he stood there tautly facing them, fiercely peering. Then, with an agile bound, he leapt away from the fire and scuttled like a huge beetle toward the opposite cliff. They could only see him dimly now, but they saw him turn in a posture of defiance, arms spread out as though protecting the cliff behind him. "Phew!" Proktols breathed. "That goes double for me," said Garth. "Come on." He leapt the remaining distance to the base of their cliff, and Proktols alighted easily beside him. They peered across at Chiswell. "There's a sort of cave over there," Proktols exclaimed, "and he's standing in front of it. Say he's gone mad, all right, but there's something else behind his madness." Garth nodded. He grasped his partner's arm and moved forward slowly, saying, "Careful now. We'll try to reason with him." They'd almost reached the fire when they saw Chiswell's hand come up again with unexpected swiftness. They fell flat upon the rock, and just in time, as the ray flashed close above them. Garth realized they must have been easily visible in the fire glow, and could have kicked himself for a fool. But now Proktols was chuckling. "Didn't you notice?" he whispered. "That last ray was dim. It didn't much more than reach us. His charge must be getting low. Couple more like that, and it'll be finished." A few minutes they lay there, watching as Chiswell made no further move. They could see the cave plainer now, a cave as high as Chiswell's head, but narrow, extending darkly back into the towering rock. Without warning, Proktols leapt up, ran a few feet forward, and flopped down again, just as Chiswell's ray stabbed over him. "Proktols, you damn fool!" Garth crept forward beside him. "It's all right. I doubt if he has another full charge in that gun now." "Chiswell," Garth called, but softly, "we're your friends. Don't you understand that? Put down the gun. We've come to take you away from here." For the first time then, they heard the madman's voice. It was just as soft as Garth's had been, but cunning. The voice spoke 5 words. "I know what you want." "We want to get you off that rock. That's what we want." Then Garth added, "The Martian princess, don't you remember? The space wreck? All the others were saved. Don't you want to be saved?" "You sound like some street corner missionary," Proktols said, chuckling. And again, the madman's words came cunning, but with a certain cool menace. "I know what you want." "See?" Proktols said, "You can't reason with him. Hell, I wonder what does he think we want?" Proktols leapt up, stood exposed in the dying firelight. Again the ray spurted. Gravity was light, and before Proktols could fall away from it, the ray caught him in the chest. Proktols fell, and Garth cursed. It's all right, Proktols assured him quickly. "Just scorched my suit a little. Well, that finishes his ray." "You're still a fool," Garth snapped. Now, from where Chiswell crouched, they heard an animal scream of rage as he realized how he'd been tricked. "Damn you!" And they heard the clatter of the gun as he flung it toward them. And their blood ran cold as Chiswell burst forth in a profane and garbled rush of mad words. The speech was so inarticulate that it wasn't until he was nearly out of breath that they began to gather the purport. "Damn tricky, are you? But I know you. I know why you're here, too. Want to get me away, do you? But you won't. It's all mine. Do you hear? All mine. Mine! You'll never get it. I was here first. Keep away from me. Keep away. You just try it. Ha ha ha. All mine." The rush of words ended in a high-pitched scream. They couldn't see him clearly now at all, but they could imagine froth on his lips. They heard his gurgling breath for a moment, then it died away, and he was abruptly, cunningly silent. Proktols grabbed his partner's arm so tightly it hurt. His whispered voice was hoarse with emotion. "Hype? Did you hear? Did you? It must mean. Tell me I'm right, Hype. Tell me." Garth jerked his arm away. He frowned, but there was a light in his eyes nearly as bright as Proktols'. "Sure," he said, trying to keep his voice calm. "I guess maybe I'm thinking the same thing you are." "Gold! It's happened, Hype. It happened at last. And Chiswell found it for us. No wonder he's protecting that entrance over there. It's a vein." Proktols laughed almost shrilly. "I never thought we'd make a strike, Hype. Never really. This means back to Earth, back to Chicago. We can buy off the rest of our time. There are ways if you work it right. But Hype Garth, long ago pirate of the spaceways, was looking at his partner silently and calmly. Proktols saw that look and stopped suddenly abashed. He remembered. Oh, Damn, Hype, that's right. I didn't think. Sure, Proktols. I'm serving 40 years on the station. Might as well be life, for it was Chiswell and his crowd who put me there, and were tickled to get me there. Sure, you can buy your time through the obvious channels, but not me. For me, there's only one slight chance. A chance in a million. You know what that is? Garth laughed softly. 1 chance in a million, and it's here in my lap. If I could get Chiswell away from here and back to the station, his sanity might return. I think it would. This sort of madness is only temporary, and then he might be very appreciative. You of all persons ought to know better than that, Hype. But Garth went on musingly. Yes, he might be appreciative to the extent of fixing pardons for both of us. And if he isn't, why, then I'd just have to persuade him, wouldn't I? And I know some very good methods. His eyes glittered. Damn it, Hype, listen. You know what had happened then as well as I do. Suppose he did fix the pardons, even willingly. Do you think we'd ever get out here to this gold again? Never. We could never beat out the Chiswell interests. Garth, smiling thinly, looked straight at Proktols. Sure, I realize that perfectly. You want the gold, sure. But to get it and get away with it, you're going to have to dispose of Chiswell over there. And if you do that, there goes my 1 chance of a pardon. Nice little stalemate, huh? And Garth, as he watched his partner's indecision, was suddenly enjoying the grim stalemate. But Proktols wasn't. He stared sullenly at Garth for a moment, rubbed his chin, grumbled baffledly into his throat. Garth grinned back at him. Suddenly across to them came Chiswell's jumbled words again, this time tinged with fear. Whispering, are you? I hear you over there plotting. You just try it. Rob me? No. Ha ha ha. 2 of them. 2. No, you can't. It isn't fair. I'm all alone. This time his voice ended in a little sob of terror, perhaps because he realized for the first time the odds against him, perhaps because he remembered that he'd thrown his gun away. Garth, from where he lay, reached out and threw a handful of dry, matted lichen upon the fire. For only a few seconds it blazed up, to reveal Chiswell crouched before his cave, a wild sight, trembling and waiting. And it revealed something else. Look! Again Proktols grabbed Garth's arm in his excitement, but Garth had seen it too. Within the cave behind Chiswell, along the sides, only dimly discernible in outline, were masses of something that was not rock, seemingly sacks of something. That was enough for Proktols. And Garth, too, was sure his own eyes were blazing as he tried not to let Proktols' fanaticism get him. Can you beat that for luck? Proktols was whispering. He started getting the gold out already. Or it's platinum, maybe. Anyway, it's going to save us a lot of time and work. Lord knows how he ever expected to get it away from here, but, well, I guess I'd have started mining too if I was in his shoes. Come on, Hype, let's get over there. Proktols had quite lost sight of the issue. Garth kept his own voice calm as he said, Not yet. It'll wait. Well, which is it going to be? Proktols was still staring over at the cave. Now he looked back at Garth. What did you say? I said, what happened to our little stalemate? You know, the one we were at a moment ago? The light in Proktols' eyes died. But Hype, you can't be serious. To pass up this? I've got to pass it up, pal. You know that all the wealth on this rock couldn't buy my freedom. There's my passport to freedom, crouching over there in front of that cave, and he's got to stay alive. Proktols was becoming angry. You're just exaggerating. Garth merely shook his head, smiling wryly. All right, Hype, I've got an idea. We'll finish off Chiswell. We've got to do that. Then we'll mine the gold. We'll get every ounce that's here, and that ought to be plenty. Then I could get back to Earth myself, and with all that wealth, I could help you. I'd make the proper contacts, bribe the right people. You know how it's done. And I'd really try, Hype, and you know you can trust me. Yes, I know I can. And I know you'd try, Prokol. But you simply haven't any idea what you'd be up against. Trying to buy a pardon for me? Any other man? Yes. But you see, Prokol, the Earth corporations would never let it go through. They know I'd soon be back pirating the space lanes again, and I would, too. I hear that pirating has been pretty tame since I've been away, if you know what I mean. Garth smiled reminiscently. Across to them came Chiswell's whimpering, his half-sobs of fright as he heard them whispering. He was like a trapped wild animal, not quite daring to flee for fear they would pounce upon him. Prokol's sullenness was slowly mounting to anger again. There was sweat upon his brow, his face twisted with indecision. Neither man had moved from where they lay, prone beside the dying fire. Garth looked at his partner and said, I'm going to leave it squarely to you, Prokol. The decision's all yours. Damn you, Hype! Hype simply watched. He wasn't smiling anymore, for he already knew what the decision would be. He saw the fanatic light return to his partner's eyes. He saw his jaw set determinedly. Prokol wiped the sweat from his brow, and his body tensed, the lure of the gold. Prokol twisted around to face Garth squarely then, but he couldn't look at him squarely, as he said in a voice that was hardly audible, I can't give it up, Hype. It's too much to ask. And with a sudden little push, he was on his feet and bounding low across the space toward the cave and Chiswell. The action was too sudden for Garth to do anything. He couldn't even get to his feet, much less intervene. He saw 2 leaps carry Prokol halfway across the space. He heard a frightened little cry from Chiswell, and suddenly he felt very sorry for him. The last 20 feet, Prokol literally soared, almost horizontally. He leapt too wide, but he managed to reach out and grasp the startled Chiswell by the throat. They fell lazily to the ground in a tangled heap, Chiswell bleeding in thin terror like a lamb with a wolf at his throat. Trapped animals can be very dangerous in their terror. Prokol's hold loosened, and he rolled over lightly. From his distance, Garth saw Chiswell's hand come up. He glimpsed something massive in it. He cried out a warning, and Prokol twisted around. But not in time. Garth saw the mass of rock descend, and he heard an awful crunching sound as it smashed Prokol's skull. Chiswell bleated no longer. The bleat was a snarl as he leapt astride Prokol, and without waiting to see if he were dead, gripped his neck with unbelievable strength. Garth heard the vertebrae snap sickeningly, and still the madman clung. He clung until he was quite sure Prokol wasn't going to move any more, and then his hand slowly loosened. He leapt aside, and with the mien of a sculptor surveying his masterpiece, he gazed on the thing at his feet. Then, uttering horrible little throat noises, he grasped Prokol's hands and dragged him to the cave and into the darkness beyond. Garth staggered blindly to his feet and stood there swaying. Prokol was dead, but there was something else. A semblance of thought and reason was trying to flow back to his brain, but it came too slowly. Garth moved toward the cave just as Chiswell emerged. If there had been any doubt before that the man was mad, there could not be now. As Garth approached him, he stood there half erect, gibbering, ghastly in the pale ghost light of the sun that was just beginning to reach down into the chasm. Garth stood before the disgusting thing that was no longer a man. His fist moved only a foot and caught the thing in the throat. On Chiswell's face, as he sailed backward, there was a look of mild surprise, as if he could not quite understand how it happened or why. But when he hit the rocky wall, he crumpled and lay still. Garth looked at his fist wonderingly. He passed a hand across his brow. That's what he had needed. Clear, concise thought was coming back. He entered the cave and stood a full minute there in the darkness before he remembered the torch at his side. He lifted it and was about to flood the cave with light. Then that familiar premonitory awareness was with him again. Abruptly, startlingly, vividly, it came, engulfing him. It told him not to click on the light. Garth stood stock still for a moment, hand half lifted, indecision creeping on him. Proktols' body was in there, he knew that. But, yes, that's what had brought the numb fear a minute ago. That's why this was different. Why had that madman dragged Proktols in here? For the first time in his life, Garth disregarded his warning premonition. He clicked on the torch. Out on the station, in the long, dreary days to come, Garth was to remember that scene. His torch remained on for only about 10 seconds, but in those seconds he remembered telling Proktols, some of the party may have been lost in space somewhere, but now he knew none of them had been. He recalled telling about the lichen and the moss here, which desperate men might conceivably use as food, but now he knew Chiswell had not. His ears rang again with the madman's words, all mine, and now he knew their horrible purport. He remembered when the fire had flared up and they had glimpsed dim masses of something along the sides of the cave, something that was not rock, something that was seemingly sacks of gold. But now he knew those dim shapes were not sacks of gold. It was not gold Chiswell guarded so viciously, for there was no gold here. In those few seconds before he clicked off the torch, Garth felt his mind slowly slipping away into a chaos of vertiginous horror, but he caught it on the brink. He retained enough of sanity to realize why he must not leave his dead friend here. He emerged with the body of Proktols into the palely creeping sunlight. He saw the thing that was Chiswell stir and breathe and try to sit up. Garth reached for his ray pistol, aimed it, and tried to press the button. Then he let his hand drop. That was strange. He had thought he felt sorry for the thing there before him, but now he didn't feel sorry. He simply didn't feel anything. But he had Proktols. With a body lightly across his shoulders, Garth began the ascent of the cliff to where the cruiser waited. He did not once look back. An idiotic desire to laugh seized him, but he did not laugh. He knew that if once he laughed, it would be wildly, and he could never stop, and he'd become as mad as the thing down there. End of section 4. Section 5 of 11 stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Thief of Mars, Part 1. Fate dealt Ron Jordan grim alternatives. Death by decree of the Space Patrol, or murder at the hands of this ruthless Martian pirate. Ron Jordan presented a disgusting sight of an Earthman in the last stages of dissipation. As he slouched along the single dark street of Halo City, the sardonically named pirate base on Ceres, Ron's clothing was dirty and worn. His shoulders hunched carelessly, and his arms dangled by his side. A week's growth of beard was on his face, and his hair was ragged and unkempt. If he had straightened from his slouch, he would have been an inch over 6 feet, with a lithe bulk that belayed the height, and despite his unsavory appearance at the present moment, his gray eyes in the dark face were startlingly clear. The outward appearance was all a disguise, for Jordan had a mission here. From the crude stone buildings on either side of the street came sounds of drunken laughter, the click of gambling wheels, the occasional curses as some player lost, and once Jordan saw the thin, blue flash of an electric pistol. He shrugged, knowing that life was cheap among these cutthroat pirates of many planets. He'd seen more than a score of men die in the single month he'd been here. As he neared the end of the street, one of the doors near him opened and 2 men staggered out. One was a bulking Martian with dark, leathery face and heavy-lidded eyes. The other was an Earthman. The Martian, a little drunk, stumbled into Jordan and cursed. Jordan mumbled an apology and tried to move unobtrusively out of the way. At this, the Martian's lips curved. He turned to his champion and said contemptuously, "Listen to him. He apologizes. The scum." With that word, he struck Jordan hard across the face with the back of his hand. Jordan took the blow, falling to the street and cringing. Hot anger flooded his brain at the insult, and his muscles quivered. However, he restrained himself, for he had long ago decided that his mission here could only be accomplished passively. He peered up through eyes that were dull now, and saw the Martian's hand slide to the pistol in his belt. Jordan tensed, ready to launch himself up. But the Martian's companion stopped him when his hand was on the pistol. "Don't waste a charge on him. Besides, he's useful to us around here. Runs errands, cleans out the ships, etc. I think he's a little touched." He tapped his head significantly, looking pityingly down at Jordan. Jordan peered up and allowed his lips to part in an idiotic grin, revealing teeth and gums that were purplish, as though from chewing the mind-destroying Eschen stems. "You're right," the Martian said cruelly. "He's an Eschen hound. People who chew that stuff ought to live. Killing them would be too merciful." He kicked Jordan in the ribs, and Jordan took that blow too, clenching his teeth tight together. It would not do to make a stand yet. He watched the two men move away and then rose to his feet. It had been the smartest and safest thing he had done, never to have a pistol on him. No one was foolish enough to come to this pirate base unarmed. Therefore, they all looked upon him as touched and harmless. And he couldn't afford to get into any brawls yet. Jordan reached the great hollow space at the end of the street. This served as a spaceport, with ships of all sizes and designs resting there in scattered profusion. Pirates came here whenever they pleased, sat down for a day or a week, and then left for places unknown and unasked. The entire hollow was pretty well concealed between ragged black cliffs that sheered up sharply on both sides. Now Jordan moved out among the ships, searching for the one he had heard had just arrived that morning. Thus he had searched in the month he had been here, taking a careful look at each new arrival. He was waiting for one ship only, knowing it would be only a matter of time till it set down here. He would wait 6 months, a year if necessary, until the Lucifer came. And when it did, Jordan's lips pressed into a tight little line as his eyes became space cold and vengeful. Ron Jordan was here to clear his brother Carl, who had been sentenced to the Venus prison swamp for life on a charge of smuggling ciliites. Footnote: entities of silicon found only on the large asteroids. Almost human in shape and actions, they possess a ciliac life base rather than carbon and remain a puzzle to scientists who have studied them. Being comparatively docile, reasonably intelligent, and tireless workers, they were originally brought to Earth for purposes of cheap labor. It was soon discovered, however, that they could be very dangerous. They possessed a fantastic and insatiable appetite for metal, and if not closely watched, would destroy any with which they came in contact, first corroding it by means of peculiar crystalline emanations, and then digesting it. After some very calamitous experiences, the law was passed in 2139 forbidding any ciliites being removed from the asteroids on penalty of death. End of footnote. That was only a few months ago, and it was a false charge. Carl Jordan, stranded on Mars, had hired out to the Lucifer a freighter purportedly scheduled for Earth. Instead, it had headed out toward Jupiter. It was an age-old Shanghai trick. 4 others besides Carl Jordan had been similarly duped. The owner and captain, a Martian named Tarnuf, explained that they would be well paid upon reaching Callisto, and the men agreed, including Jordan. Then, reaching the asteroids, the ship sat down on one of the large rocks, and Tarnuf explained that they were to take on a cargo of Ciliites. The men, a villainous bunch anyway, still agreed, all except Jordan, who rebelled. The men found a colony of Ciliites and were herding them into the ship when a patrol ship was sighted sweeping upon them. Tarnuf, in return for Jordan's rebellion, knocked him out and left him on the asteroid. The patrol ship pursued the Lucifer, but lost it, then returned and found Carl Jordan there with the Ciliites. He had protested his innocence in vain, but in view of the circumstances, he was only given a life sentence instead of the usual swift death penalty. Now Jordan peered around the hollow of the Ceres spaceport. More than a score of ships rested there. It was very dark, but he recognized most of them. Then, on the far side, he saw it. As he approached and made out the design of the ship, his heart leapt. It might, just possibly might be the one. It was a Martian freighter, all right, although rather sleek and slim with a suggestion of speed. He came nearer. There were side tubes, 4 of them, horizontally, one above the other, unusually far forward, just as Carl had described. Ron moved to the rear of the ship. Yes, there were the triple rear tubes, flexible, resting along the wide fin, which could raise or lower them. They were huge, 6 feet in diameter, with smaller auxiliary tubes arranged circularly around them. Ron's heart was pounding now. If this wasn't the Lucifer, it must be a twin. It was a solid black ship, perfectly in keeping with the name. He walked toward the prow, looking up at the circular ports as he passed. All were dark, apparently no one being aboard at present. He reached the prow, looked up for the name, and saw it dimly. Martian Belle. Ron's heart fell in his abrupt disappointment. Wrong, after all. It meant more weeks, perhaps months of waiting, while his brother languished in the Black Venus prison swamp without news. Ron started to walk away when an idea occurred to him. He took out a tiny torch, the only object he carried on him. It might be dangerous flashing a light around a strange ship, but he had to chance it. This ship was so very similar that he had to be sure. He clicked the Panadur button and flashed the powerful beam upward, playing it across the words Martian Belle. Then his heart leapt. A great square patch had been newly painted there, and beneath that patch his beam picked out the old letters Lucifer. Without wasting another second, Jordan hurried to the dark cliff a short distance away. He found a narrow defile that led up into the rock, followed it, and reached a little cave. There, fumbling, he at last found the electro-pistol he had hidden beneath a pile of rocks. He hurried back to the spacer and pondered what to do. He had planned no further than this. Obviously, the only thing to do was await the return of the owner, the Martian, Tarnuf, he sincerely hoped. Ron settled down comfortably beneath the rear lateral fin to wait. It must have been hours later. Ron was aware he had dozed several times, but now he heard footsteps approaching and jerked himself alert. Silently, he crept beneath the undercurve of the hull toward the main side portal. There he stood very still in the deeper darkness and watched a lone figure approaching. It was a Martian, all right. He could tell that by the huge, vague bulk of him. Ron waited until he came within a few yards. Then he stepped out and said, "Hello, Tarnuf." The Martian stopped suddenly, then leaned forward, peering through the dark. "An Earthman," he rasped. "What are you doing around my ship? Clear out of here." He started to stride forward again purposefully. "Don't come any closer," Jordan snapped. "I've got a pistol trained right on you." The Martian looked down and saw it. He said tersely, "How do you know my name? What do you want?" Jordan didn't answer the first question, but smiled at the confirmation. I want 3 things, Tarnuf. First, I want you to toss your pistol over here on the ground. Next, I want you to enter this ship ahead of me. Finally, I want you to sign a paper, after which I may or may not let you go, depending on how you comply. Tarnuf didn't move. He stood there staring. Quick, your pistol, Jordan snapped, or you get a taste of mine. Oh, no. Tarnuf was looking above Jordan's head. He went on quickly. All right, Auric, grab him. Jordan laughed aloud. That old trick, I don't fall. His voice was cut off as 2 huge hands reached down and closed around his throat. At the same instant, Tarnuf leapt forward and knocked the pistol from his hand. That old trick, eh? But sometimes it works. Nice going, Auric. Heard voices. Came to see, a gruff voice said. Jordan was dangling, his toes barely touching the ground. He couldn't breathe. The hands tightened still more as very powerful arms hauled him up into the airlock. There the hands loosened and Jordan crumpled to the floor, half conscious. He was barely aware of Tarnuf climbing in and his voice saying, Throw him in one of the empty cabins, Auric, then stand by in the rocket room. We're taking off. I'll attend to the brave Earthman later. Ron came back to full consciousness, his head spinning dizzily as the blood rushed back. He was lying on the floor of a bare metal room. The door was locked, as expected. Were they in space already? He hadn't heard the throb of the rockets. He rushed to the port and looked out. No, they were still resting in the dark hollow of Ceres. He tried the port, and to his surprise, it swung open. That meant they'd be rising very soon, else Auric wouldn't have been so careless. Ron estimated his chances and made up his mind quickly. He'd have to get out of here while he could, then find another entrance whereby he could gain the control room where Tarnuf was. At least the element of surprise would be in his favor. He clambered through the port and slid down the smooth curve of the ship, finally dropping to the ground 10 feet below. There were 4 airlocks, 1 pair amidship and the other pair near the prow. He tried them all. All were tightly sealed. He ran back toward the stern, looking up at the row of ports. But there were no handholds for him there, even if he could have leapt up and reached them. He stopped suddenly at the huge rectangular underhull repulsion plates. No, there was no entrance that way. Even as he looked at them, he heard their low, steady hum begin. The entire hull began quivering. He ran on and reached the rear fin just as the ship began to lift. With a little prayer, he leapt and pulled himself up. It was a foolhardy thing to do. Ron knew that. Even as he was climbing atop a 6-foot tube by using a smaller tube as a ladder. He knew the atmosphere ended about a half a mile up. He also knew that if those tubes started blasting suddenly, he'd be a cinder in no time at all. He gained his precarious perch and moved along toward the rocket room port a dozen feet ahead of him. Luckily, the spacer was lifting slowly. He reached the port and peered in. Auric, a huge Jovian brute, was facing half away from Ron. His hands were on the fuel levers as though awaiting orders from Tarnuf. The spacer stopped rising just clear of the cliffs. The air was tenuous, barely breathable now. With frantic fingers, Ron tugged at the rim around the heavy glass port. It was useless. At the same instant, he saw Auric throw several levers. The small tubes on which Ron was standing began to vibrate, and he could feel increasing heat through his heavy shoes. Desperately, he raised one foot and crashed his heel against the glass. It rang hollowly, but didn't break. Auric turned at the sound, a startled look on his huge, stupid face. Again, Ron lashed out, and a third time. The glass crashed inward just as Auric advanced toward him with powerful, long arms reaching out. The heat under Ron's feet was unbearable now. Heedless of the ragged glass, he grabbed the upper edge of the port and launched his entire body through, feet first. His feet caught the advancing Auric squarely in the chest and sent him staggering back. Ron himself crashed to the floor. He arose just as Oryx came at him again with slow deliberateness. Ron glanced hurriedly around for a weapon, but there was nothing. He ducked under the reaching arms, crashed a blow to the Jovian's body and another to his face. He saw Oryx grin. He tried to escape the arms, but they found him and closed around him crushingly. Ron struggled, but his own arms were pressed tight in that relentless grip. He could only stare up into the grayish face that was still grinning. The breath was slowly leaving him, the pressure on his lungs agonizing. He brought his knee up sharply into Oryx's side, but couldn't reach it. Suddenly, Tarnof's voice came through the communicating tube. "All right, Oryx. Full power now. All tubes." The pressure of Oryx's arms loosened for a moment as he stared around. At the same time, Ron feigned unconsciousness. His head drooped forward, and he allowed his whole body to go limp. Oryx dropped him to the floor and turned to the tube. Instantly, Ron was on his feet, but silently. One leap brought him to Oryx's side, and he snatched out the pistol. Even as the Jovian was turning, Ron pressed it hard against his side and released the trigger. It wasn't an electrogun. It was one of the Martian-style pistols that fired tiny atomic bullets. The bullet entered Oryx's side and exploded at once, tearing a gaping hole through him. He staggered forward, his mouth open ludicrously, as though he would speak. Only a gurgling sound emerged. Then he crashed to the floor. Ron wasted a moment to lean weakly against the wall. Suddenly he saw that the ship was rising again, the air of this room swiftly escaping through the shattered port. Tarnof was calling, "Oryx, I said full power!" Ron leapt to an iron locker, wrenched it open, and saw a pair of space suits. Quickly he donned one and clamped the helmet down just as the utter cold of space swept into the room. He pressed the oxygen tank release and breathed gratefully as air came flowing into the helmet. Then he stepped to the bank of fuel levers and pulled them all down. The spacer leapt forward, leaving Ceres far behind as triple blasts of fire streamed from the huge tubes. Pulling Oryx's huge body after him, Ron stepped quickly into the interior of the ship and stood a moment listening. Not a sound came from Tarnof. Far forward in the control room, Ron dragged Oryx's body to the central airlock and gave it a decent burial in space. Not until then did he divest himself of the cumbersome spacesuit. He examined the atom pistol and saw there were still 5 or 6 charges in the firing chamber. Then he moved forward, opened the control room door silently, and stood just within the threshold. Tarnof was hunched over the calculation table, his back to the door. Once or twice he reached out and moved a directional finder infinitesimally to agree with the chart. Ron watched silently, a grim smile on his lips. Not until Tarnof straightened up from his task did Ron speak. "For the second time, Tarnof. Hello." The Martian whirled around in the seat, saw Ron with the pistol leveled. "You!" he exclaimed, starting to spring up but sinking down again. "So, you broke out, eh? That clumsy fool. Oryx, wait till I get my hands on him." His face darkened. Ron laughed aloud. "You'll have a hard time doing that. Your strong-armed pal is 1,000 miles behind us in space by this time." "Yes," he answered the other's questioning eyes. "I blasted a hole through him." He gestured to the Martian's belt. "I'll take that pistol now. I asked for it a little while ago, you remember? First stand up, then toss it to me. Careful." Tarnof obeyed sullenly. Ron caught the pistol and jammed it in his belt. "And now my electro gun, please." "That's right." "Thanks. You've got your course charted?" "Yes." "For where?" "Callisto." "Good enough for the time being. Now, lock those controls and sit down at the table again. We'll get down to business." "I haven't any business with you, Earthman." "Oh, yes, you have, but you don't know it yet. Sit down." Ron shoved the pistol at him meaningfully. Tarnof complied, appearing more puzzled than he was sullen. But he did not remain puzzled long as Ron drew out a folded paper and handed it to him. I'm Ron Jordan. The name may mean something to you when you've read that. You will then sign it if you wish to ever leave this ship alive. Ron watched him closely as he read, and saw comprehension slowly dawn in the Martian's eyes. Tarnif finished the brief but concise story of the asteroid incident as related by Carl Jordan. Then he looked up with an almost contemptuous smile on his lips. Ah, yes, I remember now. Your brother, I presume. I had heard on the telecast that he was sentenced for smuggling ciliates. Most unfortunate. Unfortunate for you. Right now, sign. Tarnif calmly ignored the menacing pistol and said, But this statement implicates me most seriously, Ron Jordan. I do not like that. Sign, Ron said through clenched teeth, or I blast you here and now. Tarnif shook his head. That's one thing I know you won't do. Not without my signature. You need it too badly. Do I? You forget one thing, Tarnif. The patrol's still looking for a ship named Lucifer, and your attempt to disguise it was pretty clumsy. I had intended to let you escape at your convenience, but now I'll just have to take you and this ship back to Earth. That should be conclusive enough. But Tarnif was smiling blandly, leaning back in the chair. He was hugely amused at something, and Ron was vaguely worried without exactly knowing why. No, Ron Jordan, the Martian was saying. I don't think you'll dare set this spacer on Earth or any other planet. Why not? Because you know too well the penalty for ciliate smuggling. Has it not occurred to you what my cargo is? I'm carrying a full load of ciliates at this moment. As soon as you set down anywhere, I'll swear to the authorities that you're my accomplice in this. They'll believe it, too. In view of what happened to your brother, they'll think slave trade runs in your family. Tarnif laughed harshly, looking up at Ron's suddenly perplexed face. End of section 5. Section 6 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Thief of Mars, Part 2. It was several seconds before Ron could realize the implication of the words. Then he said explosively, I don't believe you. You don't believe I've got the ciliates aboard? Come and see for yourself. Ron knew by the man's cool insolence that he spoke the truth, but he followed Tarnif back into the ship anyway, keeping him at pistol point. The Martian unlocked and threw back several doors, and there were the ciliates. Only twice in his life had Ron ever seen the queer creatures, and never at this close range. They stood erect and were roughly human in shape, but that's as far as the resemblance went. They were formed of thousands of faceted crystals which clung together with peculiar cohesion, flashing iridescently whenever they moved. Instead of arms, dozens of chain-like crystalline tentacles hung down from a position near their shoulders. The creatures appeared so brittle and fragile that it seemed they would fall apart at the slightest touch. But this was purely illusion. They possessed a dull sort of intelligence, but obeyed instructions implicitly once they understood. And they'd work for tremendous lengths of time to earn the scraps of metal which they absorbed and relished. For this reason, they brought fabulous prices on such outposts as Callisto, despite the fact that the owners had to work them discreetly, hiding them whenever inspectors came. You see, Jordan, Tarnif said, closing the doors. And that's only part of 'em. I got over 100 aboard. You can put the pistol away now. You won't need it. He moved past Ron and back to the control room. Ron followed him slowly, pondering the unexpected and hazardous situation he found himself in. Hazardous because the patrol had a special contingent in the asteroid lanes in an effort to stop the ciliate smuggling, which had reached unprecedented heights in the past year. Tarnif was right. He dare not take this ship back to Earth now, And if a patrol ship intercepted them in space, he'd soon be keeping Carl company in the Venus prison swamp. No, he wouldn't either. Worse than that, caught red-handed with ciliates in transit would mean the death penalty. Well, it's your move, Jordan. The Martian's voice, his entire mien, was one of amused complacency. He stepped to the controls. Shall I rechart for Earth? No! The word came explosively, and Ron was immediately sorry. Tarnoff chuckled. I thought not. Well? We keep on for Callisto, Ron said with a finality he didn't feel. It's nearer. Tarnoff was still unperturbed. Oh, I see. And there you will turn me over to the authorities, eh? Well, Jordan, that means you cut your own throat. I meant it. What I said? You're in this with me now. Ron stood motionless, frowning and indecisive. Tarnoff's voice was suddenly serious. Come, Jordan, you're in a spot and you know it. So am I. I want to get these ciliates through safely. So I'll make you a proposition. Come in this with me. I know how to land these things on Callisto and how to get rid of them. We'll have the cash an hour after we land. This was to be my last load. It's getting risky. But I know where I can get 100 more, and with your help, we can get them through too. We'll split 50-50. Ron smiled thinly, indicating the pistols in his belt. You're in a hell of a position to be talking like that, Tarnoff. If I wanted the ciliates, I'd take them all. But I don't want any part of your filthy business. The smile on the Martian's leathery face faded into a dark frown. Oh, just like your brother, eh? All right, about this time tomorrow we'll be approaching Callisto. And what then? Maybe you'll be joining your brother. I heard that the Venus swamp is a slow and hideous death. Some men prefer the swiftness of the ray chamber to it. Ron knew that, and involuntarily he winced. He'd come out here to clear Carl. He'd waited a long, weary month for the opportunity, and he had bungled it. Tarnoff pressed his advantage. Since you have a peculiar aversion to breaking the Earth-made laws, I can think of only one other way out of our little stalemate. A way which I personally prefer, but I wonder if you would dare. Ron looked at Tarnoff narrowly and didn't like the smile which had appeared again on his face. There was a mocking challenge in it. Tarnoff went on. I would much prefer, in your Earth idiom, to comb you out of my hair and continue unhampered to Callisto. But as matters stand, he glanced shrewdly at Ron's hand, which hovered near the weapons in his belt, you have control of the ship at the present moment. On the other hand, you need my signature on this statement to clear your brother of his sentence. True, the statement implicates me to the fullest extent of the law. He paused. The smile on his face widened imperceptibly, and Ron nodded impatient agreement. Nevertheless, Tarnoff went on, I will sign this damnatory statement. Ron stepped forward eagerly. You will? Good. Now you're talking. On one condition. No conditions! I will sign this paper, the Martian went on, and I will keep it in my possession. My conditions are that if I give you a chance at it, you'll give me an equal chance to take over the ship again. In other words, one of us takes everything. Ron frowned. What are you driving at? Exactly this. I intend that if this ship reaches Callisto, I'll be the only man alive on it. On the other hand, it may reach Earth. If it does, you'll be the only man alive on it. And you'll have my signed statement clearing both yourself and your brother. Ron was listening. Go on, he said. Tarnoff indicated the pistols in Ron's belt. 2 identical atom pistols there. The Martian Vinith. You have heard of it. Ron was suddenly tense, standing there, his brain spinning with the idea. Yes, he had heard of it. The cunning dueling game which men like Tarnoff sometimes engaged in. Mostly on the dark asteroids, the duel which called for the most infinite precision and cunning, in which the first mistake usually meant death. Tarnoff was watching Ron shrewdly now. He saw his indecision. He said sharply, All or nothing, man. Get it over with quickly. After all, you've got more to gain than I. Your brother's life and your own. Also more to lose, Ron muttered. He glanced around the control cabin. But here, in the ship? How? No, of course not here. One loose atomic bullet would blast through the hull. We combat outside, and only one of us will enter the ship again. Ron drew one of the Martian pistols, hoisted it thoughtfully in his hand. He had slain Auric with it. That had been the first time he'd ever fired one. But he liked the easy, comfortable feel, every bit as familiar as his own electro pistol. Well, Tarnoff was impatient. With a sudden surge of confidence, Ron made up his mind. You're right, Tarnoff. Let's get it over with, one way or the other. I think I'm as good a man as you at any game. Rules? Tarnoff smiled, held up one finger. One apiece. Gonna make it precise, eh? That's okay by me. I'm considered a pretty good shot with any kind of pistol. And I, replied Tarnoff with an easy arrogance, have killed 4 men on asteroids in duels such as this. Marksmanship is not all. Ron nodded. He removed the charges from both firing chambers, making very sure that only one charge was left in each. Your electro pistol, Tarnoff said. Leave it here in the control room. Not that I don't trust you, but everything must be equal. I've a better idea than that. I don't trust you either. Want to watch this? Ron donned a spacesuit again, stepped into the airlock, and hurled his electro pistol far away into the void, where it drifted out of reach forever. Tarnoff, watching from a port, nodded his satisfaction as Ron returned. And now the statement, Ron said, drawing the paper from his pocket, which you will sign after first adding a P.S. absolving me entirely if I should be apprehended with these ciliites on my hands. Tarnoff looked up, smiling. You think of everything, don't you? It pays. Tarnoff wrote for a minute, signed, and handed it to Ron. The latter read it and was satisfied. Tarnoff took the paper from Ron's hands again and slipped it into his own pocket. If I win, I shall destroy this. If you win, which I doubt, you may take it from me at your convenience. You think of everything too? Okay, Ron shrugged. He held out the identical pistols. Your choice, if it means anything. It doesn't, but I'll take this one. Tarnoff took one of the pistols, then climbed into a spacesuit as Ron waited. Which airlocks? Ron asked through the audio phone in his helmet. I'd suggest the central ones. I'll take the port side and you the starboard. We'll enter the respective locks at the same instant, then into space. After that, well, only one of us will enter the ship again. They moved into parallel corridors on opposite sides of the ship. Instantly, Ron was alert, not trusting the Martian out of his sight now that they were both armed with a bullet apiece. But their helmet phones were on. Ron stopped a moment and listened. He heard the other's amused voice. Stopping, Jordan? On to your airlock. Goodbye. But don't mind if I don't wish you good luck. The same to you. Ron entered his lock. The inner door closed automatically, and a few seconds later the outer door opened. He knew Tarnoff had done likewise, for he could hear the faint sound of the mechanism through his phones. Then he knew that Tarnoff had swung outside, for he heard a couple of metallic clicks as the magnetic shoes made contact on the outer, opposite side of the hull. Satisfied, Ron moved out too, and his own shoes swung around in an arc to make contact. For a single instant, he was appalled at the utter, outer immensity, the sweeping darkness. Then he did not look outward again, but clung to the hull facing it. He knew the Lucifer was still speeding along on its full rocket blast, but not relative to him. The helmet phones had given him an idea. He held his breath, listening. He heard the faint clicks of Tarnoff's shoes as he moved along on the opposite side. He seemed to be moving toward the bow. Then Ron heard a different click as Tarnoff shut off his phone. Ron chuckled as he reached up and shut off his own. He was sure Tarnoff had done that deliberately and probably was reversing his direction and moving sternward now. Ron didn't move at all for a minute. He clung there lightly, peering up along the sweeping curve of the hull above his head, ready to use his pistol if Tarnoff should appear there. But Tarnoff didn't appear, and Ron thought it likely he wouldn't for a while. He hadn't forgotten the other's words. Marksmanship is not all. 1 bullet apiece. Probably Tarnoff would try to make him waste his bullet, thus putting Ron at his mercy. That would be the logical thing to do. Keeping this in mind, Ron moved carefully sternward. He held the pistol ready in his hand. Occasionally he peered upward along the curve, alert and ready for anything. He wondered what Tarnoff had in mind. But this wasn't a guessing game. It was far more deadly than that, and he'd have to be very sure before he fired his bullet. But there was still another danger. This hull was his only world now, and he was almost weightless. He clung to it fiercely as he inched along, knowing that it wouldn't take much of a shove to send him drifting free, out of its gravity forever. He looked along the straight line of it and saw the faint glow of the rocket blasts. His brain writhed at a sudden horrible thought. Would Tarnoff try to gain the control room again, change the course suddenly, and thus shake him off into space? At this thought, Ron hurried his progress a little, making for the 4 parallel side tubes he could see a little distance away. They were the only tubes that weren't blasting, being used only in emergency. They would allow him firmer footage, and maybe it would be a good idea to wait there until Tarnoff came somewhere in sight. As he neared these tubes, something seemed wrong with them. There was something else there, a vague, dark blur between the second and third tubes. Ron stopped suddenly. Could Tarnoff have reached there already? No, that was impossible. He moved forward cautiously, and the blur didn't stir. And then Ron saw what it was. He was glad he had shut off his helmet phone, for he laughed loudly, a little hysterically, the sound almost bursting his eardrums inside the helmet. Wedged between those horizontally parallel tubes was Oryx's huge body, which Ron had thought he had buried in space. Apparently, it had been caught in the gravity of the ship again and had slid slowly along the hull, luckily right in line with those tubes, to finally come to rest there. Ron had been indecisive. Now he felt his brain become suddenly cool and concise. He knew what he must do. It had been pure luck that he had taken the starboard side instead of Tarnoff. It was an omen. But it would be risky. Ron suddenly sobered, moved along until he could grasp Oryx by the collar. He tugged. The body was wedged tight, just fitting the space between the tubes. Ron thrust the pistol into his belt and used both hands. At last the body came free. He saw that he'd have to leave the pistol in his belt now. If Tarnoff should suddenly appear somewhere over the curve of the hull, it would be the end, but he'd have to risk it. Hugging the body tightly to him, he moved a little higher, up to the long line of circular ports. He moved slowly back toward the center of the ship, peering into each glassite port as he passed. But he couldn't find what he was looking for. All was dark within. At last he came to one that wasn't so dark. He saw a faint scintillation of color. Ciliates. There were at least a score of them in this cabin into which he peered. He had almost forgotten about them, but now he was glad of their faint flashing light, for he saw what he sought, one of the lockers containing spacesuits. He knew the Ciliates could live in airless space, so he didn't hesitate. A few blows with his metallic shoe, and the port shattered. It was almost his undoing. The rush of air from the room came so suddenly it almost swept him away into space. Just in time, he grasped the edge of a circular opening with one hand, clung tenaciously to his gruesome burden with the other. Then the air was gone, and he shoved Oryx's body into the room ahead of him. Instantly, the Ciliates crowded around, their chain-like tentacles clashing, reaching out toward him. Ron could feel their crystal coldness even through his spacesuit. He shoved them recklessly out of the way, knowing they were harmless. At last he procured a spacesuit, and then came a job not to his liking, fitting Oryx's huge body into it. At last, however, it was accomplished. He shoved the bulging, helmeted figure outside again and climbed out beside it. Ron's lips tightened grimly now. If his luck held, he'd make Tarnoff waste his bullet. But where was Tarnoff? For a second, Ron thought of clicking on his phone again and calling out to see what would happen. But no, that would give his own position away. If he didn't know where Tarnif was, neither did the Martian know where he was. Ron took a guess and moved toward the stern again. He knew he would have to be doubly careful now, and yet, paradoxically, he'd have to take a chance. With difficulty, he held the space-suited figure close to his side. As he came ever nearer the stern, he began to move oblique upward, peering intently all along the hull's horizon for a sight of Tarnif. Would this trick work? Perhaps Tarnif wouldn't fire at the first sight of space-helmeted figure as Ron hoped. And yet, why not? He'd be expecting no other moving figure out here except Ron's. Ron was almost at the stern tubes now. He began to wonder if Tarnif had taken the other direction after all, toward the bow of the ship. He took a firmer hold on the body beside him, moved a few more feet obliquely upward, and then he had guessed right. He saw the Martian. Ron caught only a glimpse of him, flattened against the hull with his pistol held ready, before he jerked his own head down again. He looked at Oryx's dead grayish face inside the plate so close to his own. He could only hope that Tarnif wouldn't recognize it. Luckily, the two helmets were identical, and Ron was sure that if Tarnif fired at all, it would be at the faceplate. It was a gruesome thing to do, but this was no time for squeamishness, Ron thought, as he began easing the body up inches at a time. It was the age-old trick to draw the enemy's fire. Nothing happened. He pushed the body higher, almost recklessly, but maintained a firm grip on it. Still higher. He was sure it must be at least partially in Tarnif's line of vision by now. Why didn't he fire? Could he have detected? And then it did happen. So suddenly that Ron couldn't even gasp his surprise. There was an abrupt puff of atomic dust above him. At the same instant, he felt Oryx's body torn, spinning out of his grasp. Then he saw the space-suited figure drifting lazily outward. It was grotesque, headless. The ruse had worked. Tarnif had fired his bullet, and very accurately. Ron felt a fierce surge of exultation as he drew his own pistol and then hauled himself swiftly up into Tarnif's sight. Tarnif had risen to his feet. He still held the pistol loosely in his hand. A satisfied little smile was on his lips. Then he caught sight of Ron. The smile vanished. The pistol fell and went skidding lightly across the hull. The expression on his face was so ludicrous that Ron wanted to laugh. Instead, he reached up and clicked on his helmet phone, motioning Tarnif to do the same. "Beat you," Ron cried fiercely. "Beat you at your own game, Tarnif, and it was easy. Now, before I kill you, I want you to know it's going to be the greatest pleasure of my life." Tarnif looked out at the drifting body he had just blasted. He nodded, and when he spoke, his voice almost purred. "Ah, now I see. Clever, Jordan, very clever. But don't congratulate yourself too soon because you haven't won yet. We're back at the stalemate again. Why don't you pull the trigger, Jordan? Go ahead and pull it and blast yourself to dust." Startled, Ron looked down at the weapon in his hand. Now it was Tarnif who was exultant as he went on. "You never had a chance, Jordan. Never from the beginning. You see, I counted on your Earth chivalry, and you did just what I expected. Gave me my choice of what you thought were identical pistols. But they aren't identical. The one you now hold works in reverse. Such reverse pistols have stood me in good stead on several occasions, and I always make it a point to have one with me. Fire it, and blast yourself, not me." They stood facing each other, perhaps 30 feet apart. Tarnif glanced down and saw the pistol he had dropped. He reached out with his foot and slid it along the hull to Jordan. "There you are. If you'll compare the two, you'll see that the firing mechanism of yours is in reverse. One needs to look very closely to detect the difference." Ron didn't bother to pick up the weapon. "You know I don't know a thing about these Martian pistols, Tarnif." "Exactly. You don't. Ron glanced at the gun in his hand, keeping a wary eye on Tarnuf. The strange weapon looked all right to him, and yet even his inexperienced eye saw that it might very easily have been tampered with so that the atomic bullet would explode in the chamber. He did know that these were dangerous and tricky weapons, and that's why most men preferred the earth electro pistols. All right, Tarnuf, we'll settle it without weapons. Ron stopped suddenly. Something was wrong with Tarnuf. The Martian was staring past him, real horror on his face and in his voice as he whispered hoarsely, "My God, Jordan!" Ron knew this was no trick. Tarnuf was terrified. Ron whirled, stared, and became frozen. The pistol, Tarnuf, everything else was forgotten as he felt a chill go up his spine at the sight. Literally dozens of ciliates were swarming all over the hull amidships, and they seemed to be absorbing the metal, literally devouring it, digesting it. Already a gaping hole was in the hull, and it grew even larger as more ciliates came swarming up from below to join in the fantastic meal. "You did this!" Tarnuf was shrieking now at Ron. "You fool! You must have let them out one of the portholes. I had those rooms lined with wood, the one thing they won't digest, and you let them escape!" Ron paid little heed to Tarnuf's raging, but went leaping toward the ciliates with some notion of throwing them off into space, anything to get them away from there. But he couldn't even reach them. When he was yet yards away, he felt a fierce heat exuding from them, heat generated by the digested metal, and he saw them becoming slowly rosy radiant. The heat drove Ron away. He turned and walked back toward Tarnuf again. The latter hadn't moved. "Well, Jordan," he grated, "I hope you're satisfied with your bungling. Here goes the Lucifer right out from under us, thanks to you. There's enough oxygen in these spacesuits for about 1 more hour. "Well, I wouldn't worry about it," Ron laughed suddenly, laughed in joyous relief, and pointed. "Look, here comes help, and just in the nick of time." Far behind them, a tiny silvery dot was barely discernible against the darkness, but it grew steadily larger as it took on the shape of a spaceship. Moving unmistakably toward them, they watched in silence as it came nearer. Suddenly Tarnuf exclaimed, "Help, did you say, Jordan? Here comes the final touch, you mean, our finish. That's a patroller." "Are you sure of that, Tarnuf?" "Sure of it, man. I've been dodging the patrol so much out here, I can tell 'em 1,000,000 miles off." "So I win after all, Tarnuf. That statement you signed absolves me. Let 'em come." Ron waved his arms wildly in the direction of the approaching ship. "Come on, you birds, step on it." Tarnuf reached suddenly into his pocket and brought out the folded paper. "Yes, it does clear you, doesn't it? You and your brother both. Thanks for reminding me. Jordan, in the excitement, I almost forgot about that." And then Tarnuf's voice became shrill with maniac glee. "But it won't do either of you any good. By the time that patrol ship gets here, there won't be any paper." He whirled suddenly and leapt toward the stern rocket tubes only a few yards away. In a flash of horror, Ron realized his intention, to destroy that paper in the rocket blast. Ron took 2 bounding steps after him and then realized he could never catch him in time. But Ron still held the atom pistol. He swung his arm stiffly up in a straight line with Tarnuf's back and pulled the trigger. It was a purely instinctive action, and not until a split second later did Ron realize it, and he laughed wildly then, for Tarnuf had been bluffing about the pistol. There was no reverse action to it. He saw the center of Tarnuf's back explode in ghastly devastation. Then Tarnuf, or what was left of him, plunged head foremost down along the sharp curve of the hull toward the rocket tubes. Ron leapt after him, but it was too late. He saw the crumpled paper jarred from Tarnuf's outflung hand. It drifted lazily on, down over the rocket tube, and then out into the blast, where it vanished in an insignificant little puff of flame. Ron was suddenly very weary. He didn't move from where he stood. He just sat down there, bowed his head in his hands, and waited. Hello? Hello? Jordan, is it? Can you hear us? Hello? The voice came so faintly in Ron's ears that it sounded like a dream. He lifted his head, stared around, then realized it was coming through his phone. Yeah, I hear you, he replied tonelessly, looking out at the patrol ship, which was nearer than he had supposed. Commander Graham of Patrol Ship Terra speaking. Lucky thing for you, Jordan, we've had you in our MagnaView plate for the past half an hour and in our phones for the past 10 minutes. We heard everything, so don't worry, you're in the clear. That is the Lucifer, I suppose. You suppose right, Commander. Come and get it. Ron looked back at the Cilliites. They were still at it. The damn things were insatiable. The gaping hole had widened perceptibly, and they were working in his direction now. Ron could almost imagine he felt the heat of them already. He leapt to his feet and turned on his helmet phone full power. Hey, Commander, he yelled. Pardon me for asking, but how long would it take you to hurry? Better get here in 5 minutes or I'll be a mere hunk of dessert for these animated rock piles. Step on those rockets. He heard someone chuckling, and then he sighed his relief as he saw the patroller respond with full blast. End of section 6. Section 7 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. City of the Living Flame, Part 1. The legendary city of Montonac lay hidden beneath Mars' polar cap, its heart a pulsing flame from outer space. Jim Landor found the fabulous green flame, found it sentiently, evilly, alive, and that its living meant death for all mankind. Startled into action, Jim Landor straightened in his seat. He peered eagerly through the forward visiplate of the tiny rocket plane. From the Martian metropolis that nestled in the opposite hemisphere, 1,300 miles away, he had taken the poorly mapped, wearisome rocket course of the polar route in order to save time. Thus, he avoided being hampered by the magnetic storms raging over the Red Desert at this season. At least, so he told his friends. But the all-important reason he had kept to himself. It was not only that they would have laughed at him, that mattered little, but that a growing, nameless dread made him even more reserved than usual. He smiled thinly now as he visualized their reactions had he dared mention the mythical city of Montonac. Montonac, city of forgotten men, where reposed the fabulous emerald large enough to ransom a world. Yes, Jim thought without bitterness. At last he had joined the fatal number of men, usually Earthmen, who had searched for Montonac. He was persuaded against all reason that it did exist somewhere among the polar wastes, and it was most imperative that he find it. He was sure that then he would find his brother, too, who had disappeared scarcely a month before. In his perilous passage above the cap, Jim had zigzagged the rocket plane dangerously off its course, searching the limitless white wastes with the intentness of desperation, but in vain. Well, he murmured now. No Montonac, so I'll settle for Rita, for the time being. The tiny Martian town was beneath him, its crazy conical structures reaching up like pointing forefingers. Jim's hand came down on the descent lever. A ghostly whir disturbed the stillness as the plane's stubby wings sliced the atmosphere on its downward glide. It contacted gently, blowing a shallow furrow in the powdery sand that rose cloud-fine to engulf him as he climbed out. Already he saw 2 men hurrying toward him from the town. One of them must be Conley, he decided, and he went forward to meet the mine superintendent. "Hello, Jim Landor. Welcome to Rita." Conley shook hands with a quiet, unobtrusive pleasure that seemed sincere. Jim liked him immediately. He noted his straightforward eyes, the faint burr of his booming Irish voice, and the little mannerism of thoughtfully rubbing his hand across his massive chin. The other Earthman, Conley introduced as Wessel, the newly arrived surveying engineer for triplanetary mining. As Jim glanced at the thin features and small wiry frame, he sensed something hard behind the man's clouded eyes. Wessel remained silent, smiling inscrutably as he listened to their conversation. "So, you came across the cap, eh, Landor?" Conley said friendlily, taking Jim's arm as they trudged toward the town. "Any sign of Montonac?" And as Jim looked at him sharply, he hastened to add, "Not that I'm poking fun at you, lad. But your news now, same as anyone who goes seeking for Montonac. Heard a news story about you on the Transtelector not more'n a couple hours ago." "I thought my flight was a secret." "Ah, no. No man's flight is secret who comes over the Martian cap. That can mean but one thing. Yep, the legend of Montonac is rife once more. First time in 2 years. You're supposed to be searching for the lost city. Now, what would you be wanting with an emerald that big?" Conley half joked, lapsing into his Irish brogue. "Faith, and it makes a man's head swim to think of such riches." Jim Landor did not smile. He looked at Conley seriously. "I've only been on Mars a year, but naturally I'd heard stories of Montonac long before that. You called it a legend just now. Tell me, what's your honest opinion?" "Well, lad, certainly there's something up there to cause these stories to persist." Conley rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Maybe it's an ancient city called Montonac, and maybe it ain't. But men in search for it have disappeared too regularly. Hardly men who wouldn't ordinarily fail to return from the polar wastes. And if there's a Montonac, your brother may have reached it." "I shall find my brother," Jim said with a soft certainty. "That's why I'm here. What about that Martian? The one you said accompanied Frank under the cap? Is he here now?" "He is, and you shall talk to him. But, lad, I'm afraid he can't tell you any more than I did in the letter." "I want to hear it firsthand." "Sure." Conley nodded understandingly. They walked in silence through the powdery sand, nearing the town. Jim glanced at Wessel, still silent, his hieratic smile barely perceptible. There was an uncanny aura to the man, as if he were immersed in a world of his own, where Jim and Conley had no part. "There's Frank's mine." Conley pointed beyond the town toward a low line of hills. "If you look close, you can see his shack over there. As you probably know, he was, the independent type. Refused to sell out to triplanetary mining. That's why he went on north when his claim petered out, in an effort to find the source of the Doradite veins. Want to go over there and look around?" "Later," Jim said shortly. They entered the sprawling town with its curious Martian dwellings. Jim had never ceased to marvel at them. They were conical and glistening, built of a reddish manufactured silica. They were surrounded by an ascending spiral dotted with entrances to the very top. Jim sometimes wondered, too, at the manner in which Martians tolerated so much from the Earthmen. But then, it was well known that activity to a Martian was the final degradation. They looked upon the exertions of the Earthman in a mixture of uncomprehending wonder and supercilious amusement, much as a human might watch the eternal hustle of a colony of ants. Theirs was a world of philosophic contemplation, peace, and indolence. Now, as they proceeded along the straggling main street of Rita, Jim wondered about them even more. From various ramps of the conical buildings, residents watched them silently. Tall, wasp-waisted Martians, dark and leathery, passed them leisurely on the street without a word. They weren't sullen. It was as though they didn't care. Jim peered into their heavy-lidden eyes, colorless eyes, always. He was startled at the somnolence he saw there. It struck a vague, disturbing note in his brain that was dashed away by Conley's booming voice. "Here we are." They had reached a squat, basaltic building which bore the legend Triplanetary Mining Corporation. "Enter the lair of the octopus," Conley laughed, glancing at the gilded sign above him. Wessel frowned at the words, and by that token Jim knew he was a corporation man to the hilt. Within, Jim found himself in an atmosphere as far removed from Mars as day is from night. The office was plain and unpretentious. There was an old-fashioned desk, a few chairs, and some iron lockers against the wall. On the walls, in curious contrast, were pictures of cinema stars several years out of date, and a few yellowed maps of the company's workings. "Not only has Frank's claim petered out," Conley explained, "but Triplanet is beginning to. That's the reason Wessel's here. To try and trace these radite veins to their source, we think they must stem from somewhere up in the cap." Jim nodded. "You haven't many Earthmen here now, have you?" "About a dozen," Conley shrugged. "More than enough to handle what little radite's left." "And we wouldn't even need them," Wessel spoke for the first time, "if we could get these damn lazy Martians to stir themselves." Jim turned his gaze on the man with slowly dawning wonderment, and would have spoken, but was interrupted by Conley. "Jim, we thought we'd head up into the cap in the morning, 4 or 5 of us. Wessel wanted to leave several days ago, but I insisted on waiting for you. However, I can't say how far north we'll be going. It all depends on the radite traces." "Thanks, Conley. I really appreciate it. All I know about this polar cap is what I saw flying over it. What do we do? Make the trek afoot?" "Afoot, he says." Wessel scoffed before Conley could answer. "Man, what a lot you've got to learn yet about that country up there." "No," Conley answered with a distasteful glance at Wessel. "Most men who've tried it afoot have not come back. We're trying it with a couple of sleds, motor-driven, of course, of very little metal alloy, furnished benignantly by Triplanet Mining, since it's to their advantage that we find new radite deposits." The slight scorn in his voice was not lost on Wessel. "We figure it'll be a 2 or 3 day trip each way." "But of course," Wessel said suavely, "if we find Montauk or any other cities up there with big, fabulous emeralds, we'll forget about the radite." Jim was fast learning to dislike this man. He turned to Conley. "I think I'll see this Martian you were telling me about, the one who accompanied my brother." "Ka'arji? Sure, I'll go fetch him." "Better take me to him instead. I'd rather talk to him alone." As Conley had said, Ka'arji wasn't much help. The tall, leathery, heavy-chested Martian was even more taciturn than the usual members of his race. He seemed to show a distrust of Jim. However, he did agree to accompany Jim across the mile strip of desert to Frank Landor's mine nestled against the hills. As they trudged through the sand in silence, Jim glanced occasionally at Ka'arji. He was sure he'd made it plain that he was Frank Landor's brother. The Martian wasn't dumb. He knew why Jim was here. With a friendly, almost instinctive gesture, Jim offered the Martian a cigarette. Ka'arji accepted it, looked at it with distaste as though he had tried them before and abhorred them, but he placed it clumsily in his lips nevertheless and smoked it valiantly. At the same time, he reached into his pocket and handed Jim a few tiny purplish objects. Jim accepted them, looked at them, and shuddered. He had heard of Martian Tasith stems and knew that they made almost all Earthmen violently ill. Nevertheless, he plopped them into his mouth and began chewing. Ka'arji looked at him approvingly and gave a grotesque smile. As though the Earthman's act were a signal, he began talking. "I don't like it in town," Ka'arji said. "Too many Earthmen. I like it over here." "At Frank's mine, you mean?" "Yes. Frank Landor was a fine man. I am sorry he did not come back." "Perhaps he will come back," Jim suggested. But Ka'arji shook his head. It took very little effort then to get the entire story. It seems that Frank Landor and Ka'arji had trekked 4 days into the Martian cap. Only Ka'arji had ever gone that far before. Late on the 4th day, as they camped, Ka'arji was awakened by a shout from Frank. He had leapt up and glimpsed Frank Landor running toward a vehicle that rested at the bottom of an icy decline. Here Ka'arji faltered slightly in his story. He had not seen the vehicle plainly enough nor long enough to describe it as other than a car, seemingly unlike any he had ever seen before. It was simply round and grayish and metallic and completely enclosed. It had a bluish beam of light in the front of it. Frank Landor had seemed to enter the car, and then it sped away with him. "Ka'arji, try to remember," Jim said to the Martian now. "Frank entered the car of his own volition? You saw no one else, no other person?" "No one else." Ka'arji seemed sure of it. Jim shook his head in puzzlement. This was the same story Ka'arji had told Conley. There were no discrepancies. They walked on to the mine in silence. Jim examined several tunnels leading back into the hills and saw that Frank's claim had indeed petered out. In his iron-walled cabin, everything was left as though Frank had merely gone and intended to return in a few days. "Let's go back," Jim said finally. "Nothing we can do here." On the walk back to Rita, Jim thought that Ka'arji looked at him several times as though he were going to speak, but when Jim questioned him, the Martian shook his head negatively. He offered Ka'arji another cigarette, but this time it was declined. It was not until then that Jim realized he was still chewing on the Martian to Sith stems and that Ka'arji was grinning at him. It was not until he reached the edge of town that he became violently ill. 2. The sun rose on a crystal-clear morning and glanced beckoningly from the white expanse that capped the cliffs a few miles distant. 5 men were making the trip: Jim and Ka'arji, Conley, Wessel, and Lewis, the latter one of the workmen who had had some polar experience. The motor sled parts were light but bulky, and it took a dozen men to transport them across to the cliffs and up into the cap where they would be assembled. "I want to tell you something about Ka'arji," Conley said, walking beside Jim as the trek began. "He's not like other Martians, not philosophic and indolent. On the contrary, he seems, restless." "I know the type," Jim nodded. "I've seen a few of them myself, even in the capital city. Amazingly energetic for Martians. Restless and perpetually wandering as though seeking for something vague and unknown even to them." "That describes Ka'arji all right," Conley nodded emphatically. "Jim, 3 times in the past year he's left here abruptly and trekked alone up into those polar wastes. He'd be gone for days and then show up here again, exhausted and brooding, as if he'd just missed his goal. And the last time was with Frank Landor. That mean anything to you?" Jim shook his head puzzledly. "Now I wonder," Conley murmured, "what he always finds so interesting up there in that wilderness." "Probably doesn't find anything. Maybe he's only seeking, perpetually seeking." "Seeking Montauk?" "Maybe." Conley scoffed. What would Ka'arji do with the emeralds of Montauk? If he did find it, of what value would it be to any Martian, to the whole dying Martian race? Maybe it isn't the emerald the Martians are interested in. Conley was startled, glanced sharply at him, but Jim kept his eyes on the huge bulk of Ka'arji ahead. They reached the black cliffs and entered a narrow defile that led gradually upward, tortuously. The rock was a soft, igneous basalt, which at times made footing extremely hazardous. After an hour of this, Ka'arji stopped abruptly in a level place. They leaned thankfully against the cliff wall and stared out upon the curving gleam of the red desert far below. There, the hazes of pinkish dust were beginning to drift, and the sun was beginning to bite. They continued when Ka'arji continued. An hour later, the air had become a chilling blast sweeping down the widening ravine. Luckily, the ascent was becoming less steep as they neared the top. It leveled off into a shallow little gorge. Then they were beyond that, emerging out onto the plateau. Scattered patches of dark rocky terrain showed here, where green growing things struggled pitifully to maintain a meager existence. Less than a mile away, the real cap began, dazzling white and forbidding. Reaching there, the two sleds were assembled in a few minutes. The 5 who were to make the trip now readjusted their packs and put on the priceless coats of paraka fur, unbelievably light and cold-repelling. They also painstakingly tightened the high fabric-cord leggings Conley had insisted they wear. Jim wondered why, but asked no questions as he followed suit. The supplies were on the sleds, but each man carried a full-charged electro-pistol and a small, light metal tank strapped to his side. "Acid spray," Conley explained laconically. "Don't worry, you'll realize the use for it before long." Now the real trip began. "Ka'arji, you and Lewis take the first sled," Conley instructed. "We'll follow." The Martian nodded. The motors purred and the sleds moved slowly away. "Yes, we'll follow him," Wessel murmured. "Just as long as he sticks fairly close to the radite veins, we will. This is what I'm going by." And he touched the little metallic device at his wrist, which Jim knew was susceptible through super-sensitive coils to all radite emanations within a radius of several miles. Conley frowned but nodded mute agreement. And now, for the first time, it really dawned on Jim that he and Ka'arji were apart from these other men. He and the Martian were up here seeking, not radite deposits, but something else. The same thing, but for different reasons. Jim determined to try, at the first opportunity, to probe into that big Martian's mind. Now they were speeding into the real polar vastness. Ka'arji's sled ahead of them dipped and rose across long, icy undulations. The terrain was wide and white and peaceful as far as Jim could see. He began to wonder why men had never been able to penetrate very far up here. Even afoot, it ought not to be hard. But this was ridiculously easy. As he huddled there in his place on the sled, he was very warm and cozy beneath his coat of paraka fur. He began to get drowsy. Jim awoke with a start from the deep, firm depths of somnolence. He was aware that they had been moving for a long time, probably many hours. Now the sky was dark above him, and he could see a few stars. But something had shattered his drowsiness to jerk him back to reality, and he wondered what it was. Then he knew, as it came again. There was a sudden movement beneath them. The sled lurched crazily. Conley was shouting something as their sled pulled up beside Ka'arji's, which was lying half on its side. The men stepped down. Again there came that sudden movement, and Jim nearly fell. Startled, he looked down and saw that the very ice cap was moving beneath their feet, or rather it was expanding. Long lines began to appear in every direction. As far as he could see, the surface was a vast mosaic pattern. Conley stood there with his hands on his hips, staring around. Wessel was cursing softly and looking angry. "This wouldn't have happened," Wessel said, "if you'd taken my advice and left 2 days ago. Tomorrow it'll be worse. It'll slow us to a walk. We may as well not have brought along any sleds." "It would have happened anyway," Conley snapped testily. "It's just our damnable luck that it had to come early this year. I didn't expect it to start for another month yet. Well, we may as well camp here and get a good start in the morning." Jim looked at the mosaic pattern across the ice and was relieved to see that it had stopped moving. He peered down into a crack an inch wide, where billowing powdery stuff exuded to spread thinly over the surface. He touched the stuff with his bare hand. It was uncannily different from snow, being infinitely more powdery, yet dazzlingly white and deadly cold. "You're witnessing the start of the polar cap's receding," Conley explained with a wry smile. "It does that twice a year, you know, getting smaller to about half its present size." "Receding?" Jim exclaimed. "The damn stuff's expanding, you mean?" "It only looks that way. This is just the preliminary. Soon the extreme edges will vanish away, and then the entire cap will begin receding for some strange reason. When that starts to happen, too bad for any man caught up here. Frankly, Jim, I should say that if this continues tomorrow, we ought to head back." That struck an ominous note in Jim's heart, but he said nothing. To return now would mean they must wait several months before making another attempt. It was while helping to unroll the wide fabricoid mats that Jim felt the sharp, biting pain just above his knee. He ignored it at first, then it came again, and he looked down. He saw a pale blue tubular thing about 4 inches long. It had bitten through his clothing and into his flesh above the knee. Quiescent now, it clung there, and its transparent bluish tint was taking on a crimson flush as it fed on his blood. With a loathing horror, Jim reached down and pulled the thing from him. It did not come away easily. He flung it to the ice and tried to crush it with his heel. It seemed amazingly rubbery, resilient, as it darted away from under his foot. Then he saw that others had attached to his fabricoid leggings and were inching their way upward. Desperately, he tried to brush them off, but they clung tenaciously. Another one bit through his trouser leg and into the flesh. It was cold and loathsome to the touch, but he tore it away with his fingers. Then he staggered back as he saw that the ice was swarming with the things. "Your acid tube, man! Use it!" he heard Conley cry. "That's all that'll stop 'em." Already, the men were upending the sleds, using them as barricades from behind which they swept the ice with a thin, misty spray. Not wishing to chance that acid on his own person, Jim tore the things from his legs one at a time and flung them out into the spray. They writhed and shriveled and curled upon themselves, lifeless and blackened. Others were coming up from the crevices now. The ice was a thick, bluish, writhing mass of them. Jim added his spray to the others, sweeping it low across the ice. The acid misted and clung there close to the surface until gradually the greater mass of the bluish things retreated back into the depths. Ka'arji opened a pouch he carried always with him, took out some tsith stems and placed them in his mouth. He arose and stood gazing out to the north. Jim watched him. "Phew!" Conley gasped, wiping beads of cold perspiration from his brow. "Just in time. Let those things once get a foothold up here and there's no stopping them. I guess we've settled for most of them, though. They won't come again." "But what the devil are they?" Jim asked, "and how can they subsist in this barren country?" "It's not so barren. Far below the ice are green growing things, at least this far south there is. Those blue tube things ride down with the ice twice a year, feed, and then migrate back to the north." "Vegetarians, eh?" Jim grunted. "Then what were those two chewing on me for?" "Blood's something comparatively new to them, and it seems to drive them wild. They can sense it for amazing distances. They come flocking beneath the ice to wherever anyone stops. There's a story of an Earthman who was lost up here once and... well, never mind. Anyway, we'll take turns on guard tonight." Jim slept fitfully. There were fragmentary nightmares of ice opening to spew hordes of bluish tube creatures up at him. He was glad when Ka'arji awakened him for his turn at guard. But Ka'arji did not return to sleep either. He seemed restless and brooding. He sat beside Jim against one of the sleds, and for a long time there was silence as he stared far out to the north with troubled eyes. "Jim Landor," he broke the silence at last, "there is one thing I did not tell you." "I thought there was." "Frank Landor and I found something. The body of a man in the ice far to the north of here. It had been there a long time." Jim merely waited for him to go on. "In his clothing we found some of these." Ka'arji fumbled in his pocket and handed something to Jim. It was a piece of metal, flat, round, and amazingly light. It seemed to have once been part of some ornamentation. What interested Jim, however, was not what it might have been, but rather the metal itself. It was a dull, greenish-gray in color and strangely different to the touch from any metal he'd ever known. It was somehow reminiscent of radite, but only faintly, in that it was a subtle suggestion of, yes, of fabulous strength and power. In the dim grayness of that polar night, Jim looked at Ka'arji and said in a voice he did not recognize as his own, "Ka'arji, do you realize what this means? Up here somewhere there is a city, a former civilization, a Montanak. That man you found dead, he reached Montanak and was coming back with the news when disaster overtook him. But that might have been many years ago. Tell me something, Ka'arji. Why have you come up here 3 times before? Are you seeking Montanak?" "I do not know. Something calls me, something inside, and I only know that I must go." "Is that all? Just something calling you?" "That is all, except that this time it is different. This time I know that I shall reach whatever is calling me, and I shall not return. I am sure of it." Jim sat there for a long time pondering, watching Ka'arji pace restlessly back and forth. The Martian was in a strange mood this night, a foreboding mood. Jim gave up puzzling about it and examined again that strange piece of metal. Here at last was proof of Montanak. Perhaps the first proof any man outside had ever had. He felt an exuberant hope rising in him. "Anyway, Ka'arji, thanks for telling me about this. Mind if I keep it a while?" "I want you to have it, Jim Landor." 3. They were away early the next morning, speeding ahead of a graying dawn. Wessel was wrong. The ice no longer shifted beneath them, but the biting sun had not yet risen. Now Jim noticed that Wessel constantly consulted the device at his waist, which registered the proximity of any radite. Apparently, however, he was satisfied with the route Ka'arji was taking. It was about noon when the terrain began to surge gently again, as though with a life of its own, and the mosaic pattern of cracks reappeared. But this was not enough as yet to stop them. What did stop them was Wessel, who called a halt a few hours later. "Must be some floaters near here," he told Conley. "I can tell by the way this thing's acting." He tapped the radite finder, whose needle was gyrating erratically. "Floaters?" Jim asked. "What are they?" "Trouble," Conley groaned. "More denizens for you to get acquainted with. You'll see before long." "There they come now," Wessel pointed. "We may as well wait here and get rid of them once and for all." A long line of tiny dots had appeared low on the horizon. They came rapidly nearer and proved to be perfect spheres about a foot in diameter, apparently with an uncanny power of levitation. There were several dozen of them. Hovering in the air, they circled around the men, a few of them darting in close experimentally. Jim threw up a hand instinctively as one zoomed too near his head. His fist contacted the taut metallic skin of the thing. He felt a slight but inconsequential electric shock. The floater bounced back lightly as a feather. It hovered there, took on a shimmering greenish iridescence as though it were glaring at the Earthman. Jim felt an uncanny chill across his brain. He was sure those things were intelligent. Again it zoomed in, but again Jim shoved it back easily. "That's it," Conley said in general to the men who were staving off the pesky things. "Make 'em keep their distance. They're really not dangerous if we keep them away from the metal sleds, That's what they want. The floaters at last seemed to call a council of war. They gathered in a group behind the men. Conley took advantage of this and gave the order to move again, but the floaters followed slowly, longingly. A few of them made tentative darting attempts, but the men were too wary. Suddenly then, en masse, the floaters launched their real attack. They came from all sides, and the men were overwhelmed. A few of the spheres alighted on a sled. The metal began to crumble. Cursing, Conley knocked them away, but others alighted. "Protect the sleds!" Conley yelled. The men were trying to. A sphere attached itself to the metal fastenings of a pack and clung there voraciously. The metal crumbled, disappeared, and the pack spewed its contents over the ice. Instantly, the floater darted to the contents, seeking more metal. Lewis drew his electro pistol, but immediately a floater attached itself to it. The weapon dissolved, disappeared, as the creature took on a rosy radiance of heat energy. "Holy Hannah!" Lewis gasped. Conley was cursing volubly now, but he was suddenly cool. "All right, you men, let 'em have it. All at once, blast 'em out of the air." They threw themselves flat on the ice and swept their weapons around in a solid, crackling barrage. That was the beginning of the end for the floaters. They exploded in coruscating riots of bluish sparks wherever the electro beams touched. Soon the ice was littered with their lifeless, deflated husks. The remaining ones sped far away out of danger, and they did not return. "I hated to do that," Conley sighed, "because I kind of like those creatures. They have intelligence of a sort. They're harmless enough ordinarily, except for their voracious appetites for metal." "Damn things sometimes visit our minds to the south," Wessel said, "but I'm kind of surprised to find 'em way up here. That can only mean one thing, though. We're on the right track. The radite must stem from one huge central deposit somewhere up here." His eyes gleamed at the thought. To Jim, it meant even more. The converging radite veins, Ka'arji's story of the perpetual lure that tormented him, and most of all that mysterious bit of strange metal, all this pointed to one thing, a secret somewhere to the north, and that secret was Montauk. Jim was sure of it now. He was sure they would reach it, that they were meant to reach it. The thought surged within him, made him restless and foreboding, so that when late that day the car came, the silent, mysterious vehicle from out of the north, just as Ka'arji had described, Jim was not surprised. He'd been almost expecting it. It was while they were making camp. They were rolling out the fabricoid mats and setting up the little Atmos stoves. Jim missed Ka'arji, looked around, and saw the Martian at the crest of the long, smooth rise at the foot of which they had stopped. Jim drew his coat of paraka fur closer around him and walked out to where Ka'arji stood. Not until he had gained the crest of the slight ascent did he see that the Martian was in his strange mood again, standing quite still, staring out to the north. Jim approached very silently. He stood unmoving by Ka'arji's side. Now he almost felt it too, an eerie feeling as though ghostly, insistent fingers were tugging at his brain. Almost a fascinating wisp of a voice created an urgency within him. But that was imagination. He knew it, even as he drew back. For a full minute they stood there in silence. Then Ka'arji, without even glancing at him, spoke in his curiously clipped monotone. "So you feel it too, Jim Landor?" I thought I felt something." "The same thing that I have felt, but I have felt it stronger." Stretching out below was a long, gentle decline, and beyond were the familiar vastness of the polar wastes. Now Jim found himself scanning the far horizon. He felt on the very verge of something strange and momentous. Ka'arji leaned tensely, suddenly forward. Not the slightest show of emotion was in his voice as he stated, "It is coming. I know it. It will be here very soon." Jim did not ask what was coming. He knew. He had known all the time. He stared outward, following Ka'arji's gaze, but could see nothing. He waited impatiently as the Martian never once removed his eyes from the horizon. Minutes passed. Then, much nearer and so clear that even Jim could not mistake it, a dot of light flashed across their vision. Immediately it was gone, hugging the terrain closely as though it had dipped behind an ice dune. It appeared again in the near distance, moving swiftly, unerringly toward them. It resolved itself into a penetrant beam of bluish light, the forward light on a speeding, ghostly vehicle. Abruptly it slowed. It crept silently to the very foot of the slight slope below them. Breathless with wonderment, Jim waited for something to happen. Nothing happened, except that the bluish light blinked abruptly off. No door opened. No one nor nothing emerged. Even at this close distance, the conveyance was discernible only as a grayish, ghostly shape. Then Ka'arji was running down toward it. Jim was suddenly torn between two desires. He stared after Ka'arji and then back at the camp. He shouted to Conley and the others and saw them look up and start toward him. Then he was dashing madly after Ka'arji, who had almost reached the ghostly conveyance now. When Jim reached there, Ka'arji was staring at a dark, narrow entrance in the metal hull. It was already open, the Martian murmured. Then, as though it were expected of him, he stepped unhesitatingly inside. Jim waited for a single instant during which he surveyed the hull of the vessel. It was not any type of sled, as he had thought. Indeed, it did not touch the surface at all, but hovered a full foot above the ground. He heard a gentle humming, as though of ionization beams. He followed Ka'arji inside. There were no sort of controls that he could see. Only a long row of seats filled the entire space. Ka'arji had found a button that turned on some overhead lights. Still nothing happened. By this time, the other men had reached there. Conley was stammering, "Jim, we can't leave the supplies, the sleds." "Sleds be damned," Jim exclaimed in an ecstasy of excitement. "This is better than 100 sleds. Do you want to find your radite or don't you? Are you going to Montauk or not?" Hesitantly, Conley entered the strange craft. The others glanced nervously, then quickly followed, as though not wishing to be left alone. Conley began doubtfully. That seemed to be a signal. Instantly, a well-oiled metal door slid shut behind them. Motors began to purr gently beneath their feet. The car swung around in a great circle, and they were headed into the north. From one of the comfortable pneumatic seats, Jim watched the white, unending landscape flashing past. He felt strangely exhilarated now that he was on the very threshold of his quest, for that they were being taken to the long-hidden, legendary city of Montauk. He did not doubt for a moment. It had not yet occurred to him to wonder why they were being taken. But of one thing he was sure. He said, turning to Conley, "Why do you suppose they sent the car for us? It must be that they know whenever anyone is approaching Montauk. Always. Other expeditions must have reached here in the same manner. Why else were they never found by the men who came later?" Conley nodded soberly. "And that must mean that, once inside Montauk, men are unable to leave." End of section 7. Section 8 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. City of the Living Flame, Part 2. 4. It seemed minutes later, but it might have been hours, that Jim Landor sat up with a start, aware that the softly purring motors had lulled him to sleep. He wondered how long they had been traveling. Now their speed seemed to have diminished considerably. But something else seemed strange. He turned to the tiny window and was startled to see no more polar cap, no more expanse of white ice. Instead, they were in a strange, dark place. It was several seconds before he could adjust his eyes sufficiently to see that a wall was very close. It seemed to be moving backward and slightly upward. He knew then that they were descending somewhere at about a 30-degree angle. "When did this begin?" he asked, turning to Conley. "About 20 minutes ago. We must be a mile below the ice by now." So Montonac lay somewhere beneath the polar cap? That was why men in ages past had been unable to find it until it became a legend on par with Earth's lost Atlantis? Jim tensed in his seat now as he thought of all the conflicting reports he'd heard about Montonac. Vague questions crossed his mind to which there were only vaguer answers. Now the passage through which they sped seemed to widen. Simultaneously, they were in a sea of softly diffused, pale greenish light. This light increased as they went on, but it did not become intense or glaring. Rather, it seemed to permeate the very atmosphere from some subtle, unknown source. Then, with breathtaking suddenness, they burst out into a vast open place and looked upon the city of Montonac. Montonac lay in the center of a vast, shallow bowl several miles wide. In the first start of amazement, Jim thought they must have somehow emerged again upon the planet's surface. But this thought was immediately discarded when he gazed across at the opposite horizon. It was concave rather than convex, which meant they were in a cavern of inconceivable dimensions. Far overhead, he saw something vague and misty that must have been a roof. That soothing green light was everywhere, but he still could not determine its source. It simply seemed to exist. Now they were gliding gently down into the city, which consisted of low-structured, white marble buildings of peculiar architecture. Wide, empty avenues stretched away in a perfect geometric pattern. "This city must be inconceivably old," Conley gasped. "There's no other architecture like this anywhere on Mars." Their car was slowing now. It came to rest in a wide, circular plaza. The door slid smoothly, invitingly open. Jim glanced at the others, who made no move to leave. He didn't blame them for not moving, for there was something strange and devilishly prearranged about all this. "End of the line," he said with a jocularity he did not feel. He moved to the door and stepped out. Instantly he was aware of a strange difference. It might have been that alien green-tinged atmosphere, as if he had suddenly stepped into another dimension. Every fiber of his being now seemed to tingle in a peculiarly delightful way. It was very slight, scarcely felt, but there was no mistaking it. As the others stepped out, Jim looked at them closely. They felt it too, he noticed, especially Ka'arji. Ka'arji's usually dark and expressionless face was now alight with a feverish excitement. They looked at the radiating streets about them. All were utterly empty, eerily silent. "Where in the blazes," muttered Conley, "is the welcoming committee? We were brought here, but why? Surely the place isn't uninhabited." "It isn't," Jim said in that instant. "Look, here comes your welcoming committee." There was a peculiar note, almost a shrillness of disbelief in his voice. The others whirled, their combined gaze following his pointing finger across to the opposite side of the plaza. Toward them slowly came a single lone figure. It was a Martian, of that there could be no doubt, but a Martian inconceivably old. He was stooped and withered. He leaned heavily on a stout cane, but he moved forward briskly for all of that. There was a certain purposefulness about him. He stopped before them and leaned forward with both hands on top of his cane. His chin almost rested on his hands as he peered around at them. None of the men moved or spoke. Jim, who was the nearest, was fascinated by that grayish, leathery face crisscrossed with thousands of tiny lines in which were set, like jewels, 4 unwinking black eyes, incongruously bright and alert with cunning. There was an uncanny aura of evil about this bent little Martian, an evil made audible as he spoke. There are only 4 of you, and 1 Martian. Strange. I thought there were more. But it's all right. 4 Earthmen, intelligent Earthmen too. Earthmen are always welcome here. He pointedly ignored Ka'arji and turned his eyes upon Jim. Then he chuckled as though with secret glee. It was a dry metallic wheeze that reminded Jim of an empty rocket tube when the fuel is burned out. Jim was glad of the comfortable weight of his electro pistol in his pocket. My name is Jim Landor, he said. Who are you, and why were we brought here? Did you have anything to do with it? The old Martian gave a quirk of a smile as if faintly amused by Jim's impetuosity, but he answered the questions promptly and in order. My name is Bruhulo. Here I am the overseer, the coordinator. Call it what you will. As to why you are brought here, did you not seek Montanak? As have innumerable men in ages past. Now you have attained Montanak, and you should thank me. Yes, it was I who sent the surface car for you. I send it for all men who come far into the polar cap. You still haven't explained why we were brought here. That, Bruhulo said with a tinge of sarcasm. I am sure you will learn from the others far better than you could from me. Then there are others here? Yes, there are others. You need not fear. You are free to come and go here as you please. I give you Montanak. But you will excuse me now. I must leave you. I am sure you will find the others. With that, the old Martian whirled upon his cane and hurried across the plaza in the direction whence he had come. Wait a minute, lad. Conley put out a restraining hand as Jim leapt forward. Let him play his game for the time being. Let's see where his hangout is so we can find him later. They watched as Bruhulo, without a backward glance, entered a colonnaded building that was different from the others by reason of its imposing height. Jim nodded and decided to remember that building. Now, Jim, let's find those others he speaks of. There are other Earthmen here, I'm convinced of it now. Conley had begun to lose his skepticism of Montanak, now that he had found it, and his eyes were agleam with a growing excitement. But search as they would, they saw no other occupants. They traversed streets that were dead and empty and silent. That palely diffused green radiance was everywhere, coloring all with a ghostly brightness. For several hours they explored, wandering far from that central plaza. Ka'arji stayed very close to Jim now, his original excitement having faded. Indeed, he seemed appalled, if not a little frightened, as he stared around in the abysmal stillness, and several times Jim noticed the Martian pass his hand in a puzzled manner across his brow. Wessel's mien brightened as he watched the needle of his radite finder gyrating wildly, as if at any moment it would jump its bearings. It must mean we're now in the very center of the main deposit, he exclaimed. If only we... It was then they saw the figure of an Earthman emerge from a building hardly 50 yards away. He saw them at the same time. He turned quickly indoors again and shouted something that sounded like, "New arrivals!" Then 3 other men emerged, and they all walked toward the little group of 5. "We're friendly," one of them said as they neared, and Jim's hand fell away from his weapon, "because we have to be here." When did you arrive?" "A few hours ago." "Uh-huh. And you met the funny little man, I suppose?" "If you mean Bruhulo," Conley said with a grimace, "we sure did. Is he head man here?" "More about that later. My name's Sperlin. Ross, Fleming, Adams," he introduced the others. Jim was staring at the speaker, a huge man with a purposeful set to his unshaven jaw. "Then you're Greg Sperlin, who headed the scientific expedition 3 years ago in the search for Montanak. And found it. As you can see, found it too damn well, but we weren't the first. What about you?" Briefly, Jim told of their trek and of his search for his brother. What about him? He said, in imitation of Sperlin's own brusqueness. Frank Landor. He should have arrived here weeks ago unless... He stopped there, looking from one to the other. The men were looking uncomfortably at each other. No Frank Landor ever showed up here, Adam said. Fleming nodded agreement, a little too hurriedly, Jim thought, and none of the men would look directly at him. They're lying to you, Sperlin said. You might as well know the truth, but before I tell you about it, let's get back inside, out of this green hell. He led the way back into the building whence they had emerged, but once inside they did not stop. The greenish radiance penetrated even there. They hurried over to a wide metal door that slid silently open when Sperlin pressed a hidden button. Revealed to their gaze was a dark, narrow tunnel leading downward. What about the Martian? Ross said, addressing Sperlin. He goes along, Jim snapped, and Ka'arji looked at him gratefully. All right, Sperlin murmured softly. No harm if he comes, but I don't think he'll last long. No Martian ever does in this city. If Ka'arji heard the words, he did not show it as he followed Jim into the tunnel. About your brother, Sperlin spoke brusquely out of the darkness as they moved along. Yes, he arrived here all right. For a while, Frank Landor was with our secret little group down here below, but there's something about that greenish atmosphere, something exhilarating but also deadly, in a very subtle and insidious way. Sometimes it increases, penetrates even down to us through the walls and things. But there are some men who... Yes, I know. Jim's voice was as dead as the hope within him. Frank was one of those men. He couldn't stay cooped up here. He was curious. He had to find out things and the reason for things. That's what you're trying to tell me? That's about it. Like others who've come here, he had to go up into the city, searching, trying to solve its secret. Every day he and a few others went up. Always they returned to us here, exhausted, until one day, they just didn't come back. In silence, they continued along the winding passage. Jim was thinking of his brother now, with a dawning realization that he would probably never again see him alive. He was thinking of other things, too, of that menacing greenness in the city above, of Sperlin, who seemed so calloused and unconcerned, of the legendary emerald of Montonac, the lure for countless men in ages past. Sperlin's voice shattered the silence. Here we are. Now he was flashing a tiny light upon a massive metal door, and Jim's heart leapt, for he saw it as a metal new, and yet not new to him. It was the same dull greenish-gray metal as the piece Ka'arji had given him. Jim passed his fingers lightly across it to make sure, but said nothing. For more than any of these things, he was thinking of a bent and shriveled old Martian named Brujullo, who had chuckled with a secret evil glee. The door swung ponderously open. They stepped into a huge oval room, and many men came hurrying toward them. The walls of this room, Jim noticed, were of the same peculiar metal. Introductions later, Sperlin said, as the men came crowding around. Right now, I want you newcomers to see the work we're engaged in here. You look like the sort who can help us in the job. He led them to another room where a long skeletal shape was under construction. It rested on curved cradles pointing upward. Only a few outer plates had as yet been put into place, plates of the same strange metal Jim identified with everything here. A spaceship? He exclaimed unbelievingly. But why a spacer here, so far beneath Mars' surface? A spacer it is, Jim Lander, one such as you never saw before, and it's being built under conditions such as you cannot imagine. We have to mine and fashion the metal in the few tiny furnaces we have here, and it's inconceivably slow due to the scarcity and crudeness of tools. We've been at work on this one spacer for 3 years. As for this new metal, it's to be found here in huge deposits. In some ways it's like radite. It might even be radite, strangely changed through the centuries by those peculiar green radiations. Anyway, it's amazingly light and tough, almost expansive under fuel pressure, and it's going to revolutionize spacer construction if we can only get any from here and make it known. But how, man? How do you propose? To get the spacer out of here? Sperlin smiled confidently. In one super blast, we're going to hurl through this roof to the city above and through that cavern roof into the surface of Mars. I'm fully convinced this metal is capable of withstanding it. We're building a double hull, and we have enough fuel hoarded here to take us clear to Earth if we wish. Jim nodded, but he was not enthusiastic. How long do you think before you finish it? Perhaps only another month now. The ore's damnably hard to get out, and we can only stay up there on the surface for a few hours at a time. But with the added help of you new men... We're with you to the finish, Conley exclaimed, and the others nodded enthusiastically. Wessel especially had listened with an eager intentness to Sperlin's description of the new metal. Wessel had come seeking new radite deposits and had stumbled upon something vast beyond his fondest dreams. Even his loyalty to triplanetary mining was fast beginning to waver. What I want to know, Jim voiced the thought uppermost in his mind, is the status of that little old Martian, Brulullo. Sperlin frowned. No one seems to have found out, and most of us don't care. He's incredibly old, of course. He seems to have been here always. In some strange manner, he seems to know when men come into the polar cap, and he always sends that surface vehicle out for them. However, he completely ignores us here. I'm not even sure that he knows we're working on this spaceship. We try to keep out of his sight, and I've personally not seen him more than twice in the past year. But isn't it incredible that in 3 years he hasn't found out or guessed what you're doing? Not so incredible. We don't know what he's doing. We leave him alone, he leaves us alone. But, Jim exclaimed unbelievingly, he brought you here, and you're not even curious to know why? Let me remind you that certain men have been curious, and they have disappeared. Anyway, our sole purpose now is in completing the spacer for our escape. Jim gestured disdainfully. And you, Sperlin, you once claimed to be a scientist. You have not even the scientific mind? One's mind, Sperlin interrupted softly, somehow does not seem to be the same after 3 years in this place. All right, but before I leave here, I'm going to find out what Brulullo's purpose is. I don't like the way that old Martian grinned at me. He's got something up his sleeve, and I think you men'll find it out too late. Sperlin smiled sadly. All right, Jim Landor. Each man is his own boss here. At least I wish you would accompany a few of us tomorrow. We're getting more of the metal out and trying to determine the proper spot to blast through with our spacer. You'll become more acquainted with the city and the general terrain, and maybe it'll change your mind. Sure, I'll go, Jim agreed. But he didn't think it would change his mind. He had wanted to find Matonac. Here he was in Matonac, and he was going to solve the mystery of Matonac. More than that, he was going to learn once and for all what had happened to his brother. 5. The following day, a dozen men ventured up into the city. Sperlin seemed disappointed as they stepped out into the street from their secret building. Not an ideal day for it, he commented gruffly, and at Jim's querulous look, he explained, Those emanations seem stronger today. I give us only 2 or 3 hours at the most. They went into the rocky terrain beyond the city, toward the near horizon where the cave roof tapered down. It was hardly a mile away. Jim found it hard to believe that over their heads was the polar cap, vast and desolate. Glancing up, he barely made out the dim contour of their roof, and it suddenly occurred to him to wonder what sustained it, why it didn't collapse under that tremendous pressure of rock and ice. He knew why, only a minute later. There came a sudden, smooth hum in his ears. The very air around them seemed surcharged with energy, or rather all energy seemed to be rushing away from them. This way! Sperlin exclaimed, making a hasty detour from the spot. Barely 100 yards away, Jim could discern a vague, swirling mistiness in the form of a huge column that reached up to touch the roof. Suddenly he knew what it was, knew also that it would be death for any man who ventured too close. Ionization zone, Sperlin voiced Jim's own thoughts as they hurried in the detour. An electronic tower of strength. There are usually 6 of them in a straight line across this cave, but once in a while, new ones spring up out of nowhere. I think Brulolo controls them. Jim nodded uncomfortably and tried not to think what would happen if all those electronic zones failed with millions of tons of ice above them. They reached their objective at last. Tunnels were in evidence where the men had been taking out the ore. They resumed work at once, but it was slow and heartbreaking. Their tools were crude, and the ore was the most difficult Jim had ever handled. Wessel worked harder than any of them, his eyes agleam with a new excitement. "Look at that stuff," he said once to Conley. "Over 50% pure content, most of it." It was perhaps an hour later when Sperling called a halt. "Enough for today. We'll try again tomorrow." Jim didn't need to ask why they must stop. Already he felt that strange tingling in every fiber of his being, which increased as the minutes passed, and he knew that the here was a dangerous thing. "We have so little time in which to work up here," Sperlin said as they hurried back. "Do you see now, Jim Landor, why it has taken us close to 3 years?" Jim saw, indeed. Within him there surged a vast admiration for these men who had persevered in the face of almost insurmountable difficulties to build their spaceship from the barest resources around them. Yet, close upon this, there leapt to Jim's mind another thought, unannounced and without reason. It was simply a feeling that there was something vastly, terribly wrong with what these men were doing. It was more than a feeling, it was a certainty. It didn't make sense that they shouldn't escape from Montauk, but now Jim knew it. Before he could think long upon it, however, they had come in sight of their building, and Jim saw a familiar figure emerge. It was Ka'arji, but there seemed something vaguely wrong with him. He looked in their direction, but seemed not to see them at all, as he turned and walked away with a long, purposeful stride. Something struck another ominous note in Jim's brain. The men reached their building and entered it, but he did not stop. He hurried after Ka'arji. "Lander, you damn fool! Come back here!" Sperling cried after him. But Jim waved a hand, not looking back. He hurried after the Martian. Those emanations were almost unbearable now, but he didn't seem to mind. There was something ominous about them, but something else as well that he could not resist. He had miscalculated Ka'arji's distance, however, because somewhere in the maze of streets he lost him. But he knew where the Martian was going, where they were both going. Hours later, it seemed, but could only have been minutes, when he came in sight of the imposing edifice where he had last seen Brulolo disappear. Now he hesitated, his mind crystal clear, clearer than he'd ever known it before, but somehow it did not seem to be his own. He struggled a little, but the result was inevitable. He seemed to know it. He gave up almost voluntarily. He continued toward the building and entered its portals that were open wide and waiting. He faced a long, greenish, gloomy corridor of marble. With hardly a pause, he continued along it. Tall, imposing doors, tightly closed, were on either side of him, but he gave little heed to them. The corridor turned sharply once, and then again, and then it seemed to lead a little downward. Jim could not be sure. He only knew that he was being led somewhere, that he was to face something. A cold fear caught his brain, but he could only go on. Now the corridor wall seemed to waver, seemed to swim beneath a sort of radiance, but it was a glaucous radiance, ineffably green as the light beneath the waters of a shallow sea. It increased in intensity, however, as he went on. It became almost tangible. It beat against him. It seemed to pluck with evil intentness at the fibers of his mind. Jim laughed once, laughed wildly, but did not pause in his stride. The corridor made one more turn, and then he was walking into a light so blinding that it staggered him momentarily. It flared up once in a great greenish effulgence, then died down into a steady pulsation. Now, Jim knew, he must be approaching the very source of that all-pervading light which had so puzzled him since his arrival at Montonac. But now he had a vaguely uncomfortable feeling. It was as though a million eyes were watching him, observing every move. It was as though a million tiny fingers were tearing away the shreds of his mind with secret, silent amusement. Jim did not look about him as he walked on, for he knew no one was there. It had something to do with this light. That much he knew. Now he could see the end of the corridor through the pulsing greenish haze. Something seemed to be there, something towering and opalescent and waiting. He came very near before he saw what it was, a huge circular glass-enclosed well that towered up to the ceiling 50 feet above. It was from this well that the light came. Jim could see the gentle pulsing of it, with streamers of a darker color flashing through it vertically. Those millions of eyes now were very near. Those millions of fingers probed into his brain unbearably. Jim pressed his hands to his throbbing temples, but the pain continued to expand within his skull. He could not turn and flee, for something held him there. He tried to cry out against it, but his throat seemed to contract and no sound would emerge. He had no knowledge whether it was minutes or hours that he stood there, but when at last he felt his legs giving way beneath him and glimpsed the blur of the floor rushing up, it was with a profound sense of gratitude for the oblivion that would be his. But it was not to be. No sooner did he feel the floor beneath him than the force which had beaten him down partially withdrew. Jim staggered to his feet, weak and a little dazed. Now something else was happening behind that glassite-encased wall. The green pillar of light was lowering, coalescing upon itself with a slowly swirling motion. And then, as the tower of light lessened, Jim saw what rode atop it. He saw a shape, huge, iridescent, and apparently weightless. It seemed at first simply a larger area of greenish light, but for a single second he glimpsed more. He saw the massive core of it. He felt his stomach turning over in a prodigious yawn, and his brain churned in chaotic horror. The thing he saw was a roughly globular, quasi-amorphous shape that was in a state of constant fluxion. It was partly tentacular. It writhed and pulsed. It seemed to project itself at will. Darkish tendrils came uncurling from it as if it were reaching for something not quite attainable. Simultaneously, it spun slowly atop its pillar of light, which seemed also a part of itself somehow. It was alive, a thinking, intelligent entity. That much Jim knew. It would even have been an entity of beauty, with its whirling greenish effulgence, were it not for one thing. It was evil. Terribly, undeniably so. Jim could feel the impact of it almost physically. Almost he felt that here was the essence of all the evil of another universe, compressed into that one horribly writhing mass that was now trying to expend itself but could not. And he had the feeling that although it could be moved to terrible, devastating anger, it was now, for some reason, gleeful. It came riding down, light as a feather atop its light, until it hovered just a few feet above Jim's head. Jim knew that he was being examined microscopically, perhaps even fourth-dimensionally. He shivered a little. He tried to take a step back, but could not. There came a sudden chuckling within his own brain, and then mentally he heard the entity speak. "Yes, Earthman, you were right in your estimate of me. I am evil to such as you. At least that's what Brulullo tells me, and I have come to believe Brulullo." Jim crouched before the thing, staring up at it. He still felt its probing mental fingers in his mind, and the fingers were unclean. He spoke aloud at last, in a voice he hardly recognized as his own. What in heaven's name are you?" There came that chuckling note again as the thing spoke. "Whatever I am, Earthman, it is not in heaven's name. I do not exactly know myself what I am. I personally have no conception or remembrance of how I came here. I only know what Brulullo has told me. It pleases me to tell you." The mental voice ceased abruptly. Then sudden, Vivid pictures flashed stereoptically across Jim's brain and were as quickly gone. He saw a city he recognized as Matonac, and the city was teeming with people. Jim knew that must have been many, many years ago. The scene changed as through another's eyes, he caught a blurry vision of this evil entity flashing from out of the sky to land near the city. He felt some of the consternation and then horror as the populace died by the score in the streets. There was no apparent reason except the presence of the alien thing. Just to look at the blinding brilliance of it was to die. Jim caught confused pictures of all available weapons being rushed to the scene to do battle with the thing, but to no avail. As the Montakians died, the entity grew tremendous in proportions and in power. These pictures flashed away, and Jim saw others, the last few scientists of Matonac, in a barricaded place where they worked frantically on a weapon with which to battle the alien thing. They completed the weapon, but they could not destroy the entity. After a terrific struggle, they subdued it temporarily by means of certain rays and beams. In this manner, they at last brought it into captivity within the glassite well. Brullo says all this happened hundreds of years ago. The voice came again within Jim's brain. He is the last of that final group of scientists who subdued me. I have only a vague remembrance. Brullo says? Jim gasped, struggling with the significance of the idea. He looked up and saw the spherish, effulgent thing spinning with silent amusement. Is Brullo's longevity then such an unusual thing? I do not know. Your time scheme means little to me. Perhaps Brullo's great age is due to his perpetual proximity to me. I only know that, unlike other Martians and Earthmen, he is immune to my strongest powers now. Jim sensed a certain bitterness in that mental voice, almost a hatred for Brullo. Looking up at the greenish, brooding globe, Jim ventured a daring question. Don't you sometimes long to be free again? He felt the tendril fingers grasp his mind again with a fierce tenacity. He cried out against the physical pain of it, but even through the pain he heard the throbbing answer. Free! Yes, Earthman! Brullo glories that he has trapped me here. Often I remember those olden days when I almost conquered the city of Matonac and the planet Mars. Brullo has promised me those days again, and much more. He says he is preparing for it, but I do not know what he means. I only know I tire of waiting. There were more mental words, but Jim only heard them through a mist about his brain. He knew that here, at last, he had solved the mystery of Matonac. This evil entity from out of another universe or another dimension was the emeralds of Matonac, which had lured men up here in ages past for its own or Brullo's devilish purpose. But what was that purpose? Something vastly imminent, Jim knew. Perhaps it was something the entity even now was trying to tell him in its strangely confidential mood. That is enough. You have said enough. I have warned you about this. That was not the thing's mental voice. Jim knew it, even as he whirled to face Brullo, who had come from nowhere to stand behind him. Brullo was furious. His grayish-lined face was a mask of hate, but not for Jim. He hurried forward like a scuttling crab, supporting himself on his cane with both hands. He approached the glassite barrier and began to manipulate tiny wheels there, which Jim had not noticed before. A network of wiring led down to several complicated box-like affairs set in the floor. Then a very curious thing happened. If a writhing, pulsing, spinning globe of evil can cower, that is what the entity did. No sooner had Brullo's hands touched the wheels than the entity sank down to the floor, then darted frightenedly up again to cringe against the furthermost confines of its prison. It poised there, hesitant, as if watching Brullo. It ventured out from the wall and then back again. It hardly pulsed at all now, as if holding its breath in fear. A tiny hum came from the machinery Brullo was manipulating. It rose to a shrill whine and then passed beyond audible. The sudden crisscross of pencil-thin beams leapt about the confines of the well. They were pale, scarcely visible, but Jim sensed the power of them. He heard a mental shriek of agony from the spinning globe. Then it was tumbling up the sides of the well, out of range. It vanished 50 feet overhead in a haze of greenish light. Using his cane as a pivot, Barullo pirouetted slowly to face Jim. "Now," he said, "we can talk to each other without interruption from that thing. Too bad that it hates me and I hate it, for we need each other." "I do not know," Barullo continued, "how much the dimming told you of itself or of me and my plans. It does not particularly matter now." "Dimming?" Jim repeated querulously, trying to focus his mind again. "Yes, dimensional thing. Facetious? I have my moments of humor. It is only a dim remembrance of its past before it came to Mars, but through certain conversation with it, I have come to the conclusion that it somehow had birth in another dimension, impinging delicately upon ours. How or why it was flung across to us, we shall never know, but it is nearly finished on Mars." Something caught at Jim's brain. He started a little. Barullo laughed shrilly. "Yes, had you not guessed before? The dimming feeds upon the minds of men. Oh, very subtly, of course. But for the presence of such sustenance on Mars, it would have died long, long ago. At first, the accumulative mental sustenance of Mars was more than sufficient. I was careful to keep the dimming under my control, even as now, but as the years passed, more years than you think, Earthman, I saw what was happening. We were hastening the eventual decease of the Martian race. The dimming absorbed, at first, all evil from the total Martian mind, and then, even more. No doubt, Earthman, you have read something of Martian history. You will remember that several centuries ago, a frightful war raged across 3 major continents of Mars. Almost abruptly, that is to say, within the space of a few years, it ceased mutually and without apparent reason. It was the dimming and I who indirectly caused that. Then you will remember there came an almost utopian state for something like a few score of years. It quickly passed as the dimming sent out its subtle radiations almost desperately across the surface of Mars. The Martians became inactive, indolent, a dying race you see now. In the last few score of years, sustenance for the dimming has been meager indeed. Jim only stared at this Martian, who, according to the entity, was hundreds of years old. A horror crept into Jim's brain, and a subtle warning. Here, he knew, was the one to be guarded against. Here, in this bent little Martian, was the ultimate evil. His was the controlling hand. Jim had been listening in a slow, dawning horror. Now he found his voice at last as he took a single tense step toward Barullo. "And you tell me this? This thing that has been happening to the Martian race? You yourself a Martian?" Barullo did not move, and the expression on his face did not change. "It is not what I am or once was that matters. It is what I shall be. With the tool that I have now, immortality lies within my grasp. That and eternal power. I shall continue. During the last 50 years, you Earthmen came. I need not say that you are a godsend. The dimming was at a very low ebb indeed. Even at the height of their scientific accomplishments, the Martians never quite achieved space travel. By what miracle you Earthmen achieved it, it shall always remain a mystery to me, but I thank you. You came when I needed you most. I discovered that your Earthian minds are stubborn, very stubborn indeed. The dimming likes that. It can subsist much longer on an Earthian mind than on a Martian. Furthermore, I learned that the Earthian mind is curious, one of the inherent qualities of your race. Therefore, I embellished somewhat the existing legend of Matonac, and you all came searching greedily, if not in droves, at least in sufficient numbers. And now you are building a spaceship for me. I have known it all along. I have brought you here for that purpose. I know it is very near completion. This spaceship which shall carry not Earthmen back to Earth, but the dimming and myself." "But it shall not." Jim had let Barullo talk on, knowing what was coming. In his mind now was no room for horror. His mind was quickly alert, and his hand was even quicker as it flashed to the electro pistol in his belt. But Brullo made a motion too, so fast that, paradoxically, there was a certain casualness about it. He still smiled. He raised his cane, on which he had been leaning with both hands. From a lens-covered bore in the end of it came a thick whitish light, touching Jim's hand and holding it motionless. It expanded, enveloped all of his body so that he could not move. It surged a little upward, full into his face. Jim Landor crumpled noiselessly and lay still. End of section 8. Section 9 of 11 stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. City of the Living Flame, Part 3. 6. His mind came surging slowly back up from the dark depths of nightmare. His head ached unbearably. He had thought an insistent warning voice was crying out at him. He opened his eyes. This was no nightmare. For memory came back in a rushing flood, and he still heard the voice, low and warning and very close to his ear. Do not move, Jim Landor. Do not say anything. Just listen. This is Ka'arji. I am here, close by you. Ka'arji. Jim had almost forgotten about Ka'arji. Then he took the warning and tried not even to think. He just listened in a detached manner. We are in a room off the corridor. That dimming thing is only a few 100 feet away. I hope it has not contacted your mind again, for I have something important to tell you. It is a good thing you followed me here so closely, for the dimming withdrew its concentration from me and centered on you. Thus I was able to slip past this place, and I explored a little. Jim Landor, below these corridors I have discovered a huge room full of machinery. I cannot understand it all, for I have not a scientific mind, but I thought if we could escape from here, and I could take you to this place? Slowly, Jim allowed his mind to relax. He felt no more of the probing mental fingers in his brain. It's all right, Ka'arji. We can speak freely now. I suppose that's where Brullo caught you, in that secret room? Yes, it seems to be his living quarters as well. I think I know what that machinery is, Ka'arji. It's vital to the existence of Montanak. If only we can get back there. Jim rose to his feet and looked about the room. It was small and empty. The walls were of marble. He walked over to the single door leading to the corridor. He tried it, and to his surprise, it opened easily. But he staggered back as if from a violent physical blow as the radiations from the dimming lashed against him. Our little playmate again. Jim rubbed his half-blinded eyes. Clever devil, that Brullo. He knows that no man could escape through that. He was so sure of it that he didn't even remove my electro-pistol from me. As the pain passed from his eyes, he removed his pistol and felt the comfortable weight of it in his hand. But he thrust it back into his belt again, knowing it was useless against the dimming. Then an idea struck him like a thunderbolt. Ka'arji, we may walk from this room yet. I have one weapon that Brullo hasn't counted on, and that is the dimming's hatred of Brullo. Hurrying to the door again, he opened it infinitesimally, and he leaped back to the furthermost confines of the room as the dimming's thought emanations came flooding inside in a gentle greenish haze. Jim centered all of his mind now on the one all-important thought. Brullo, I shall kill him. He thinks he will keep me here and feed my mind to the dimming, but somehow I'll escape from here and kill Brullo. I swear it. He strove to arouse an overwhelming hatred in his mind for the ages-old little Martian. The dimming's power surged anew. He felt the alien entity's mental fingers grab hold of his mind again. He He stifled the rising exultance and reiterated his resolution to kill Brullo. Now he noticed that the Dimming's mental presence was expanding through the very marble walls themselves. As never before, he began to appreciate the potential power of the thing. But with an effort, he repeated his oath to kill Brullo. It became now not so much an oath as a promise, for he knew the Dimming had tightly grasped his mind and was listening. It was easy. So ridiculously easy that Jim should have been suspicious, but was not. "If you mean it," the Dimming spoke to Jim's mind at last. "If I thought you really would." "I mean it." Jim flashed the thought fervently. "Let me out of here and I will rid you of Brullo once and for all." He almost laughed aloud. Slowly, hesitantly, the thing's mental barrier was fading away. Jim stepped to the door and opened it widely. Nothing beat him back now. He motioned to Ka'arji, who followed him almost frightenedly out into the corridor. There, the mental power of the Dimming was a little more in evidence, but not enough to stop them. It was as though it were watching. "This way," Ka'arji breathed at last. He led Jim in the opposite direction from the Dimming, then into a cross corridor that extended interminably. At last they reached a door that opened onto stone steps leading downward. "Careful," Ka'arji warned as he led the way slowly. He didn't need to warn Jim. The latter was wary as never before, and he kept his hand always near his electro-pistol. Something was vaguely wrong about all this, but he didn't know what. For one thing, it seemed too easy. At the bottom of the steps was another sliding door. Ka'arji paused before it and whispered, "This is the room." Jim stood still, listening. There was no sound from beyond that door. The silence was a vast womb about them, menacing. Jim slid the door noiselessly open. They stepped inside and stared around. They saw huge circling tiers of peculiarly constructed dynamos. They were in operation, Jim knew that, for he could feel a certain surge of power even though there was no sound. A bewildering network of cables led from the dynamos to a central, predominating machine that towered fan-like above them all. It was this electronic tower, he knew, that created the swirling pillars of strength that surged upward and outward to support the vast cavern roof overhead. Then they saw Brullo. He was in a little glassite room at the foot of the electronic tower. Tiny wheels and dials were banked around him, and he was busy making delicate adjustments. So busy that he didn't see them standing just inside the door. Now Jim heard the insistent voice of the Dimming in his mind again. "Kill him! Do it at once! Do as you promised!" Jim didn't need the prompting voice. He wasn't going to ray a man down from behind. Besides, he doubted if his beam would penetrate that glassite cage. He stepped quickly to one of the dynamo stanchions and drew Ka'arji down beside him. He waited. Despite the Dimming's impatience that he could feel seething within him, Brullo finished his adjustments at last and stepped out of the cage. He was still a good 50 feet from Jim. He turned to go deeper into the maze of machinery. Jim arose and said quietly, "Brullo." The aged Martian whirled with amazing agility. Jim saw the look of incredulity that leaped into his eyes. Brullo leaned heavily forward, his two hands gnarling about his cane. Then his lips quirked into a toothless smile, and he started to say something. That was to throw Jim off guard. Simultaneous with his speech, he lifted his hands lightning-like and the cane leveled. But Jim was expecting that. With a single, sinuous movement, his pistol was in his hand. Its bluish beam was penciling out. It caught Brullo squarely in the chest before he could press the button on his own weapon. He staggered forward. His cane weapon sagged. He tried to level it again but could not. Still he staggered forward. Hatred mingled with horror in his eyes. With amazing strength, his spindly legs carried him across the room as he mouthed unintelligible Martian words. Jim fell back a step. He hoped Brullo would not find strength in his arms. Would that damned Martian never die? Jim knew his beam had bored a hole clear through the creature's chest. He could see the blackish blood oozing from it. Jim felt a cold horror gnawing at the pit of his stomach even as he aimed carefully, and the electro beam flashed out 3 more times. He saw 3 more holes rake across the Martian's chest. Barullo fell with a crash right at Jim's feet, and the cane clattered from his fingers. Even the mask of death could not erase the hate from those ebon eyes as Barullo stared lifelessly up at him. Jim shuddered once, then reached out with his foot and turned Barullo over so that he lay face downward. He was aware of Ka'arji standing beside him, and Ka'arji saying quickly, tensely, "Jim Landor, you remember when I said that this time I should not return from the polar wastes? This is what I meant. I know now what I must do. But you must hurry. Get back and tell the other men, or none of you will ever leave Montanak." Jim stared at him uncomprehendingly, trying to listen at the same time to Ka'arji and to the jubilant voice of the dimming that was surging in him again. "Ka'arji, what do you mean?" "I mean, Jim Landor, that I know the intentions of the dimming. I know at last what has happened to my race and what might happen to Earth, but it shall not happen." Ka'arji leapt toward the glassite cage at the foot of the electronic tower. In a few strides he was there, had hurled himself within it, and barred the door behind him. His eyes were glowing and purposeful as he stared out at Jim, who came running. "You had better hurry, Jim Landor, and warn the others. Do not try to stop me, for I have a feeling this cage is impregnable. In a very short time I can wreck these controls. The electronic zones will cease, and the entire cavern roof will collapse under the pressure of millions of tons. Get back to the others and escape from Montanak." He turned deliberately and examined the controls banked around him. He reached to his pouch of Tasith stems and placed a few of them in his mouth before he continued. "I suggest you try to distract the dimming's thought as much as possible so it won't center on me here. I will try to hold out for half an hour at least, longer if possible, but hurry." Conflicting emotions swept across Jim like a flood, but were beaten down by the cold realization that Ka'arji intended to carry this thing through without compromise. The Martian would destroy all of Montanak, including the dimming and himself, in an endeavor to save Earth from the thing that had happened so subtly on Mars. Jim whirled, started to race away, but turned back. "All right, Ka'arji. Thanks seems a pretty feeble word for what you were doing, but if I get back to Earth, I shall see that you are never forgotten for this. Now give me the rest of those Tasith stems. I have an idea." Without question, Ka'arji opened the glassite door and tossed out the pouch of stems. Jim snatched it up and raced away without a backward glance. He hurried from the room and up the stone stairs to the corridors again. There, the dimming's power struck more forcefully into his mind. It seemed somehow diabolically gleeful, but Jim hurried on, hurried toward the evil entity. Finally, he stood at the foot of the towering well and saw the spinning globular shape descend upon its coalescing pillar of light. "You did it well," the thought came flashing. "You kept your promise. The thing I have dreamed of for ages has happened. Barullo is out of my way, and I have a free hand. Yes, Earthman, now I see in your mind everything that Barullo told you. There are other Earthmen here, completing a huge ship by which to go back to your planet. That is what Barullo was counting on. That is what he would not tell me. He had planned to take me to Earth and there keep me under his control as he has here. But now that you have so kindly removed Barullo, I can do this myself. I need only wait until the men have completed their ship, then blast their minds to annihilation." This dimming was the ultimate evil, not Barullo. Jim had known it all along, and now he realized how he had played into its hands. A momentary panic seized him. He could picture the thing landing the spaceship on Earth's northern or southern polar ice, or in the unexplored depths of Brazilian jungle. Hidden from the sight and knowledge of men for years, it would carry on the subtle destruction of Earthian minds as it had Martian, and now, unhampered by Barullo, it would grow in size and potency until who could say what the end would be? Perhaps there would be no end. There were other planets besides Mars and Earth. "Thank you, Earthmen. That is a thought I will remember. But your mental pictures of the terrain of Earth were rather vague. Show me more clearly." Jim felt the agonizing mental fingers tearing the tissues of his brain apart. At the base of the well, he saw the obscure little door Barullo had opened to manipulate the pale, penciling beams. Instantly, Jim was on his knees, had wrenched it open. He did not try to work the beams, knowing the dimming could have stopped him in an instant. He merely tossed the pouch of Cyndajm stems out into the central floor of the well and rose quickly. "There's an offering for you. I kept my promise and killed Barullo. Now you keep yours and let me go." The entity had made no such promise, and Jim knew it, but he whirled and raced down the corridor unheeded. It was only the element of surprise that would carry him through now, surprise and utter wildness. He even laughed wildly aloud as he ran on, and nothing stopped him. Nothing stopped him until he was halfway to the outer door leading to the street. Then he felt a terrific impact. He stumbled, fell to his knees, and toppled forward on his face. He arose against a tremendous physical pressure and staggered on. Again, he felt that impact as he was battered against the marble corridor walls, but with a fierce tenacity, he kept his feet and kept going. He reached the street. His legs were heavy as if he were fighting against 100 gravities. He felt the dimming was merely toying with him, as a cat with a mouse. As Jim hurried on, or tried to hurry, to the place where he would find Conley and Sperlin and the score of other men, he knew that one man could not hope to stand against that awful power, but perhaps many men in perfect mental accord. Again, he felt the strange, fierce tingling in every fiber of his being until he thought he was walking in a sluggish sea of fire. It seemed hours later when he reached the familiar building and hurried along the metal-lined tunnel where the dimming's radiation seemed a little less intense. It was with a feeling of profound gratitude that he pushed through a final door and sank down into a soothing oblivion, but not before he glimpsed many men rushing toward him with surprised shouts. Among them, he saw Conley. 7. Jim opened his eyes and stared up into Conley's worried face. He coughed a little on the stinging liquor the latter was pouring down his throat. "How long have I been here?" he asked urgently. "Just a minute or two, lad. You're mighty battered and tired, but you'll be all right now. Just rest a while." "Rest," Jim repeated and climbed quickly to his feet. "None of us can rest now. There's no time. It may be too late already. But we've got to make a fight for it, if for no other reason than because Ka'arji's counting on it. No, Conley, I'm not delirious." He waved the worried Irishman away. "Listen, you men, I've solved the mystery of Matonac, and we've got to get out of here." In an anxious rush of words, he explained the situation, told briefly of his discovery of the dimming and what it was, and of Ka'arji's avowal to destroy all of Matonac. "In another few weeks, Sperlin, your spaceship would have been finished, and the greatest horror the universe has ever known would have launched itself upon Earth. It still might happen. We've got to get back out there at once, en masse, and hold that thing's attention before it discovers what Ka'arji's up to." It had all happened too suddenly for the men to quite believe him. They looked askance at each other. "But after 3 years of heartbreaking work," Sperlin said, "to give up my spaceship now? That's what you're asking." "Hell of a lot of good your spaceship will be with millions of tons of rock and ice heaped on it. That's gonna happen about 15 minutes from now, or less. Man, don't you understand? Ka'arji said he'd give me a half hour." "It's a trick," Wessel squawked loudly. "Damn funny that he ever got back to us here at all. He discovered a protection against those greenish rays. He's trying to lure us all outside to our death so he can have all this new metal for himself." Jim strode back to the door, pausing only long enough to cry, "All right, stay here then, and die, all of you. If you won't help me, that means our last chance is gone. I'll die too, but it'll be out there, fighting that thing to the last." "I'm with you, Jim. I believe you." It was Conley's voice he heard, and Conley's friendly hand on his shoulder, but he didn't pause in his hurried stride back up through the tunnel. He heard other men coming behind them, following Conley's example, but he felt that it was too late now. There could only be a few minutes left. Archie might even be dead. The dimming in its subtle way might have known the plot from the first. That would mean the dimming had won, for no man could ever be able to get back down to that control room. As they reached the street, Jim felt the power of the entity withdraw a little, as if that were necessary in order for it to embrace all their minds. A sudden new hope surged in Jim, a feeling that their combined forces might be a match for this thing yet. And even as they were racing back toward the central plaza, he was evolving a plan that might work, providing they had enough time. "Sperlin, you remember that surface car that brought us all here at various times? Do you suppose you might discover its secret? There are hidden electronic motors, I believe." "We thought of that before, but no man was ever able to get near enough." "You'll get there this time. We'll see to it. Sperlin, when we reach the plaza, you take one man and head for that car. You spent 3 years building a spaceship, but now in as many minutes, you've got a tougher job. You've got to find those motors and solve them and have them ready for a quick departure. The rest of you men, listen. I've had a few dealings with this dimming, and I think I know its weakness. It's grossly egotistic. That's the angle we're going to play on. But our minds will have to be in perfect accord. I want you all to be silent, but listen carefully to my every word and concur with me mentally in everything I say." Strangely, those mental fingers had withdrawn a little, and Jim wondered why. There was something almost cunning about it. They reached the plaza, and Sperlin with one man hurried to the surface car on the opposite side of the square. The others, more than a score in all, stopped before the building that housed the entity. Jim knew that there could only be minutes now. Even as he was formulating words in his mind, he felt the dimming's faculties expand again, surge out prodigiously to envelop them all, and with it came raucous mental laughter. The thing was laughing at them. "Steady, you men," Jim said in a quick undertone. "Get ready now." And Jim laughed in return, laughed aloud and shortly, for beneath the dimming's laughter he thought he detected a false note. He felt that it was bluffing, stalling for time, but why? "All right," he called aloud, "you have won. You have defeated us here, but in defeat we can laugh, for this will be your last victory. You will get to Earth, but there you will meet your end." Jim felt the power of the thing reaching out in a fierce resentment, but he continued tauntingly, "You will see that the Earthian mind does not fear you. They will seek you out. We have weapons to combat you that the Martians know nothing of. You will not last long on Earth. If Brulo alone kept you here in thrall, Earthmen can do that and much more." Jim had other words to say, mocking words, but he did not get a chance. The dimming lashed out with a terrible, unsuspected force. For a single second, all of Metonic was livid under a garish, unbearable green as the men were beaten down to their knees in a huddled, miserable group. Buildings blurred and wavered and seemed to topple. The Earthman's consciousness dangled by a thread. "That is only a tiny sample of my power," the thought came lashing at them. "That is to teach you not to drive me to anger again." The men rose painfully to their feet, clinging together, but Jim was exultant now. He could not have told why, but he felt that in that one supreme burst of anger, the dimming had expended most of its power, and that is what he had been counting on. "Your Earthian minds are stubborn, very stubborn, but I like that. I think I shall like Earth. Tell me more about the weapons you have there, the scientific devices you will use to combat me." What about Sperlin? Had he failed? That single surface car was their only escape from here. It seemed hours since Sperlin had raced across the plaza toward it. "We're lost, Jim," Conley whispered wearily. "We're beaten." "Oh, no, we're not." For suddenly, strangely, the dimming did not grasp their minds anymore. It was slipping away, and they felt strangely free and buoyant. But why? Why should it withdraw in its moment of triumph, just as it was learning what it wanted to know about Earth? In an awful moment of panic, Jim thought, did it read in my mind something about Ka'arji? Does it know what Ka'arji is doing? Simultaneously, there came a shout from Sperlin across the way, and it was a triumphant cry. Hurry up, you men! We've got these motors going, but Lord knows... Sperlin's welcome voice. Jim found himself pounding across the plaza behind the others, as in a dream he could hear the smooth threnody of the motors. And for one last time he felt the mental power of the dimming reach out, but it was half-hearted and uncertain. It wavered a little and seemed vaguely bewildered. Jim even paused in his stride and looked back defiantly. He felt it trying once more to grasp his mind, then it fell away disheartened. Not until then did the truth burst upon Jim and he realized what was happening. He reached the car last of all and dropped exhausted across the threshold as the reaction of all he had undergone suddenly hit him. He felt hands pulling him in and other hands sliding the door closed behind him. Even then, the car was moving away, gathering speed toward the single obscure tunnel leading up and out of the vast cave of Matonac. 8. Jim knew nothing more until he struggled up again from the vast depths of darkness. This time, his mind felt blessedly alive and buoyant and free. He simply lay there against the soft cushion and let the strength flow back to him. He sat suddenly erect. He was alone, and the car had stopped. He looked out into the white expanse of the polar cap once more. He hurried to the door and was relieved to see the rest of the men gathered outside, staring at something and talking excitedly. He joined them. Conley greeted him and pointed silently. Barely a mile to the north from whence they had come, a great greenish display suffused the lowering sky. It started a moment ago, Conley said. I think we got out of there just in time. Hardly had he spoken when all of the ice-capped terrain beneath the light collapsed into a vast hollow miles wide. It happened silently, abruptly. Seconds later, faint rumbling shook the ground. It was final. The greenish display had vanished, and only the hollow remained, as if a giant had plunged his thumb into a rotten apple. Conley sighed and turned away. When I think of poor Wessel and the others buried a mile below there... They got, Jim replied caustically, just what they asked for. You'd better hope that entity is as dead as they are. No doubt about that. But I can't understand it, Jim. I thought sure we were lost. When it was browbeating us there in the plaza, what happened after that? All I remember is running for the car. What happened, Jim replied softly, is that a wild hunch of mine worked. Did you ever indulge in Martian systems, Conley? It's horrible, vile stuff. Makes anyone except an addict violently ill. And it hits you suddenly like a barrage of rocket blasts. Well, I gave a whole pouch full, Ka'arji's, to that dimming. Do you know, despite it being an other-dimensional entity, it had some very human qualities. Apparently, it was curious as well as egotistic. It must have investigated and then absorbed the tith stems, and it became violently ill, just at the right time for us. Sperlin had been trying desperately to get the motor started again, but to no avail. He now approached the others with a worried frown. Those motors are so constructed that they can work in two ways. First, they can operate from a direct electronic beam. That's how Barullo controlled the car from a distance, and that's the way we've come as far as we have now. But with the destruction of Matonac, all the beams are gone. Then you mean we're stranded here? Conley pictured hundreds of miles of ice still lying before them. He remembered that the cap had already started its breakup, and no man could ever get across it now, not afoot. On the other hand, Sperlin was saying hopelessly, the motor should work from the electronic emanations of that new metal we found, even a tiny amount of it, but, he waved his hand to the north, there it all lies, buried. We'll never get to it in 1,000,000 years. Defeat was in his voice. For a moment, the men milled about, looking at each other helplessly before Jim remembered something. I have gone through too much, he grinned, in the past few days to let a minor thing like this stymie me. With a feigned nonchalance, he reached into his pocket and drew forth a piece of metal It was the rounded medallion which Ka'arji had given him, and he'd forgotten until now. Sperlin's eyes lighted. He seized it eagerly and went back to work. Jim looked again toward the vast hollow to the north, and he spoke softly to Conley standing beside him. Sperlin's wrong, though. We'll get to that metal again, and Sperlin will see his super spaceship come true. It'll be a tremendous mining job, but, well, at least we know the metal's there, and it'll wait for us. The sudden hum of the motors was a welcome sound in their ears, and minutes later they were speeding smoothly back to the south. End of section 9. Section 10 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Star of Panadur. Written with dePina. On the barren wastes of Europa, 2 marooned men fought, battling over an animal whose life one had saved. There was no fear in the animal's eyes, only the gleam of a weird, unearthly knowledge that foretold the way the fight would end. Hugh, there's life here. Look at this. Found it in a cavern. The shrill voice was exultant and gleeful. Hugh Bentecourt quickly rose from the fire he tended and turned startled eyes on the furry bundle Jim Brannigan grasped firmly by the scruff of its neck. At first, nothing was visible but the liquid sheen of the thing's silvery fur, but as Jim roughly thrust it out, Hugh gave an involuntary gasp of surprise. The creature's small triangular face was nothing less than beautiful. Its eyes were soft and large and luminous, like beryls, set wide apart. Above its broad forehead, a short mane of silver fur, beginning in a widow's peak, fell back clouds soft and shimmering. It was about 3 feet tall, slim, furred to the throat line, a strange biped with slender arms and 6-finger hands. Damn it, Jim, go easy. You've all but strangled it. Here, give it to me. Hugh extended his arms. Don't let it get away from you. It's faster than a jackrabbit, Jim cautioned, extending the ham-sized hand in which he held the creature. Luckily, I surprised it in a sort of cave-like gully where it couldn't escape. It means food, Hugh. Lots of food if we can find more of these animals. For a moment, the incipient madness of many days on this hellish satellite engulfed Hugh in a wave of nausea. He remembered the gravity screen tearing from its pivots, and the spaceship caught in the tremendous pull of Jupiter, the last desperate try at the controls, and then the tiny dark bulk of Europa curving up to meet them headlong. There had been cheerless days of biting cold when the tiny satellite faced the distant pallid sun. There had been nights that were like a canto out of Dante, as they were bathed in Jupiter's red cold glow. More recently, and for more reason, Hugh remembered the dwindling food supply, which had now quite vanished. Yes, food. Hugh echoed Jim's words in a hoarse whisper. He grasped the soft, warm body in his hands with gentle firmness. The creature did not try to escape. It lay limp and inert with its eyes closed. But food doesn't quite solve our problem unless we can find some oxide crystal to alloy in the portable smelter. We're sunk. Jim, that ragged hole in the prow isn't going to repair itself. Jim's ordinarily red face grew redder with anger until there was no distinguishing between the color of his hair and that of his face. All right, he snarled, so we need the oxide. For days we've been searching all over this cold hell for some, and where are we? I still maintain our immediate problem is food. Yes, food, Hugh murmured. Why, he wondered vaguely, was he so reluctant to talk about it, while he held this limp, warm creature in his arms? He looked down at it again and was startled to find himself staring into its extraordinary eyes. Limpid, brilliant, full of a semi-human intelligence now. They were scarcely a foot from Hugh's own eyes, and for a single instant Hugh had the crazy idea that they were filled with a strange fixity of purpose, almost as if it were trying to convey something to him there in the appalling silence of Europa. A sudden cold came over Hugh that was not the cold of Europa. It took quite an effort for him to tear his own eyes away. Then he laughed and whispered inquiringly of himself, "Am I going crazy? Maybe this place is beginning to get to me at last. For a moment I thought—" He shrugged uneasily. "What are you mumbling?" Jim demanded irritably, his huge form bulking against the bizarre, jagged landscape. "I'd have slit that thing's throat and skinned it already. Here, give it." "Wait, you fool!" Hugh's ordinarily thoughtful hazel eyes were bright now and hard as he drew back from Jim's grasping hand. "We're the first to find life on Europa, the only ones to see what inhabits it, and all you can think of is your damn stomach? You can't be starved. You ate this morning." "Yes, and that was the last of it," Jim snarled. His face was ugly now and purposeful. "Well, I'm hungry again. And now that I've found these European kangaroos, I aim to be fed and kept warm. Notice how fine that pelt is?" Hugh had noticed, indeed. He had noticed even more, the peculiar sheen and aliveness of it, as if it were surcharged with a definite energy. As he held the creature close, a warm feeling of well-being slowly diffused through him, and something like a faint echo in his brain was like a shadowy background to his thoughts. Yes, he knew. Here was food, and here was warm fur against an eternal cold of the satellite, but their spacesuits protected them in a measure against the cold, and, if necessary, they could subsist a few more days without eating. Perhaps by then they would find some of the rare crystal oxide, enough to repair their ship and leave. Perhaps. It was a long chance, almost an impossibility, and Hugh knew it, but now also he knew what he must do. He did it. With a distasteful glance at his now openly belligerent partner, he stepped forward. Then, with unexpected suddenness, he lurched as if he'd lost his footing on the rough terrain. He stumbled sideways. He twisted and fell deliberately to the ground. He opened his arms wide. It was rather clumsily done. Hugh realized that instantly. For an infinitesimal moment, the furry creature sprawled too, immobile where Hugh's momentum had flung it. It gazed with an uncanny intensity into the Earthman's eyes. Then, in a single graceful leap of incredible speed, it was gone into the growing red haze as night came on and Jupiter's macabre glow shattered the surrounding crags. "You fool! You utter damn fool!" Jim Brannigan screamed, livid with rage. "You did that deliberately!" Then his huge body was launching at Hugh, the great heavy fists lashing out with the force of pistons. Hugh, lighter but more lithe, had only time to roll onto one side and regain his feet. Then he was ducking the barrage of blows, evading the murderous rushes, allowing Jim to tire out of his frantic rage. Only once did Hugh strike a blow, a terrific lashing left into the other solar plexus that doubled the red giant in helpless nausea. "That's all we need now," Hugh said with a measure of calm. "To maim or cripple each other? We'll never get back that way. Come out of it, man. What we've got to do is get that oxide." "What we've got to do is get food. You let the only food go that we had." Jim Brannigan began to weep in great racking sobs. Merely nerves. Temporary, hysterical reaction, Hugh decided. Jim wasn't really hungry yet. He was only anticipating the event. When he got over this, he would sulk. When he got over that, he would start scheming. With that unpredictable mind of his, knowing the man, Hugh decided to watch him carefully from now on. He took Jim's arm, and they walked over to the crippled spacer lying like a great silver bug with its nose smashed in the stark hollow of this ravine. They entered. Hugh walked forward and examined the thin sheet of beryllium that patched the ship's wounded hull for the night. He went astern and turned on the generators at quarter speed to provide a miserly warmth. On his way back to the inner cabin, he stopped and peered out of a porthole at a now familiar scene. Europa's dark, mad terrain becoming swiftly suffused with Jupiter's red. He entered the cabin, glanced at Jim, and saw that he was now in the sulking stage. The hunger problem pressed insistently upon Hugh's own mind. That little furry creature, in spite of hunger, he was still glad he'd let it escape, but damn it, he wished he knew why. Hugh thrust the problem from him and glanced again at Jim. Soon Jim's mind, bordering upon necessity, would begin scheming. Hugh knew the man. Despite an utter weariness, Hugh didn't sleep through the rest of that short night. His mind, alert and hunger clear, wrestled with the problem of survival in this mad world of snow and silence. In the opposite beryllium mesh bunk, Jim snored fitfully as though rehearsing in his sleep some violence in his mind. Hugh arose slowly and donned with caution the stiff, heavy spacesuit as protection against the cold. Adjusting the helmet and oxygen tank, he opened the airlock and ventured out into the Dante-esque magnificence of Europa's night. The red opaline haze had the quality of a waking nightmare. The great snow crystals were drifting lazily again, appearing now like livid blotches of ruby. Jupiter loomed like a great gloating nemesis across the entire ragged horizon. Hugh didn't know where he was going. No predetermined plan guided his steps. There was only a great urgency to leave the spacer and to go somewhere and seek. Hugh stopped, brushed the brittle red snow from his faceplate, and wished he could wipe the sweat from his brow. Go where and seek what? Seek oxide crystals, of course, he told himself, but there was something else now. Something strange and powerful that gripped a part of his mind and urged him on like the fear of madness. He stumbled on for hours, it seemed, until he was in the fearsome cavern country. Here the stark, heaven-rearing cliffs were honeycombed with tortuous caves and gullies and immense grottos. He entered a low gallery-like cave that wound in and downward into the mass of a gigantic cliff. Now an unshakable inner dread plucked at his mind and gripped his throat as he tried to check his precipitate descent but couldn't. He no longer seemed possessed of any volition of his own. He shrugged fatalistically. Then he felt a thrill of excitement as he noticed a faint luminescence of the surrounding walls. This light increased as he descended deeper and deeper through widening passages. Then at last, at the end of a turn, a burst of radiance met his eyes. He was in a grotto of titanic proportions. The substance of its walls and distant ceiling gave it the gentle radiance of a sunless day, but it was a glaucous radiance, ineffably green as the light beneath the waters of a shallow sea. Holy roaring comets! Hugh swore aloud as he stood there quite still, staring. By all the red tails on Venus, it's oxide! All of it! His voice echoed inside his helmet and beat against his eardrums. Yes, it was beryllium oxide gleaming at his feet, crystalline and powdery, just as men had found it for the first time a century before in the desert wastes of Arizona. The entire floor of the grotto was covered with it as far as his widening eyes could see. He bent in a frenzy of joy and scooped up whole handfuls. He half babbled over it like a delirious King Midas. He let it trickle fondly through his fingers in a little glittering flood. Saved! Now they could repair the ship and return. Return to Earth and tell of this. Not until several minutes later did Hugh begin to wonder how he had come here. With a rush of apprehension, he remembered a cold and tenacious something that had seized a part of his mind. But now it was gone, and he felt strangely limp and tired. He leapt to his feet. Staring around, he wondered if he could retrace his steps back to the spaceship. And in that precise moment, he felt his mind seized again with a sort of frantic suddenness. There was no mistaking that very clear warning of danger! Danger! But he could not have acted in time. Even as he spun around, he was unaware of the shadow that lengthened behind him until it loomed very near and a part of it lashed out. Not until the last split second did Hugh glimpse wild and red-streaked eyes in vivid contrast to the grim and purposeful face behind a helmet plate. Then the part of the shadow that was Jim Brannigan's arm, holding something massive like a rock, completed the swift arc and struck. A sun exploded within Hugh's head. Livid flames engulfed him, consumed him. He tried to cry out, but couldn't. Then the sun fragments cruelly withdrew, leaving him helpless in a cold blackness through which he fell like a plummet to ultimate extinction. Jim Brannigan stood there tensely for a moment, looking at the man he had struck down, but only for a moment. His lips quirked into a tight smile, and his exulting keen eyes took in the cave's glittering expanse. "A fortune in oxide crystals," he murmured, "an inexhaustible mine. And he thought he could cheat me out of it, keep me from it. Good thing I followed him. Serves him right I've killed him." He didn't seem too worried about it, and he didn't look at Hugh's body again as he started gathering in the rare crystals. "Europa's uncharted. I can claim deed this whole region, and probably there's another fortune in furs," he added as he suddenly remembered the creature he had captured. Already, in his greedy mind's eye, he saw himself a tycoon, the Oxide King, with a corner on furs finer than anything ever seen on Earth, Venus, or Mars. This he saw, but what he didn't see were the myriad pairs of burning beryl eyes peering at him from concealed openings in the opaline walls. He was not aware of the increasing energy potential being generated by a growing legion of furred bodies in surrounding caverns, as more and more Panadurs pressed forward to peer out at him. Around Jim Brannigan now the frigid atmosphere began to rise. At first it was pleasantly cool, then warm and warmer until it became suffocating. Still, the silvery-furred Panadurs, in utter silence, generated heat as their mental forces grew and deliberately united into a single increasing potential. Their fur stood erect, an angry violet silver now, crackling a little with the intensity of the effort. As a single unit, they waited, each furry Panadur now touching the other in a living, livid chain of cumulative power. Jim Brannigan ceased his gloating and awoke at last to the indefinable danger. Swiftly he arose and whirled toward the entrance, peering back over his shoulder at the danger he could feel, that he knew was there, but could not see. But already it was too late. Now that increasing energy potential, grown and united into a single purposeful weapon, was being aimed. Jim Brannigan hadn't taken 3 steps toward the entrance when suddenly, silently, intangible as thought, but infinitely more devastating, it was released. As the devastating bolt struck him, Brannigan collapsed into a crumpled heap, shattered, silent, inert. For hours that lengthened into days, Hugh Bentecourt lay unconscious. His blanched features were lifeless and cold, there in the same cavern where Brannigan's treacherous blow had toppled him into oblivion. Then, as a hint of color returned to his cheeks and a slow strength began to course through his limbs, he regained moments of lucidness. But they were brief, and he always lapsed back into delirium. With the wavering unreality of a mirage, vague memories of those strange furred creatures encircling him surged into his mind. They seemed to have pressed close to him, holding hands. Strange. They were joined by a line of their fellow Panadurs to a similar circle surrounding a huddled figure a short distance away. But that was crazy, and Hugh's mind would slide back into the darkness again. Once he thought one of the Panadurs came and placed its exquisite face against his chest and held it there a long time, as if it was testing the Earthman's metabolism. This seemed so very real. Hugh was aware of an almost crackling silence and the cave ceiling unchanging luminescence. Still a third time he imagined that a silver-gray Panadur, almost stately in his measured movements, came over to him with a gleaming jewel in his hand. It was an inch in diameter and the same color as the creature's eyes, a pale, lucent green. Majestically, despite his diminutive size, he placed the stone over Hugh's heart. Instantly the gem flamed with the effulgence of a glowing star. The Panadur seemed satisfied. When at last Hugh Bentecourt regained full consciousness and was able to sit up and stare around him, he realized that he had not been prey to delusions. Although he still felt weak, his mind was crystal clear. Here was a circle of Panadurs still enclosing him, but the circle had grown. as if a great many more creatures had joined the uncanny circle in an ecstasy to be in close proximity to the tall Earthman. Their furry, vibrating bodies pressed close to him, and their strange, fragile hands touched his wrists and throat and face as they seemed to caress him with infinite gentleness. Waves of sheer energy seemed to envelop him and penetrate to the deepest recesses of his being, as if by some strange alchemy these alien creatures of stark Europa were transmitting to him the elemental life force itself. But strangely enough, that other circle of Panadurs enclosing that huddled figure over there in the semi-gloom was contracting as it grew smaller and smaller day by day. Hugh ceased to wonder about all this as he lay back to gather his strength. He fell into a peaceful sleep. This time when he awoke, it was a profound sense of well-being far beyond anything he'd ever known. It permeated his body with the exhilarating glow of a rare Venusian wine. One thing, however, still eluded him. He sat up, felt his head where the blow had fallen. He remembered only the excruciating pain in the microscopic instant before the rushing darkness came. There was nothing there now, not even a scar. A rock from the ceiling must have fallen, he thought. My luck to be standing right under it. It was not a rock. The thought came into his mind clear and unmistakable. Then Hugh found himself staring into the beryl-green eyes of the stately keeper of the jewel. Like a flash, the scene he had not witnessed, of Jim Brannigan stalking him from the spaceship, the murderous blow, and the vision of himself lying in a pool of blood on the glittering expanse of oxide crystals, was etched into his mind by the telepathic power of the Panadur. "We know you would have spared us," came the uncanny stream of thought. "Your companion captured me when I, as the chosen leader, went to investigate your arrival, but you deliberately let me go when it meant your life. But he, whose fur was like the angry spot of the greater world, would have destroyed us." We read his thoughts. "Telepathy, by Mercury's molten heart!" Hugh exclaimed in awe, dimly sensing the prodigious mental power of the being. "And we were going to eat one of them?" He stared around the cave, remembering Jim Brannigan, and it was apparent that Hugh still didn't realize all that had occurred. "I suppose that murdering mercenary scum left long ago with the ship, and here I'm stranded. If I ever get my hands on him—" "That you will never do." Hugh was aware of the Panadur again, and he saw the shadowy copy of a smile flit over its features. "We gave you of our energy," the shimmering silver being transmitted, "and we gave you of another life that you might have yours again. It was but justice." What other life?" And then Hugh tottered where he stood, swayed sickeningly as the entire meaning burst upon him. He remembered the scenes in his delirium, when two circles, one of which enclosed him, and another that enclosed a huddled figure, had been formed by Panadurs, while a living chain of the brooding creatures joined the two circles together. He shuddered as he remembered that his own circle seemed to expand as the other inexorably contracted. There was no choice. The limpid thought message from the Panadur impinged upon Hugh's mind. "We know the secret of the release of electronic energy by the dissociation of electronic and neutronic balance in the atomic scale. We reverse the vibration of matter, and through magnetic means draw a steady stream of energy, pure energy from matter in whatever state. In your case, we simply transmitted the energy content of the red-furred one to you." Hugh hardly dared to glance in the direction where the huddled figure had been, but with an effort of will he steeled himself against the growing nausea and resolutely walked over to the thing. He felt his sanity reeling. He was brought back to sanity by the Panadur, who, all along, had communicated with him. Its fragile, six-fingered hand was extended, palm upwards, and lying on it was a gleaming jewel. "Take it and go." The message came with majestic power, yet there was a world of kindness in it. "Go back to your ship. You will find its damage repaired. We have done that for you. With the star of Panadur, you will be guided back as my thought centers upon it. On the day when you return to our world, gaze upon the star, and you will be helped to find us again, and gather the crystals you seek. But none from your planet must ever see us again, or even hear of us." "I promise," Hugh exclaimed fervently, remembering Jim Brannigan's intent and that there were many men like Brannigan. Slowly, Hugh left the cave, clutching the dazzling gem through which he could feel a directed flow of thought. He was still a little dazed at this miracle. He wanted to laugh and to cry, but the flooding realization that his ship, repaired and ready, awaited him, that he was free to leave this craggy hell of crimson shadows and Arctic nights, left only a vast, singing quiet in his soul, too deep for tears. End of section 10. Section 11 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Revenge of the Vera. The unarmed freighter Vera was plowing through space to meet the deadliest pirate of the void, rocketing into battle against a fighting ship even the Space Patrol could not vanquish. The man seemed too big for the single cushioned seat of the tiny space cruiser, but he did not remain in the seat long, and when he moved, it was with a swift surety that belayed his bulk. He stepped over to the visipanel, peered into it, and saw only a few pinpoints of stars. His eyes, as icy as those stars, narrowed until they too were but pinpoints. He grasped the directional finder and swung it in eccentric parabolas across all the heavens before him. The star pinpoint swung to and fro, in and out of the visipanel, and then he saw it. A vague, darker shape against the blackness, blotting out a few of the stars. Lucky, he thought, as he leapt back to the controls to change direction. Lucky to find it before the Earth Patrol got there. The news had already gone out, but he did not exult. His lips tightened into a thin, hard line, and his throat tightened too with a foreboding that crowded out all hope. As he drew swiftly nearer, he could see the huge luxury liner helplessly drifting. He could see the black, ragged hole in the hull. He could see the name on the prow, Martian Princess. He could see other things which he didn't want to see, which he didn't want to approach, but knew he must. Numerous tiny white-faced things, staring and bloated and reflecting the leprous sunlight. The tiny cruiser clanged against the larger bulk, and her magna plates held. The man was already in spacesuit. With a trembling hand, he brushed back his blonde hair, then pulled down the Kyrosite fronted helmet. He stepped out into space. He did not immediately board the liner. Instead, he moved among the scores of drifting corpses, using a propulsion pistol. He pulled each corpse to him, staring searchingly into the face, then thrust it away with a shudder. Before he had half finished, he was sick, but he felt hope surging in him again, for he had not yet found what he was looking for. Perhaps, after all, somehow, she had not taken this liner. He boarded it, moved along the corridors into the staterooms, but all was a shambles. The pirates had struck as usual, sudden, ruthlessly ramming, had smashed completely through this liner like an eggshell. He saw corpses half encased in spacesuits, but it had been a futile effort. Many of the passengers had holes blasted through them, tiny pencil-thin holes of concentrated atom blasts at close range, mute evidence of the pirates' deadly work. The once gorgeous salons were stripped of the silks and fineries, staterooms thoroughly looted, even the corpses stripped of all personal jewelry and other finery. The grim-faced young man, the only moving and living thing aboard, noticed all this, but secondarily. His heart was pounding with a newly rising hope, for in none of the staterooms had he found her. He moved through the ragged gap and out the other side of the ship, more drifting corpses hugging the hull because of the slight gravity. Methodically he moved among them, pulling them around, thrusting them away. And then, one he did not thrust away. His face beneath the helmet stared and became suddenly anguished. He hugged the body tightly to him. Using the pistol, he propelled his way back through the hull. He carried the girl back along the main deck, and there laid her gently down away from the others. He stared down, his face twisting helplessly, his fists clenching and unclenching. She had been young, lovely. Her face was somehow still beautiful as he remembered it. She had died quickly, he saw, and was glad of that. He would leave her here on the deck, for he knew the patrolmen would tow this liner back to Earth where she would wish to be. He looked long, so that the vision of her would remain in his mind always. Then he turned and strode firmly back to his cruiser. His face, as he looked out to the stars, was wet beneath the glass, but there was no one there to see. There was no one there to hear, but his lips moved in a grim and terrible oath. George Marnay of Triplanet News Service tugged at the big guy's arm. "Come on now. What do you say? Let's get out of here. You've had enough of that stuff, and you're talking too much. You're heading for more trouble than you've ever seen in one night." The big man peered at the smaller one through a tangle of blonde hair which fell over blue and bleary eyes. Then he slammed his glass down on the bar and jerked his arm away, staggering a little. Marnay caught him and steadied him. "Quit pushing me, damn it," the big man said thickly. "Let me alone. Go away. Go away." "All right, mister, it's your funeral." Marnay shrugged. But as the other man moved away, threading unsteadily among the tables, Marnay turned and continued to watch him worriedly, and he listened even more worriedly. The fellow's voice was thick, but it was still loud over the din in the room. He had become increasingly voluble as the potent Sith took effect. Obviously, this was his first trip to Mars, and he didn't know the red halo was named sardonically. It was the rendezvous for the worst cutthroats of 3 planets. Marnay frowned. He hated men who became voluble under liquor, but there was something about this big blonde guy that he liked in spite of it. Something beyond the fact that he was an Earthman and an American. Now Marnay wished for the fellow's own sake that he'd shut up. But it was probably too late. Every outlaw in the place must have known by this time that the blonde Earthman was from the freighter Vera, and that the Vera was leaving tomorrow on a sneak trip with $10 million in supplies and mining equipment for the Callisto colonies. One of the richest shipments ever to go out from Mars, and now, due to a few drinks and one bragging tongue, it was a secret no longer. Marnay knew this information would soon be spreading through the criminal honeycombs of the Martian capital city. He also knew if any of Prather's men were here, almost a certainty, the Vera would never get beyond the asteroids, much less to Callisto. Through the haze of smoke, he watched the motley little groups that filled the room. Tall, frail Venusians, pallid and dreamy-eyed and apparently docile, but who wouldn't hesitate to slit a throat on the slightest provocation. Leathery, heavy-lidded Martians, eternally sullen and quarrelsome. Earthmen, with that swaggering superiority and egotism which they'll probably retain to the end of time, making them the most hated men in the system. Marnay wondered how many in this room were Prather's men. Probably a few of each race. But who could ever pick them out? Marnay had tried. That's what he was here for. Suddenly he became tense. This was what he had feared. He saw the big Earthman stagger heavily against a table. A mean-looking Martian jumped up and shoved him violently away. The Martian's hand flew to his heat gun, obviously awaiting an excuse to use it. But the Earthman only stared at him stupidly for a moment, swayed, and then bowed low, almost losing his balance. He mumbled a thick apology and moved away. The Martian glowered, called him something not very nice. Other Martians at the table laughed. Marnie sighed in relief. The bartender, grinning, touched him on the elbow. "If he's a friend of yours," he said, "better get him out of here." "He's no friend of mine," Marnie snapped, "but I think you're right anyway." He moved across the room. Already he could see many of the spacemen listening to the words Vera and cargo a little too attentively. Marty grasped the fellow's arm firmly, said, "Come on." He steered him back to the bar easily, then past it toward the door, but the fellow smelled the fresh air and rebelled. "You damn fool," Marty said, struggling with the Earthman's 200 pounds. "I'm gonna keep you out of trouble in spite of yourself." "Aw, we're all friends here," the other said very loud, peering around happily. A couple of Venusians at the bar snickered at the naive words. "Mister, if you only knew," Marnie said. "Come on, now. I know a better place than this." He added, "I'll buy you a drink there." Nope. You gotta buy me a drink." "That's what I said," Marnie sighed. "Oh, then why didn't you say so?" Leaning on Marnie affectionately, he allowed himself to be steered outside. Marnie sighed with relief and quickened his pace, pulling the other along after him. His only thought now was to get him away from the dives of this spacer front street. "Mister, you sure spilled the beans," Marnie muttered, more to himself than to his friend. "I know I wouldn't want to be riding the Vera this trip. You've endangered the life of every man aboard. Why didn't you just send Prather an engraved invitation to come help himself to that cargo?" "I would have, but didn't know where to reach him. Besides, that wouldn't have been very subtle, would it now?" The fellow's speech was no longer thick. He suddenly quit leaning on Marnie, straightened up, and pulled him around the corner into a dim side street. He stood there, grinning at Marnie's face. Marnie's face was something to grin at. His mouth was hanging open, as though on hinges. "You can close it now," the other said as he reached out and closed it for him. "Say, you were just putting on an act back there?" Marnie finally managed to exclaim inanely. "A good one, I hope." "No, I'm wrong." Marnie shook his head slowly. "Couldn't have been an act. I stood right there and watched you drink at least 8 to 6. My own record's 4. And then they carried me out." "You just thought you saw me drink 'em. Good trick, if you know how." Marnie nodded. Then he looked at the man narrowly, grasped his arm, and said, "Come on, let's get away from here. And listen, whatever it is you've got up your sleeve, I want in on it. I'm George Marnay, Triplanet News Service." "Bob Canet," the other said simply, sticking out his hand. "And you are in on it. That wasn't an accident when I bumped into you there at the bar. I thought I'd like to know you, because I heard you were making a few undercover inquiries about Prather. Mind telling me just what your interest is in that pirate?" Marnie replied, his voice suddenly gloomy. "Guess I should have said I'm formally of Triplanet News. You see, it's an old, familiar story. I was on assignment back on Earth, and I happened to uncover a huge spacer contract graft. You know, millions being sidetracked into private pockets." Well, Marnie wailed, "how was I to know that one of the big shots implicated was my boss's brother-in-law? So to shut me up, I was given this assignment. Sent out here to get a line on Prather or else. It's a cute sidetrack, often used, what we newsmen call the graveyard assignment." Kenneth was interested. "Uh-huh," he nodded. "And just how much of a line have you got on Prather so far?" "I'll give you one guess. Precisely nothing. Oh, of course, I know all the stories. In the past few years, the patrol has destroyed his base of operations on Io, and again on Mercury, and twice on Ceres. But that pirate's as elusive as the last pea on your plate. Always he's one jump ahead of them, because of his spy system. Marnie shrugged hopelessly. I suppose some of his men were in the Halo tonight, but how would I know 'em? I hear they drift in and out like ghosts, and that, by the way, is why I was trying to shut you up with that story you were broadcasting. And that, Kenneth said very grimly, is exactly what I wanted to do. Broadcast it. Subtly, of course. Yes, I gather that now, and I think I see your idea. You deliberately want Prather to go after the Vera, but what then? Kenneth stopped and looked straight at Marnie. When he replied, his voice was suddenly ice. What then? Then I'll accomplish what the entire patrol has been trying for 5 years. I'll get that pirate. Marnie, looking at him, saw a sudden bitter look in his eyes and grim lines around his mouth. He knew that the other men had said what Kenneth just said, but Prather was still free in the spaceways. Mighty big order, Marnie ventured. I realize that, but it's taken me 3 years to evolve this plan, and I think it'll work. He looked steadily at Marnie. Are you in with me? Try and keep me out? Good. But I want to make it plain it's more than a news story we're after. This will be all or nothing. Prather's life or ours, and if my plan misses, there can't be a second chance. And remember, Prather's clever. He can smell a trap a light year away. Just now, everything depends on how good my acting was tonight. Then I'd say you got nothing to worry about, Marnie replied, for you sure fooled me. Kenneth nodded. We'll see. We'll know for sure tomorrow, whether we go pirate hunting or not. They obtained cheap lodging on one of the dark rear streets bordering the spaceport. Marnie slept, but not Kenneth. He paced the narrow room nervously, smoking vile Venusian cigarettes and awaiting the dawn. The Martian dawn was breaking when there came a knock at the door. Kenneth muttered, "At last," and sprang to the door to admit someone, a Martian. Marnie, suddenly awake, saw that he was the same mean-looking Martian whom Kenneth had nearly had trouble with the night before. Venorgi of the Martian Secret Police, Kenneth said, presenting him. The fellow only nodded sullenly, addressed himself to Kenneth. It would seem it's working. Your plan? Shortly after you left the Halo last night, I made certain inquiries. Learned that the news of the Vera's secret trip had spread into the proper channels? The Martian seemed a little reluctant. All right, Venorgi, Kenneth said impatiently. What else? You know what I want to know. Well, yes, a small, fast cruiser did leave here about an hour after midnight. Quite hurriedly, it would seem. Now, understand, Kenneth, I couldn't say... No, you couldn't say it was some of Prather's men. Like hell you can't. What destination? Where is Prather's new base? Mercury? Venus? Venorgi started to shake his head negatively, but didn't. He looked distressed. Kenneth paced up and down the room. He turned suddenly on the Martian and laughed mirthlessly. Oh, you don't need to answer. I know as well as you do where he is. Out on one of the Jupiter satellites somewhere, probably Io, his old base. The Martian looked even more distressed, and Kenneth nodded, satisfied. Sure, I knew it all the time. That's why I let it be known the Vera was going out to Callisto. He clapped the Martian on the shoulder. It's all right, Venorgi. You've done me a mighty big favor as it is. Thanks. Thanks a lot. They shook hands solemnly. Kenneth said, smiling a little, Don't worry, Venorgi. When you see me again, there won't be any more Prather. Goodbye, Kenneth. I wish you good luck. But the Martian's voice was sad, as though he thought Kenneth wouldn't have it. Kenneth turned to Marnie when the Martian had gone. Martian secret police, he said contemptuously. They're very little above the outlaw scum of the city themselves. I'm sure Prather buys them off, and I think Venorgi almost hopes I won't succeed. But you see, I happened to save his life once, and whatever else you say of the Martians, you can't say they aren't conscientious toward their obligations. I see, Marnie nodded. But what about that cruiser he says left here? You really think that was some of Prather's men, hurrying to tell him the Vera's on the way out there with a rich cargo? I'm sure of it. That's the way Prather's always worked. But they're going where? Out around Jupiter, you said? You can't be sure that's where Prather is. Oh, but that's exactly what I can be sure of. You see, I've not only kept abreast of Prather's activities currently, but I've studied every available past record on him. His methods, his escapes, his shiftings. Not even the patrol has kept tabs on him as I have. Admittedly, he's as clever as he is ruthless, but I know his system now. All right, Marnie conceded. Your calculations tell you he's out around Jupiter now. Won't that be about like looking for the proverbial needle in a haystack? I guess so. That's why we're not going to look for him at all. He's coming right out into space after the Vera. I hope. So he was coming out after the Vera? Marnie suddenly remembered the time when Prather had smashed through a cordon of patrol ships, demolishing 4 and outrunning the rest. Marnie grimaced, but he merely said, All right, when do we leave? About noon, if I can wait that long. That cruiser that left here last night is probably very fast, and the Vera is just a slow old freighter. So if we give them about 12 hours start and Prather acts at once, he ought to meet us somewhere just the other side of the asteroids. Oh, Marnie said, pretty feebly. So the Vera was just a slow old freighter? And with it they were going to capture the most ruthless pirate of the century? That was certainly a bright picture. Marnie began to wonder, wryly, how the hell he had ever gotten into this. And why? And his first sight of the Vera was nothing to inspire confidence. Shortly before noon, they proceeded to the spaceport, past the commercial locks, the patrol locks, and on to the opposite side of the vast plaza. There, in the farthest and most obscure lock, Marnie saw the Vera. Long, heavy, clumsy-looking. He recognized it when they were yet 100 yards away because the name Vera was emblazoned across the prow with a bold flourish that seemed somehow out of keeping with the crude ship. It just occurred to me, Marnie said, Vera is an unusual name for a freighter. That's a girl's name. Sounds sentimental or something. Does it? Kenneth said. Marnie looked at him queerly, but Kenneth said nothing more. They came nearer, and Marnie began to see the ship clearer, and it suddenly seemed to him there was something wrong with the whole thing. It was more than merely clumsy, it was grotesque. Marnie stopped. Say, I never saw a spacer quite like that before. It looks kind of funny, yet I can't say exactly. Come on, Kenneth said, taking his arm and hurrying him. Never mind that. Supplies are all aboard. All we have to do is leave. It was quiet around the spacer. No activity. They entered the bow lock. Marnie looked down a long, empty, silent corridor. What the hell? He exclaimed. Ain't there any crew? Kenneth said, Yes. You and me are the crew. Uh-huh. But we are taking this misshapen piece of junk clear out to Jupiter? I got that part of it right? That's right. I decided it would be a long grind all by myself. There are minor annoyances, such as having to sleep sometimes. Where's that $10 million cargo? Marnie grinned, staring around. Kenneth said very seriously, "Oh, we're carrying quite a cargo, all right, and it's all for Prather if he wants it, but it's hardly the cargo he thinks he's going to get." "The generosity of your information overwhelms me." Marnie stared around some more. Everything was stark and bare, save for the necessary controls. "Wish we had a couple of long-range atom blasts like the patrol ships carry. Any aboard?" "No weapons at all aboard," Kenneth stated. "How comforting. You sure make a fellow feel right at home." "You don't sound very confident in me and the Vera," Kenneth said. "Don't you believe we can get Prather?" Oh, sure. I believe in fairies and Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and you and the Vera. Hell, don't get me wrong, Kenneth. You can't shake me now. You picked yourself a crew." Kenneth permitted himself a smile as he moved swiftly to the controls. "Good. I knew you'd think that way." Marnie said, "Don't flatter me. I never think. There's always been idiocy in my family, and this proves it." They'd been about 12 hours out when Kenneth handed over the controls. He moved down the corridor into the middle part of the ship. Marnie heard him pounding and moving around back there for hours, but couldn't imagine what he was doing. When he returned, Kenneth pulled a lever, and a heavy double door slid across, isolating the control room and part of the corridor from the rest of the ship. He volunteered no explanation, however. On Marnie's off-duty, he moved back towards those doors experimentally. Kenneth stopped him with, "Sorry, but this will have to be our quarters from now on." Marnie nodded to himself. He was a newsman, a good one, and he knew people. He could see that Kenneth was restless and impatient for action, despite the fact that he was deliberately holding the Vera's speed down. But Marnie said nothing. And on the second day out, Kenneth seemed a little more talkative. He said, "I guess you've been wondering why I want so much to get Prather." Marnie shrugged, but looked at his companion shrewdly. "Wondering? No, I'm not wondering. Only last month, Tri-Planet Metals boosted the reward up to $500,000. "That's so. I didn't know that. But then I haven't much thought about the reward angle." Kenneth sounded as though he meant it. He went on, "You know how Prather works, I suppose." "Ramming?" Marnie said. "Yes, I know. His ship is supposed to be built of some tough new metal he found on Mercury. I've heard that even his tubes are made of it and are slightly expansive under pressure, giving him greater speed than any tubes yet known." "That's probably true," Kenneth said, "but the important thing is he can ram completely through any ordinary spacer, and usually does." Marnie nodded. "I've heard such stories." "You've heard such stories," Kenneth repeated with startling bitterness. "But I saw one. Just one. 3 years ago, when I was a rookie on Earth Patrol, we received a flash that Prather had rammed and looted a passenger liner en route from Mars to Earth. The salvage men were sent out to rescue any possible survivors. What headquarters really meant was that they were to do the mopping up. They knew there wouldn't be any survivors. I wasn't on salvage duty then, but I grabbed a swift patrol boat and got out there first. Anyway." Kenneth paused, and for a moment Marnie saw horror in the other's eyes. Then Kenneth continued, "You know, Marnie, when a patrolman applies for leave after a job like that and stays drunk for a week, nothing is thought of it. I didn't even apply for leave. I simply left duty and stayed drunk for a month, not a week. After which, headquarters told me I was relieved from duty permanently. I didn't care. Not anymore." Marnie waited. He knew Kenneth hadn't finished. For a single instant, the space of a memory, Kenneth caught his breath in his throat. Then, "You see," he said, turning away, "the girl I loved was on that liner. and I found her. She was returning to Earth, and we were to be married. Her name was Vera, too. The Vera lumbered along at about half speed. The fourth day they passed beyond the asteroid belt. Double duty now, Kenneth pronounced grimly, and maybe only a matter of hours until Prather sights us, but I want to be sure of sighting him first. Okay, Marnie said. From then on, one of the men stayed always by the visipanel, manipulating the dial which magnified space for a 1,000-mile radius, but all remained a vast swimming blackness. An occasional meteor flashed across, but no sign of any spaceship. Once Marnie, at the controls, gave a few experimental blasts with the rocket speeds. The Vera jerked a little. At once, Kenneth was leaping to his side, spinning him around in the seat. "What the hell?" he yelled, his face a little pale. "Do you want to—" He didn't finish, but turned away as the rockets purred smoothly again. Marnie smiled to himself. Had Kenneth been about to say, "Blow us up"? Was that the secret of the Vera? Maybe. Marnie grew serious as he pondered on it. The rest of the ship back there, which Kenneth had shut off. Suppose the ship was full of Tynite space bombs. Marnie remembered the Proktols' encounters with Prather. They'd tried atom blasts at first, but before they could take effect, the tough pirate ship slid from beneath them like an eel in oil. Then they had tried Tynite bombs, but the pirate ship was reputedly so fast that not one of the bombs could reach its mark with any effectiveness. How could Kenneth, then in the plodding Vera, hope to succeed with Tynite bombs? A sudden fantastic thought flooded Marnie's brain. Something about super speed? But he immediately dispensed with that idea. He was no spaceman, but he knew enough about spacer construction to know that Kenneth had no hidden speed here in the Vera. No, it was something else he must have up his sleeve. Kenneth went back into the middle of the ship a few more times, as though on trips of inspection, but didn't stay long. At last, Marnie said, in his impatience, "We'll be meeting up with Prather any minute now. Hadn't you better give me my orders?" "No orders," Kenneth replied with amazing calmness. "But, damn it, man, at least I want to know what to expect." "I'm sorry, Marnie. Bear with me just a little longer now. If I told you any more, you might become panicky at the last second and ruin everything. That absolutely mustn't happen. I will tell you just this much. There's never been a spacer like this before. It's something utterly revolutionary in spacer construction. I worked on it 3 years, building it almost single-handed, just for the sole moment when I'd meet up with Prather. It worked all right on a tiny model, but if the real thing doesn't work, we won't be alive to know it. If only Prather would hurry." Kenneth turned the visipanel dial nervously, watching the swimming, empty blackness. "Maybe he hasn't swallowed the bait," he exclaimed. "Maybe those weren't even his men that left Mars, and he doesn't know we're out here at all. Say, if that dirty Venorgi has double-crossed me." Kenneth stopped, laughing shortly. "Well, nothing we can do now. I feel it only fair to tell you, Marnie, we haven't enough fuel to take us on to Callisto, or back to Mars either. I was depending on Prather for our return fuel." Marnie looked up with a wry grimace. "Do you know, Kenneth, that's one thing I like about you. You're always telling me such comforting things at the most unexpected moments." But Prather showed up. It was hours later and startlingly sudden. Kenneth called from the visipanel. "There he is. I almost missed him. I told you he's clever. He's got his ship painted solid black. Now listen, Marnie. I'm going to keep him in the panel. You stay at the controls and obey my instructions." "Okay, but how close is he?" Marnie asked nervously. "Dial shows 1,000 miles off the starboard bow, and he's approaching fast. Maintain your present speed." Marnie did, but wished he was at the panel instead of Kenneth. "Click on the radio," Kenneth called a minute later, "but don't answer if he sends a message through. He doesn't seem to be suspicious of anything yet, but I know he sighted us." Kenneth continued to watch. He called out, "Cut speed to 1/4. 1/4, damn it!" as Marnie fumbled with the tube control. "There, that's it. Good. That'll show him we've sighted him, but he mustn't suspect we're too anxious to meet up with him." "I'm not anxious to," Marnie replied. Then he jumped as a cold, strange voice came through the open radio. "The Vera? Hello? This is Prather. You will please go into a drift while I board you? You have a cargo I should like to inspect." The voice was mocking, but at the same time anticipatory. So the bait had worked. Marnie reached automatically for the shutoff control, but Kenneth's voice stabbed at him. "Leave him alone. You'll maintain 1/4 speed and leave our sender off. Don't answer. Let him think we've got no radio at all, so he'll ram us." "So he'll ram us?" That was a nice, pleasant thought, Marnie thought, wiping sweat from his brow, but he obeyed Kenneth's orders. Again came Prather's voice. "Attention, Vera. You will go into a drift immediately or take the consequences. Last warning." Marnie had an overwhelming desire to shut off the tubes, but he didn't. He maintained their 1/4 speed. Then through the speaker the two men heard, "They have no radio. We'll ram. It's just as well." Marnie could almost imagine Prather's shrug. From the panel, Kenneth said, "Okay, fine. He's still coming at us. You can lock the controls now and come over here." Marnie did that willingly. He peered into the panel, then he gasped. The huge black pirate ship was looming up terrifyingly large, filling half of space, speeding straight at them. It couldn't have been 100 miles away, Marnie thought, and in another minute it would smash through the Vera like an eggshell. Marnie waited for Kenneth to make some move. He made none. Then, in a sudden flood of horror, Marnie realized the other's purpose. Revenge, of course. He had known that, but he was going to sacrifice both their lives for it? Kenneth shook him away angrily. "Keep cool. You'll see something in a minute. Get ready." Still they watched and waited. The detector dial registered the swiftly diminishing distance. 50 miles, 20 miles, 10. Then Kenneth was on his feet, moving with swift surety to the wall, opening a small iron locker. There Marnie glimpsed a complete set of odd-looking controls. Swiftly, Kenneth plugged in a bank of connections, electric cables. He grasped a heavy lever. He stood there looking over at the detector dial. It showed 3 miles. "All right," Kenneth yelled. "Hold tight. Now." His hand came down on the lever. For a moment, Marnie thought the pirate ship had rammed them, or that they had exploded, or both. He and Kenneth were suddenly hurtling outward at a terrific speed, their tiny compartment away from the rest of the ship. He looked in the panel and his heart leapt. They had indeed exploded, very systematically. He saw fully a score of miniature Veras speeding away from each other in a perfect, ever-widening circle. Each was a tiny spacer with its own motivating blast. He recalled the puzzling construction of the Vera as he'd first seen it, and now suddenly he understood. It had been segmented. Where the huge original Vera had been was now only a huge steel framework, from which the score of miniature Veras were speeding away in their widening circle. The pirate ship was blasting violently with its forward rockets, but it was too late. It crashed into the framework, crumpling and tangling it and carrying it forward on the momentum. "Now watch," Kenneth was yelling unnecessarily in Marnie's ear. "Space bombs such as you never saw before. Each one of those Veras, 10 tons of Tynite." "But they're going away." "They're equipped with magna plates. and only barely enough rocket power to hurl them away from each other. Just watch. The mile-wide circle of miniature Veras was slowing as each of their feeble rocket blasts ceased, and then they came heading swiftly back to their original source, the magnaplates pulling them back. As though endowed with some uncanny intelligence, they came, as though aware of the revenge entrusted to them and the significance of their name. The first one struck near the pirate ship's prow, letting loose its death. The ship lifted like a proud black stallion, rearing in the air. The tough metal hull held, but only for a second. Another Vera struck. The blast hurled the ship directly into a host of others, which exploded in a holocaust that ripped the black hull open like a sardine can. The rest of the Veras came speeding into the mass to let loose their death, complete and final. As Marnie turned from that scene in the panel, he felt sick and a little weak. Kenneth was pale, but the grim little lines were gone from around his mouth, and a bitter look was no longer in his eyes. "Well, it's all over," he said with startling calmness. "I've done what I swore 3 years ago I'd do. I think I named my ship well." He stared long and wistfully into space. "Yes, they're gone now. All the Veras are gone except one. This one's left to take us back, so we better start sifting through all that mess out there for enough fuel." Slowly they drifted in to begin the grim task. End of section 11. Section 12 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Passage to Planet X, Part 1. They trailed a legend through the void, seeking a world of freedom, adventure, and wealth. They reached their goal, a planet beyond all planets, a weird land of the lost, where silent death prepared to strike. Mark Travers hoisted himself up from the floor. He leaned against the supply locker, rubbed his aching jaw where the big man's fist had just landed, and grinned ruefully. The big spaceman didn't grin. He faced Mark, straddle-legged, and snapped, "Who are you?" "Mark Travers." His smooth gray eyes surveyed the man's bulk. He thought he could handle him, but filed it for future reference when he saw the neutro gun in the other's fist. "Travers, eh? A blasted stowaway. You come aboard at Marsport?" "Obviously." "How?" "It was easy," Mark shrugged. "Your ship was small, dark, and carried no insignia. I watched your men loading supplies secretly. Furthermore, you hadn't filed your destination with Central Bureau. Just the kind of setup I wanted." "You know a lot." The big spaceman's eyes went hard. "Are you a sneaking ISP? Never mind, I'll see for myself." He came a step forward, and his gun got playful with the third button on Mark's plasticoid shirt. Expertly, the man's fingers went over him. "Careful there, I'm ticklish." "So's the release on this trigger, so just stand still." Mark stood still. The search revealed no papers or identification of any kind. "I'm not ISP," Mark told him sincerely. "If I were, do you think you'd ever lifted gravs from Marsport?" "Okay, fella, I'm Mal Driscoll. Sorry I had to clip you so hard, but you never should have pointed that contraption at me when I stepped in here. So help me, I thought it was some new kind of weapon." His eyes narrowed. "What is it?" For a mere second, Mark hesitated. He glanced down at the small, stub-lensed box which he clung to. "Why, it's only a camera. New type. Invention of my own." Driscoll nodded. "Come on, stowaway. We'll go up and see Janice. No skin off my teeth if he wants to keep you aboard." They stepped out of the room and along a corridor, bracing themselves against the forward thrust of the rocket engines. "Who's Janice?" "Our commander." "And what if he doesn't want me aboard?" Unobserved, Mark pressed a hidden stud in the black box. Tiny but powerful coils hummed to life, quickly ascended the scale to the inaudible. Camera. Mark smiled to himself and hoped none of the men here knew anything about cameras. You know the space code on that, Driscoll answered his question. If it's so desired, stowaways are tossed into space. Mark racked his brain. I don't remember that in the interplanetary code. Driscoll turned, grinned at him. Who's talking about the interplanetary code? We make our own. Janice was in a forward cabin, poring over charts on a glass-topped table. 3 other men were lounging there. Janice was 6'4", with bulk to match. He had flaming red hair and an outlandish full beard that made a vivid splash against the drab gray of his insulated tunic. He scowled fiercely as the 2 men entered. Driscoll pushed Mark forward. Found this stowaway in the supply room. Says his name's Mark Travers. I don't think he's ISP, though. Janice's deep-set gray eyes seemed to bore through Mark. Then they flashed to the black box. What's that? New design projection camera, it. Put it here. Janice indicated the corner of his desk. Mark did so with some reluctance. This man was no fool. The other 3 men had come down off their bunks and stood there watching. One of them, Mark noticed, was a Martian. Now, why are you here? You seem to be the sort of men I wanted to join up with. I said, why? Mark wondered if this man would believe him. He didn't think so. Nevertheless, he had already made up his story, so he drew a long breath and told it. I was with Triplanet News Service working out of Chicago. I happened to uncover a huge spacer contract graft, got the names of the higher-ups, photostatic copies of incriminating documents, everything. But the men involved happened to be too high up. My story was squashed before it ever reached the wires. I would have been too, permanently, but I escaped to Mars. Janice was laughing at him behind that red beard. Mark was sure of it. He shrugged and didn't attempt to go on with the fabrication. It had been a good try, anyway. Janice said dryly, Now, tell me the real story. Or shall I tell you? You received one of the typical BINWI offers. You're running away to cool off, or maybe to keep your invention out of their hands? Is it this, camera? Janice glanced at the compact box lying there. That's right, Mark admitted, marveling at this man. They made me several offers, but I wouldn't come through. The last one was typical, all right, backed up by some of their hired thugs. Why didn't you tell me this in the first place? I wasn't sure how you felt about the BINWI. Mark was still wary. The same as you do, although I've never had any contact with him personally. My special peeve is the Triplanet Council, and the BINWI is a subsidiary, Bureau for the Investigation of New and Worthy Inventions. It's a laugh, ain't it? Mark didn't think so. That bureau, he said, is an octopus preying on the inventive genius of 3 planets. Their spies are everywhere, moving unseen, biding their time. You know the new anti-grav deflectors the patrollers are using? A man named Anton Kramer worked that out. He had it near perfection when he suddenly disappeared. A month later, the deflectors came on the market. Mark's voice was bitter. There have been dozens of other cases. The BINWI usually gets what it wants, even if it means murder. Janice nodded. There's a man aboard who'll agree with you on that. Professor Brownell. Perhaps you'll meet him later. He turned his gaze to the 4 crew members. All right, men. How about Mark Travers? Do we accept him as one of us? A vote is in order. How do we know he's not a BINWI spy himself? Asked a small man with piercing black eyes. He seems to know a lot about him. I'm convinced he's not, Ferris. We covered Brownell's trail too well for that. Let's have the vote. The ayes were unanimous, and suddenly these men were friendly, smiling as they stepped forward to shake Mark's hand. They were good handshakes, firm and calloused. Only Ferris's was reluctant. There's one more thing, Jenna said quietly. We'll need your picture for our shall we say, rogues gallery. I insist on that. Perhaps I can take it now, with your camera. He reached to the black box on his desk, lifted it carelessly up. Mark found himself staring full into the stub-nosed lenses. Sudden sweat broke on his brow. His gaze lifted and met Janice's gray eyes straight and steady upon him. Wait! What? Not camera shy, are you? Janice's fingers seemed to fumble, but his gaze never left Mark's face. The lens isn't set. It's special, you know. Mark stepped forward. His limbs seemed wooden. He took the box from Janice's hands and, pretending to adjust the lens, his thumb found the hidden stud and released it. The hum of the inner coils descended the scale again, became audible for a split second, but only to Mark's ears. Then they were dead. He let out a slow breath, handed the box back. Okay now, shoot. Janice waved it away. Oh well, it can wait. We'll get it later. He came around the desk, thrust out his hand. Welcome aboard, Travers. You're one of us. Mark suddenly knew that Janice knew his secret, but somehow he wasn't worried. He wondered if any of the others had noticed the byplay. Moreover, he wondered what being one of them meant. He was soon to know. At that moment, a voice sliced through the radio. Callisto calling. Earth Station 6 on Callisto. We have had you in our beam for the past 20 minutes. You are out of bounds, and you display no insignia. As this is a violation of the space code, you will go into a drift immediately and await the patrollers who will escort you to Callisto for investigation. Refusal to obey constitutes outlawry against the Federation, and the patrol will act accordingly. The men weren't startled. If anything, they were amused. The one named Deatham simply straightened away from the radio, and his hard, square face broke into a grin. Think of it, men. We're being outlawed. Now ain't that one for the books? The face of Ral Ka'arji, the Martian, was blank and leathery. His heavy-lidded eyes blinked once or twice, but only his incongruously high-pitched voice revealed his emotions. Tri-Planet Federation, he shrilled, out of bounds. By the red tails of all the Oggs on Venus, ain't anyone supposed to venture beyond the asteroids? Not without sanction of those graybeards in the council, Janice said, and the Earth corporations who are the real power. You know how they try to squelch men like us, free-footers, who won't play ball with them. He flicked open the communicator to Brownell in the control room. How about it, Prof? Get the message? Yes, Mark heard a voice reply. All right, we'll go into a drift. Let the patrollers come. We'll give 'em a show. Right. Need any help? No, but keep the communicator open. And take a look in the V panel if you want. Brownell actually seemed pleased. Janice clicked on the VisiPanel, turning the magnifying dials. Callisto was seen in the swimming blackness of space, with the huge bulk of Jupiter as a backdrop. Under Janice's sure fingers, the scene expanded and came nearer. Minutes passed. Then they saw 6 patrollers speeding out to meet them. Brownell had cut rockets, and they were in a drift now, waiting. Waiting for what? Mark wondered. These patrollers were speedy ships and deadly, equipped with atomobombs, dis-rays, and magnetic beams. He shifted nervously. The patrollers came very near. Then they broke formation, arraying themselves 3 on each side of the outlaw ship. Magnetic beams, pale green and swirling, reached out to touch the hull. They fastened there tenaciously. In this manner, they began the route back to Callisto. Even Janice seemed a little worried now. He turned to the communicator. How about it, Professor? Those beams are powerful? Think you can slip out? Wait and see. I promised a show, didn't I? Tell you what, though, better break out the acceleration harness. These were suits within suits, double layers of tough plasticoid. Mark stepped into his, opened the pressure valve that forced air between the 2 thicknesses. The outer one ballooned, giving a grotesque roly-poly appearance. He bounced hard against the wall to test it. Better open them full, Janice advised. They were ready. They stood against the far wall and watched the screen across the room. Callisto was looming. They'd soon be within its gravity. Vera, standing beside Mark, said in a low voice, "What kind of newsman are you, Travers? You ought to be getting pictures of this. Make swell release stuff when you get back to Earth." His tone was mocking. Mark felt a growing dislike of this man. He suppressed a retort, said curtly instead, "Too late now." He had placed his camera safely in an inside pocket. The patrollers' magnetic beams still towed them along at terrific speed, setting up a slight vibration in the walls. Suddenly, there was a new kind of vibration. Mark didn't know what it was, certainly not rocket tubes. "Get set," Janice warned. Someone muttered, "If he slips out of 6 magnetic beams." But that was all. A fierce surge came beneath their feet, and Callisto seemed to leap at them. Within seconds, a ghastly nausea gripped their insides. The ballooning suits were pressed so flat against the wall it became impossible to breathe. Their hearts pumped sluggishly, and a gray veil began to form before their eyes. These were men so accustomed to hardship that space acceleration meant nothing. But now they were experiencing something new in acceleration. They felt as if their entrails were being compressed into atoms. Mark could barely see the screen now. The way Callisto was rushing at them, he felt sure the planet was going to blank them out. He tried to shut his eyes, but even his eyelids wouldn't move. Then Callisto slipped off the screen, and Mark knew they must have made a sharp parabola. 2 of the patrollers were glimpsed far behind, reaching out futilely with Dith's rays. Even as he struggled for breath, Mark wanted to laugh, but the desire left him suddenly as the tremendous bulk of Jupiter loomed. If they escaped that gravity... And they did. They came close, but their parabola tightened. Then they were pulling away. Speed remained constant as Jupiter faded. Mark could breathe again, but he ached through every inch of his body. He could only think wearily. This, he thought, this meant they must have accelerated to the 6th, 7th, or even 8th magnitude? 2. Phileas Brownell was a tough little character. He still breathed with difficulty as Janice unstrapped him from the pneumatic seat, and his face was ashen, but he hoisted himself up to his full stature of 5'5", and his gray hair bristled. He went to work over the control console, jabbing hard at gleaming buttons and adjusting the complex setup. By now, Jupiter was fast fading in the darkness behind them. "All right," he announced finally. "We're on robot control. We can rest easy for a while." He sneered in the direction of Jupiter. "We showed 'em some speed, eh? So they want my frequency tuner, do they? Let 'em come and get it. The dolts, the moronic interfering meddlers." Janice plainly showed his relief as he winked at Mark, who said, "That was some chance you took. Suppose it hadn't worked." "But it did work. That was the final test, and it was necessary. I had to know how it would react against the beams." Mark ventured a question. "Frequency tuner? Is that what gave you the acceleration? I knew it wasn't rocket power." Brownell turned piercing black eyes upon him. Janice? Who's this?" Janice vouched for Mark, explained his presence aboard. He added, "The Bureau's after an invention of his, too. A camera." The professor was startled. "Did you say a camera? Since when do they?" "Ah, but Mark's is a very special camera." Janice smiled maddeningly, but in the next instant was clapping a friendly hand on Mark's shoulder. "Don't worry, Travis. Your secret's safe with us. We don't ask questions. You've a right to know our destination, though. Come on, I'll show you." They repaired to the chart room, where Janice indicated a moving red line on a glass-encased chart of the solar system. Other lines were being traced, too, at various angles to their trajectory. "The red line is our present trajectory. The others are the orbits of the planets. See, there's Jupiter behind us. Notice how close we came." Mark nodded. Already in his mind's eye, he was extending their present parabola. Distances between these outer planets were vast beyond imagining. Saturn was just in sight, but at their present speed, they would probably cross its orbit far in advance of the planet. Then came Uranus, and next Neptune. The space between Neptune and Pluto was vaster than all. Mark felt just a little staggered. There was no known record of men having come this far, not beyond Jupiter, in fact. He turned to Janice. How far do we go? All the way. Pluto? Beyond. Mark thought that over. There's no planet in our system beyond Pluto. But there is Planet X. An eccentricity in the orbit of Pluto indicates there must be a planet beyond. For years, astronomers have known this, but no telescope has been able to pick it out. Mark grinned weakly. So that's where we're headed? I guess you know it'd be awfully easy to overshoot a mark like that. Not with a frequency tuner. I understand very little of it, but the professor assures me it's a directional finder as well as a power unit. Sure. And assuming we locate Planet X and manage to land, what do you expect to find there? Janice's eyes were flecked with dancing lights. What do we hope to find? George Kettrick. And if you know that man at all, you know that means adventure and riches. Kettrick? Mark's mind went back. He began piecing together things he had heard, fragments and rumors. The man Kettrick and his amazing exploits had become almost a legend. But I've heard, Mark voiced slowly, that Kettrick died, plunged into the sun while trying to negotiate a landing on Vulcan. You don't really believe that? Sure, every few years you hear those stories, but Kettrick always shows up again. Janice sighed. You know, I've almost come to believe that he's not human. Where other men go, men like us, they find that Kettrick's been there first. I've personally made 2 fortunes, and lost them, in following his trail. Mark was skeptical. But even he wouldn't dare try for Planet X. He hasn't the speed that we have. It would take him... Kettrick would dare anything. Why, 6 months ago I heard that he was planning this venture. That's why we're here. We 5 men pooled our savings to finance Brownell's frequency tuner and build this spacer, in secret, of course. Sure, it would take Kettrick maybe 3 months to reach Planet X in some dilapidated little rocket-powered craft. We'll make it in 3 days, but I'll wager he's already there. With the whole populace kowtowing at his feet, most likely. It was Driscoll who spoke as he entered the room, followed by the other men. Sure, I'll back the luck of Kettrick every time. Deathman shook his head. Planet X is probably uninhabitable, but I'll bet my last pair of socks Kettrick's located a cave of diamonds, or maybe a platinum vein. Toss him in a Venusian sinkhole and he'd come up wreathed in swamp pearls. He's that sort, Janice agreed. It was platinum on Mars, cinnabar on Mercury, plumes on Venus. By the way, I got in on the plumes, made a fortune. And the other time I saw Kettrick, I recall the time he showed up at the Venusian prison swamp, Driscoll put in. One day he wasn't there, the next day he was, just like that. Inside a week he had organized a group of us for a getaway attempt. Hundreds of others had tried it and failed. Well, he led us safely across 200 miles of swamp, supposed to be impassable. Know what was on the other side? A spaceship, all waiting and ready. He just wanted to prove it could be done, I guess. I only saw him once, Ka'arji shrilled eagerly. That was on Deimos. He had discovered the secret shrine of the Demian ancients. He came out of that shrine decked from head to foot with blazing jewels, but the Demians were waiting for him. They're a bloodthirsty tribe, and they were plenty angry. I never heard this story before, Janice said. What happened? I stayed at a safe distance away in my spaceship watching, and this is what happened. Kettrick made them a speech. I swear it. He climbed up on a block of stone in full range of their weapons, and do you know what his speech consisted of? The entire first chapter of Advanced Principles of Space Navigation. He quoted it most violently. Those Demians didn't understand a word of it, but I swear to you, when Kettrick had finished, they weren't angry anymore. They cheered him. He walked calmly over to his space cruiser and blasted away, jewels and all. I came across him once on Mercury, Detham contributed. The barbarians from the dark side were warring on the race inhabiting the Twilight Strip. Well, if it hadn't been for Kettrick, the whole colony would have been wiped out. They almost made a Superman out of him. Wanted him to marry 1,000 wives to make sure he'd leave plenty of his descendants there. And by Jupiter, he almost did. When I left, he was still there, married to 10 wives, or was it 12? Mark was enjoying all this. He looked to Ferris, who seemed to be the only one without a story to tell. Ferris lit a venomous Venusian cigar and sneered. I don't hold with all this hero worship, and I don't believe more than 1/10 of it. Don't think we'll find Kettrick out here either. I've sunk a year's takings from my placer on Mars into this venture. And afraid you won't get it back, Driscoll snapped. Why, that placer you're yapping about was Kettrick's in the first place, and you know it. Sure, you'd rather hide out someplace and manufacture more frequency tuners. We'll do that too, once we make a strike, Jenna said thoughtfully. We'll equip a whole fleet with them and really exploit the outer planets. That should give that addle-brained Earth Council something to really think about. On the 3rd day, they crossed the orbit of Pluto. Mark was in the control room with Janice and the professor. The latter pointed to a thin thread of liquid helium in the directional finder, surging slightly off-center. Pluto's the nearest body now. It must be heavy to drag us that way. He gave a touch to the tuner's impeller, and the helium line came back to center as their acceleration increased. The sun had long since been a pinpoint of light. The darkness ahead was no different from the darkness behind, but the men felt infinitely more alone. Behind were the known planets. Ahead was X, the unknown. It might be days more, or merely hours. No one slept now. It was only hours later when the finder began acting erratically again. Bronnell, who seemed indefatigable, took over the controls from Janice, but he didn't try to adjust direction now. It's Planet X, he said. Has to be. We'll let the finder take us right there. He switched on the visipanel and adjusted the lens to fullest power. It must be a dark planet, Mark pointed out. Certainly the sun's light doesn't reach it. How do you hope to see it in the panel? Ordinarily, I'd say you were right, Brownell nodded, but look, there it is. Barely discernible on the screen, they saw a vague pinpoint of light. Brownell glanced at the proximity indicator and gasped. Over 3 million miles? It can't be. Not the way it's pulling us now. Unless, he added thoughtfully, it has a gravity grab equal to that of Jupiter at half the distance? Good Lord! He tested instruments, gave experimental side thrusts with the tuner, but they came back irresistibly into the pull of the planet ahead. Hour after hour they came nearer. The planet resolved into a dark disk with a peculiar surrounding halo. I don't like it. Janice reflected the thoughts of them all. That light, where does it come from? Not the sun. The sun doesn't even touch Pluto. Maybe it has a sun of its own, ventured Ka'arji on the other side. If it does, the sun moves right along with it in its orbit. You can tell from here the planet has no axial rotation, Brownell announced. He looked a little worried. This gravity drag is getting worse. We're accelerating. Better get into your harness. He set the example and the men followed. I think I can control it with the tuner in reverse, but it pays to be safe. You never can tell out here. These are strange conditions. The planet was looming fast. The professor's hand on the deceleration lever revealed the strain he was under. Below them now they glimpsed vast dark plains, and as they came nearer, huge stretches of forest. Mountains loomed. Far ahead was faint light, a few miles of twilight strip, much as that on the planet Mercury. The professor was heading for this strip, but Mark didn't think they'd make it. They were losing altitude with sickening speed. Mark had a final vision of the little professor tugging desperately on the deceleration lever, of huge greenish-gray plants coming up beneath them. Then a rending crash, a confusion of flying legs and arms. Just before Mark blanked out, he knew their ship was still plowing forward. End of section 12. Section 13 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cyndajm. Passage to Planet X, Part 2. He came back to consciousness with a feeling of intolerable weight pressing him down. It was his own weight, he discovered as he tried lifting his head to look around. It was a terrific strain, and he let his head fall back. None of the men were seriously injured. The bulging harness had saved them. They called out to each other, but couldn't move except to roll their heads from side to side. "Professor, did you say a gravity equal to that of Jupiter?" Detham called out. "That or more. And yet this planet has a diameter of scarcely a few hundred miles. Strange." "Strange, he says," came from Driscoll. "What do we do now? Just lay here for the rest of our lives?" "Let's see you do anything else," K'Arji said drolly. "Not me," Janice spoke. "You think I'll let this pee-wee world get me down? If I can only get to that tuner control." "I'm afraid this is one kind of gravity it won't counteract," Brownell admitted ruefully. "This world must be condensed as tightly as a white dwarf star. A cubic inch of matter weighing hundreds of pounds." Mark twisted his head around, saw Janice's huge frame struggling to move. He was a powerfully built man. He'd be the one to do it if anyone did. Slowly, minutes at a time, he managed to drag one leg under him and then the other. He brought his hands into position. Sweat broke out on his brow as he rolled himself over on all fours. Then, with a terrific effort, he hoisted himself erect. He stood there, a straddle-legged, red-bearded giant, but only for a second. His legs buckled. He managed to hurl himself toward the starboard port as he slid downward. "At least I can see out now," he gasped. "We did just reach the twilight strip. There's a whole forest of great big green things 30 feet high, sort of like cactus, flat and spiny. They must have helped break our fall." "You said it. I can see a strip for over a mile where we mowed 'em down. Hey, look! For the love of—" Janice's voice dwindled off in amazement. "Damn it, man, how can we look? What is it? What's out there?" "People! Dozens of 'em. They're coming out of the forest. Oh, they've spotted us, but they're not coming over. They're just standing there jabbering and pointing." "People on this world?" Brownell muttered his amazement. "What are they like, Janice? Describe them." "They look kind of savage to me, squat and furry, but they stand erect. Their legs are thick and heavy like an elephant's." "Yes, that would be natural on this world, the terrific gravity." "Gravity doesn't seem to bother them," Janice went on. "Let's see now. Yes, in all other ways they seem to be low evolutionary humans except—" "Good Lord!" "Except what? Damn it, Janice, go on." "They have knobs." "What?" "Knobs growing right out of their foreheads, and they're lit up. The knobs, I mean, sort of a soft white light." "Another logical development of nature," said the professor. "They live on the dark side, so their bodies manufacture the necessary light. Are they armed?" "They are. Just crude spears and clubs, though. So I guess we're safe enough in here." Oh, here they come. I think they see me." Twisting his head around, Mark could barely see a corner of the window where Janice lay. In the twilight gray beyond, he glimpsed the horde of barbarians rushing at the ship. It seemed fantastic they could move in such gravity, fantastic that any creature could walk. One of them hurled a spear with deadly accuracy. It struck the window and glanced away. Others crowded around, pounding at the glass with clubs, clamoring to get in at Janice, who lay just beyond. "Professor," Janice said wryly, "this isn't very pleasant. Are you sure this glass will hold?" "Don't worry. It'll take more than their pounding to crack 4 inches of crystite." "Hope you're right." A moment later, Janice exclaimed, "Hey, some of these babies have electric rifles." "Good Lord, I see 1, 2, 3, at least a half a dozen of them." "Wait a minute, though. They're only using them as clubs. The metal parts are corroded. Why, those are the old-type electric rifles popular on Earth 200 years ago." "You must be having delusions," came from Ferris. "No, I'm not. I've seen that type of rifle in the museums. Now, how do you suppose they got way out here?" For a few minutes there was silence, broken only by a faint ringing sound as the clubs beat against the thick chrysite. Then Janice announced, "Here come more of 'em out of the forest. They're bringing up the reserves. Hey, this might be serious. They have a new kind of weapon." He peered for a moment into the grayness. "It's a huge thing. Seems to be sort of a combination catapult and crossbow. I don't like the looks of it." A minute later, the first shot came. It struck the spaceship very close to the window. There was a muffled explosion and a flashing blue flame. "By all that's holy! Explosives! Powerful stuff, too. These babies aren't barbarian as they look." "We've got to get away from here some way." Brownell was really worried now. "Janice, do you think you could make it to the controls? Perhaps by dragging yourself?" "I'm sure gonna try." "Wait a minute, though. They're not going to bother us anymore. They're scared." "Scared of what?" "Damned if I know." "They're staring off to the right, jabbering and pointing." "Huh. There they go. They're running away." Driscoll said, "What did you do, Janice? Make a face at 'em? That red beard of yours is enough to scare anybody." "Something's coming." Janice was straining his neck now, his face flat against the glass. "I think I can make it out." "Yes." "Holy blazing comets! What kind of world is this? Get away from there, you! Hey, cut that out!" Janice's voice had risen to an excited pitch. "Get set, men. I think we're leaving here." The ship gave a sudden lurch, and Janice rolled backward. His head hit the floor hard, enough to stun him a little. And now the ship was moving. Not upward. It seemed to be dragging forward over rough terrain. In this tremendous gravity, every slightest jolt bruised them horribly. They could only lie there and take it. After 5 minutes of this, their muscles seemed pounded to a pulp, despite the inflated suits still encasing them. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the movement stopped. There was ominous quiet. Mark, on the brink of unconsciousness, thought he was dreaming when he saw Professor Brownell leap to his feet. Now the other men were stirring. They rose dazedly. Gravity was normal. They crowded excitedly around the windows. Outside was bright daylight, no longer the twilight haze. The barbarian horde wasn't to be seen, nor was that other, whatever it was that Janice had glimpsed. Janice groaned a little and sat up, rubbing his head. They questioned him eagerly. "Maybe I didn't see it," he muttered. "You wouldn't believe me anyway. Gravity's normal, so let's get out of here." And when they pressed their questions, he only shook his head stubbornly. Heedless of their aching muscles, they zipped out of the bulging suits. Mark's hand went instantly to an inside pocket near his heart where he'd placed his secret flat box with the lenses. He was relieved to find that it, at least, was undamaged. Janice was breaking out the weapons. He handed each of them an atomic rifle and neutral pistol. Brownell had taken a sample of the atmosphere and announced it was fit for them. They debarked into a plain where lush yellow grass sprang waist high. "Strange," Brownell was muttering. He stared back the way they had come. Only a few yards behind them was the twilight zone. It was sharply defined, gray and misty, reaching sheerly up. Yet they stood in bluish daylight, which extended ahead of them to the sharp downward curve of the horizon. Brownell walked slowly back to the twilight zone, gingerly testing the gravity. He entered the zone and fell flat to the ground. Janice leapt to him, dragged him back. "Did you ever see such a thing?" Brownell exclaimed as he rose. "Not only is there a sharp division of light and dark, but half the planet is terrifically heavy while the other half is normal. It defies all laws as we have known them." Janice was peering intently into that grayness, toward the edge of the forest 100 yards away. Suddenly he gripped the professor's arm. His voice came a little hysterically. "I wasn't dreaming it then. I see it. There it is, the thing that grabbed our ship. Don't move, you men, because I swear it's watching us." Gradually they made it out as they stared in the direction of Janice's gaze. It was a huge, bulking shape that towered above the tallest trees. A roughly round metallic body that rested on 4 jointed metal legs, metal arms too, dangled at its side. A robot? Came in a whisper from Deathman's lips. A metal robot? But good Lord, look at the size of it. They were looking. 50 feet above the ground, they could make out its head, semi-spherical, and there were 2 eyes glowing with a greenish light, eyes that must have been large as dinner plates. It stood quite motionless in the gloom near the forest, watching them. That's the thing that towed us here? Brownell whispered. Yes. I just got a bare glimpse of it. Must be friendly then, but I wouldn't want to shake hands with it. The thing does seem to be watching us, doesn't it? I'll fix it. Vera suddenly brought his rifle up, took aim at the glowing eyes. Janice whirled, knocked the rifle aside. You fool! That's an intelligent entity, I tell you. Want to get us killed? As though it had seen and comprehended the action, the robot's eyes blinked once or twice. It was eerie. Then it raised one of its arms and seemed to gesture, not at them, but beyond them. With that, it turned and stalked away, crashing through the forest. I get it, Mark said thoughtfully. It was warning us to stay on our side of the fence. And that's just what we will do. It's the only place where we can stand up, much less move about. They walked back to the prow of the ship. Where does this daylight come from? Brownell was still puzzled. There's no sun. Seems to me this gravity has something to do with it, too. Say, do you suppose this light... He never finished, for at that moment they heard a shout ahead of them and saw a group of men approaching. They were tall and straight, clean-shaven, and dressed in trousers and tunics of rough texture but undoubtedly of earth pattern, the pattern which had been popular hundreds of years ago. They carried weapons, too, the old type electric rifles, which were so devastating at close range but not very effective at longer distances. They came warily at first, but smiled when they saw the newcomers were not going to cause trouble. Greetings, their leader said in perfect English. You're from Earth? We thought we saw your ship crash and came over to investigate. Janice stepped forward and introduced himself, shook hands. My name is Donnelly, the other said. He pronounced it that way crisply, running the syllables together. Mark suddenly wondered if this could be a contraction of Donnelly. Donnelly and his men were speechless for a moment, staring in turn at the spaceship, the new type weapons, and Rael Karji. Have you never seen a Martian before? Karji grinned at them in a friendly manner. Pardon our staring, Donnelly replied. We have never seen a Martian, nor such a spaceship as this, nor any other world. We have waited long for this. Long. You've seen no other world, but you are Earthmen. We have been here always. I begin to understand, Brownell said. There are others of you here. Where do you stay? Our city is only 50 miles from here. We shall be happy if you accompany us there. We have good roads and surface cars. Our leader, Mari, will explain everything to you. Donnelly paused, glancing nervously into the twilight strip. You should be of great help to us against the Perlax with your new weapons. Perlax? Are those the furry creatures with the lights on their heads? Yes, we call them that because Perlac is the name they give to the world. They have warred on us for generations. We number a mere 500, and they are thousands. Donnelly looked worried. And now that the robots are active again, we are in even more danger. We saw one of those metal giants, Janice exclaimed, just a few minutes ago. Yes, we saw it too. We came up just as it was stalking away. It's the first we've ever seen, but we've heard much about them. The stories have been handed down. There is supposed to be a great temple on the dark side where the robots are housed. More of them? Mark exclaimed. I hope they stay over there then. Donnelly shook his head. This I know. If the robots are roaming again as they did many years ago, none of us will be safe. Then let's go to your city, Brownell put in. We should be able to lift gravs now if the tuner hasn't been damaged. It hadn't been. In a few minutes, they were winging low across the plains to the horizon. The city bore the unusual name of Frel and lay semicircularly at the foot of a sharply rising hill. People were seen, men and women alike, working in the surrounding fields. Donnelly led them through the main street. The buildings were of a dark substance that might have been earth compressed to concrete hardness. They entered the most imposing of these buildings, and thence to a huge room, which was almost the size of a theater on earth. "Make yourselves at ease," Donnelly said, "while I summon Mari. She will probably be at the laboratories now." "Mari," Driscoll said when Donnelly had gone. "So their leader is a woman? And they have laboratories?" They gazed about them. The curious daylight came through windows of glass or similar material. There were chairs and tables of finely wrought metal. Along one wall were bookcases filled with charts and uniquely bound volumes. There were other volumes, too, which seemed vaguely familiar. Bronwyn walked over there. "Look at this! A whole case full of books from Earth. Scientific, technical books, all of them." He read a few of the titles on the faded bindings. "These were all popular hundreds of years ago. And these others," he waved, "are probably the entire recorded history of this people. I'd give anything to look into them." He didn't touch the volumes, but remained thoughtful. Mark, too, was thoughtful. "Frel," he mused. "Strange name for this city. Seems as though it ought to mean something, but I can't quite place it." Donnelly returned soon, accompanied by Mari. She was tall, lithesome, her features classical and still beautiful despite smudges of sweat and grime from the laboratory. Her golden hair was braided into a halo, which gave a queenly appearance, and her eyes were bluer than the strange daylight of this world. Skirt and tight-fitting bodice were of rough texture, but dyed a rich golden color. Involuntarily, the men gasped, but Mari did not mind that or their stares. She seated herself and bade them be seated opposite her, and she leaned forward, searching their faces. Not until then did they notice that her eyes were cold, suspicious. "You have come from Earth, of course, and Donnelly tells me this strange one is Martian. Who is leader among you?" "Why, I suppose I am," Janice said. "Either me or Professor Brownell here." "Professor?" Her mind seemed to grope for the meaning. "Ah, that word means a man of scientific learning, does it not?" "In this case, yes," he answered. Brownell spoke softly. "Madam, we come in peace. We want to be friends, and we want to help you if we may. You need have no suspicion of us." "No suspicion?" "You come from the dark side, from the Perlax." She spat the last word venomously. Donnelly, standing there, seemed troubled. He said, "We only found them near the twilight zone. They were most friendly in manner and speech. They seemed—" Man waved a hand, and he was silent. She said, "Men of Earth, you wonder why I'm suspicious? Know then that we observed your ship 5 days ago crossing our land with tremendous speed and heading for the dark side. Why have you waited until now to come here? It could be that you have allied yourselves with the Perlax. Have they sent you here?" There was a moment of stupefied silence. They could scarcely believe that she was serious, but her cold manner assured them of it. Then the answer must have dawned on all of them at once. "Kettrick!" Janice boomed, hoisting his big frame from the chair. "By all that's holy, he did reach here. She must have seen Kettrick's ship." Then he sobered. "But if it was streaking for the dark side, it was surely out of control. Kettrick must be dead by now. To think I'd live to see the day when that man blanked out." Mari had drawn a strange-looking pistol from a belt at her waist. She gestured now with it and said, "Be seated, please. We will talk yet a while. This Kettrick, he is another one from Earth?" "Yes, he came before us. Came alone. We only landed here today, a few hours ago. Believe me, we want no part of those Perlax. We had a little trouble with them." She seemed relieved and satisfied at last. "Forgive my suspicion of you, but where the safety of my people is concerned, I cannot be too careful. We have had trouble with the Perlax always. The greatest trouble is yet to come, and it is brewing fast." She appeared to be marshaling her thoughts. Then she went on. We are the 7th generation of a party of Earth people who arrived here hundreds of years ago. My direct ancestor, Willem Farrell, was leader of that expedition. Our city is named in his honor." "I got it," Mark exclaimed. "She means William Farrell. The Farrell expedition was one of the earliest and most ambitious interstellar attempts. Men had already reached the moon and were trying for Mars. Farrell set out with 100 men and women aboard." 140, Mari corrected. "We have his log here. They missed Mars. Their compasses were wrecked in the asteroids, and they continued outward for months, finally crashing here. We still do not know what planet this is." "You're beyond Pluto," Bronnell told her. "But how could they have survived a crash on this heavy world?" "It is one of the miracles. The records tell of it. They landed near the light. The light at that time encompassed a very small area, only a few miles. Gravity there was normal, but beyond it was very heavy. They investigated the center of light and found the stone." Bronnell was excited. "I suspected something like this. The stone, what is it?" "We still do not know, except that it supplies us with light and normal gravity and a temperate zone very favorable to our crops. It defies our science, and it certainly must have come from somewhere far beyond our solar system. Our ancestors found it deeply buried and dug it out. The moment they did—" "Yes?" "The light from it spread slowly, very slowly. In about 10 years' time, it had encompassed this entire hemisphere, stopped only by the sharp curvature of the planet." "And as the light spread outward, the heavy gravity vanished?" "That is true. We have the stone now atop our hill, which is the highest spot. Our ancestors, however, had to fight for it time and again. The Perlacs at that time were really savages. They had known of the buried light, but were afraid to approach it. Later, they tried to get the stone, but were always driven back into the darkness. They have warred on us ever since, for generations. In the last few years, they have become very strong. They're using explosives now. I believe that ages ago, long before the first Earthmen came, a civilization existed and died here. The present Perlacs must have discovered remnants of an ancient science and are slowly reviving it." There was a moment of silence. Janice took advantage of it to hand his atomic rifle to the girl and his neutro pistol as well. "Have you ever seen weapons like these?" She examined them excitedly, especially the neutro pistol. "Donnelly, look at this." She pointed at the firing coils. "It seems to be the same principle we're working on." "Do you mean to say you're trying to invent a neutro gun?" Janice was amazed. "Yes," Donnelly answered. "We've been working on it for the past several years, but it's been slow and hard, sometimes disastrous." He stepped to a bookcase, brought out one of the ancient volumes. It was Sperlin's Evolution and Control of the Free Electron. "We've worked from the principles set forth here," Donnelly explained, "and with some slight measure of success. But we feel that we're treading on dangerous ground. Only a few months ago, one of our laboratories was blown up and 4 men killed." Bronnell nodded. "Even when Sperlin wrote that book, there was no real control of the electron. It came later. Anyway, we can help you now. We have the real models here to work from. Would you like to see these guns in operation?" It was a needless question. They repaired outside, where Janice demonstrated the atomic rifle first, aiming at a harmless clump of bushes some 50 yards away. The atomic pellet struck and exploded, leaving a miniature crater. "That," Bronnell said, "is an example of uncontrolled atomic explosion. Rather crude, but it serves its purpose. Now, let us observe a refinement of it. Controlled electronic action." Janice aimed the pistol. A bluish, pencil-thin ray leapt forth. Where it touched, substance vanished into a froth of flame. The ground itself became incandescent glass. The ray remained constant so long as his finger touched the firing stud. Mari was excited. "Then you will help us perfect ours? The Perlacs are becoming stronger than we ever have known them, and whenever they start scouting the Twilight Zone, it means trouble. Donnelly tells me the robots are active again, too." "We can and will help you," Bronnell assured her. "I doubt if those overgrown robots will stand up long under an electronic ray." The professor was eager to see the stone, and Mari graciously accompanied him to the crest of the hill where it was housed. The others, meanwhile, went with Donley on a tour of the shops and laboratories. End of section 13. Section 14 of 11 Stories by Henry Hasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Cyndajm. Passage to Planet X, Part 3. 4. Brunel told them later in great excitement, "I swear to you, it defies all physical laws as we know them. It's merely a shiny chunk of rock a few yards in diameter. But do you know, I believe it actually feeds upon gravity. I have always believed that gravity, magnetism, and other such universal forces are all a part of the electrical spectrum. Some peculiarity in the atomic structure of this stone draws the straight line force of gravity to it, and that force is then oscillated, transmitted into light. The process is unending." "That's all very well," Mark told him, "but I believe the greatest miracle is right here in the laboratories. These people have had to utilize the barest elements of this world, but they've done wonders. They have plastic glass and farm implements and electrical power, even crude atomic furnaces." "They'd have their neutron pistols right now," Janice agreed, "but they hit the same stumbling block that baffled our scientists for so long." For days they worked ceaselessly on the neutron pistols. Mark and the professor together laid out the blueprints, devising a radical and more potent design for the firing coils. The latter was surprised at Mark's knowledge of electronic principles. "I may surprise you even further one of these days," Mark promised. And now the urgency of their work was really impressed upon them. Scouts returning each day from the Twilight Zone reported that the Parallax were gathering. Thousands of them swarmed the forests on the dark side, apparently massing for an all-out attack. There had been a few preliminary skirmishes, but nothing serious as yet. Donley undertook the task of setting up barricades at the Twilight border. These were huge shields of light but durable metal, arranged in strategic positions, easily movable, and the work at the city went on apace. Janice and the others directed work at the forges and metal shops. Everyone, men and women alike, who could be spared from the border defense were given assignments. Mari was a surprise to the new men. Already she knew the ancient science textbooks by heart, and she thirsted for more knowledge. She was everywhere, directing, helping, learning. She grasped the principle almost at once when Brunel explained, "Briefly, the atom itself must not be shattered. That has been your mistake. Successive sheaths of electrons must be stripped without disruption of the ultimate atomic structure. That means swift transmutations, not disintegration. Most important of all, the electrons must be propelled along a controlled directional beam." Only Ferris was dissatisfied at the hard work. In their quarters at the end of the first week, he complained, "What is all this getting us? I thought we came out here to make a fortune. That's the story you gave me, Janice, when you rooked me into this deal." Janice looked at him distastefully. "Haven't you ever wanted to do a decent act in your life? Lord knows I've done some scandalous things, but these people need our help now, and they deserve it." "That's not getting back the fortune I sunk into this venture," Ferris grumbled. "We'll think of that later." The work was slower than they wished, for it became apparent the Parallax attack was going to materialize any day, any hour. As leader of the defense, the all-out call was left to Donley, who, with his select group, remained at the border constantly now. On the 10th day, even before the new pistols had been assembled or tested, the call came. One of the scouts raced into the city with the signal. Everyone, men and women alike, left their work instantly. Dozens of the electrically motored surface cars were waiting, and soon they were racing along the road. Within the hour, they had reached the Twilight Zone to reinforce Donley's group. Each person was equipped with an electric rifle, which, at the longer distances, stunned but was not fatal. And there were quantities of atomic grenades. The new Earthmen retained their atomic rifles and neutron pistols, as they better understood the operation of these weapons and could use them to more advantage. The attack had not yet come, but Donley was expecting it at any minute. Each group took up its assigned position behind a barrier. Mark found himself beside Janice and was glad, for he liked that blustering, red-bearded giant. "It's going to be hell," Janice promised, peering into the twilight gloom. "We have to wait for them. The Perlax can come over into our lighter gravity, but their gravity'd be fatal to us." Mark nodded. "It means we'll be fighting a strictly defensive battle." The twilight beyond faded into the darkness of the huge forest, and not a Perlac was to be seen, not so much as a moving shadow. But they were there, Mark knew, thousands of them, and when they came, it would be silently. And silently they came. Mark's first intimation was the explosion of grenades far down the line, and then he saw them, hordes of Perlacs, heavy of limb, but coming with amazing speed. Most of them were using crossbows, and Mark realized that some of the shafts were equipped with metal-tipped explosives. Then he was too busy for further observation as he brought his atomic rifle to bear. The old-style electrics were at work too, all along the line, and their grenades blasted huge gaps in the advancing tide. But still they came, moving now across the lighter zone. Thousands hadn't been an overstatement. The dark tide came rushing over their stunned and dead. And now those explosive-tipped shafts were having effect. Several of them struck a barricade next to Mark and tore the metal from the foundations. Now Janice, beside him, was bringing the neutral pistol into play. Savagely, Mark swung his beam in a never-ceasing arc, exulting at the swath it cut before him. Further down, Driscoll, Kaharji, and the others were doing the same. Together with the grenades, it seemed to stem the tide, but only for a moment. "Keep it going! Keep it going!" Janice was yelling. "These beams are good for hours." The very silence of the attack made it the more terrible. No yells, no screams of fury came from the heavy-furred Perlacs as they littered the terrain by the score. Then, as suddenly as they had come, they retreated. 7 sweeping beams had done the work well, but in an unexpected manner. Flames were leaping in the lush grass between the defenders and the forest. "Respite!" Janice yelled. 10 minutes, maybe. They'll be back when that grass is burnt down." But there was no resting now. A score of men were dead and twice that many wounded, who had to be carried back from the battle line. 3 of the barricades were wrecked, and they strove to get these into place again. Mark noticed Mari, sweat-grimed and weary, her golden hair streaming down, but she was magnificent still, a tower of strength as she hurried along the line, giving aid and encouragement to her people. "I wonder where the robots are," Mark suddenly remembered as he worked beside Janice. "If the Perlacs have learned to reactivate those monsters as Donnelly thinks." "Encouraging, ain't you? As if we're not having a hard enough time as it is." Then Mark remembered something else. Remembered so suddenly that he began laughing, a little wildly, and Janice slipped him a light one on the jaw. "Come out of it, lad. None of that now. We're not licked yet." But Mark had reached to his inner pocket and brought out his secret flat box. "Remember this, Janice? Good Lord, but I ought to be blasted for forgetting it. You always knew it wasn't a camera. Well, now you're going to see it in action." "Good lad. I hope you've got something there. Here they come again." This time the Perlacs had massed their forces, and they came in 2 wide flanking movements aimed at the ends of the barricades. "Let 'em get close," Janice passed the word to the men as they hurried down to the left. "Then give 'em your grenades, all you got." Grim-faced, they waited. Mark once more touched the release stud on his box, exalted as the coils hummed into power. "Now!" Janice yelled at last and swept his beam into play. Simultaneously, the grenades rained out. The terrain erupted in geysers of blackened grass and fleshy fragments, but determinedly the Perlacs came, and their crossbow shafts filled the air. Despair began to touch the Earthmen now. It was obvious the fanatical Perlacs were going to make this a war to extinction, and there could be but one final result. The Perlacs outnumbered them 100 to 1. If only they could have gotten the new electronic weapons ready in time. Even their grenades were running low now. Grim-lipped, Mark waited for the next onrush. He passed his neutro to a neighbor and concentrated on his box. Its power had been proven in minor tests, but this would be the maximum. The wave came, more of them now than before. Mark stepped for a moment into the open. Heedless of the shafts, the box, held waist high, looked for all the world like a camera. But the result was devastatingly different. The men felt a violent holocaust of air around them, rushing away from all sides. For seconds they couldn't breathe or move. The temperature dropped so suddenly that they were literally frozen where they stood. Then warmer air came pressing in again, but still they didn't move because now they were staring at the miracle. In 100-yard area before their barricade, the mass of Perlax were motionless, many of them arrested in grotesque postures. Others had literally burst outward, but all were dead, and now they began to topple over like frozen statues. Another wave was coming behind, just beyond the area. Now they wheeled and fled for the forest. Quickly, Mark adjusted the sights and gave them another burst. The same thing happened. The rush of air, the sudden drop in temperature, and the horde was a mass of frozen corpses. But this time, the box became hot in Mark's hands, burning them severely, and he quickly dropped it. At the other end of the line, the defenders weren't doing so well. The Perlax had gained that end of the barricade, and the battle was furious and to the death. "Come on!" Mark raced for that end, followed by the others, but now Mark couldn't use his weapon, for it would mean blasting Earthmen and Perlax alike. And then, fantastically, the battle seemed to hang poised. There came a grinding, shuddering sound, a series of these sounds. The ground seemed to vibrate, and then along the twilight strip came a towering, stalking, 50-foot shape, one of the robots. It came swiftly, purposefully, huge eyes glaring down straight for the battle line. 5. "This does it," Janice groaned. "That thing looks mad." But no other robots came, and he raised his beam pistol in readiness as the great monster came bearing down. "Hold it!" Mark caught his wrist. "Hold your fire, men!" For the Perlax were fleeing. Forgotten now was the fury of battle as they raced en masse back to the darkness of their forest. And abruptly, the robot swerved in its course, went after them with purposeful strides. It bent down a little and swept huge claw-like hands close to the ground. A few of the Perlax were caught, dashed to the ground, never to rise. Almost gleefully, the metal monster trampled down the edges of the forest. The Earth people could only watch wearily, numbly. It was over. Unbelievably, the battle was over. Tiring at last of its mad sport, the robot turned and came striding back. Heedless of Mark's warning, Mari stepped forth and faced it defiantly, rifle held in readiness. Tall and straight, her golden hair tumbling down, she was a defender of her people to the last. And the robot paused, only for a second, during which it seemed to be surveying her. Then it came on, but stopped some 20 yards away. Then it spoke. The voice was rasping, metallic, but the words were unmistakable. "Hiya, bud. What's cooking?" Janice's voice was a ridiculous gurgle in his throat. He took a step backward and his eyes bulged, for the thing had seemed to be addressing him. At last he got the words out. "Ketrick! By all the red-tailed zigs on Venus, it's Ketrick! Only he could use an archaic expression like that. What's cookin', indeed?" There came a rumble of metallic laughter. "Hiya, Janice. Haven't seen you in years. And Ka'arshi, last time I saw you was on Deimos when I robbed the Temple of the Ancients. How are you, kid?" The robot went down, extended a long metal finger as big around as a man's arm. Ka'arshi retreated hastily. "Well, ain't any of you glad to see me?" The voice came mockingly. "And after I saved your battle, too." "Sure, we're glad to see you," Janice replied shakily. "But good Lord, man, come down out of that thing so we can get a look at you." "Hell no, I'm having fun. Anyway, I'm not up here. Not the real Ketrick. My body's lying in an alcove back there at the Temple of the Robots." Mari had come to stand beside Janice. Her face was flushed from the recent battle, but some of her defiance had fled. The robot bent closer still, seemed to be peering, Then came a long whistle, metallic but shrill, and one of the huge eyes winked. The girl seemed to recognize that primitive sound, and her face turned a deeper red, but she stepped a pace forward. Mr. Ketrick, you have saved my people and have earned our undying thanks. But what about the Perlax? Do you think they'll be coming back again? The robot chuckled. Not for a long time. Certainly not when they know I'm around. Those babies have given me a wide berth so far. He added, I've been intending to pay a visit to your side of the world, but I could tell those dark-skinned brutes were up to something. I decided to hang around and await developments. But, Ketrick, Janice hesitated, what's this about your body? Don't worry, it's safe. This is only the mental part of me. Sure, there's a huge temple about 10 miles back with dozens more of these robots standing around idle. A sudden thought occurred. Want to take a look? I could carry you across the heavy gravity. No, thanks. Janice declined. My scientific interest doesn't go that far. Maybe the professor here? Sure. Bronnell came forward eager. I'll go too, Mark said. I'd like to see how those robots work. Ketrick extended a huge hand. Bronnell and Mark clung tightly as it swung them up. With the two men perched on its shoulders, the robot went striding back through the forest. The temple, massive and pillared, rested in a wide clearing. They saw the robots, dozens of them lining the walls. The quartz discs of their eyes were now dull and lifeless, and near each robot, 50 feet high in the wall, were alcoves. Gravity here is normal, Mark noticed suddenly. Yes, Ketrick replied, that's probably what saved my life. I crashed right through the roof. They saw Ketrick's spacer on the floor below them, its nose and forward tubes crumpled beyond recognition. I'll show you my body. He strode to one of the alcoves, and the men stepped from his shoulders onto a stone ledge. Before them was a thick glass coffin. Resting in it was the material Ketrick. It was a large body, as large as Janice, but clean-shaven. The blue eyes were open and staring, and even in this suspended state, there seemed to be a quality of recklessness and even amusement about them. How do you get the mental self into the robot? Bronnell asked. Damned if I know how it works. There was almost a shrug in Ketrick's robot voice. I just experimented with the thing. He just experimented? Mark marveled at this man. Don't touch it, Ketrick warned, but you'll notice there are 2 cathodes attached to the temples of my Earth body. See how the wires lead out and up to that paneled board on the wall? There are all kinds of coils and things behind that board. Those other cathodes that you see dangling were attached to the brain plate of the robot. I suppose the molecules of your mental self flow through the wires? When the transference is complete, you merely detach the cathodes and start walking about, a full-fledged robot. I tell you, it's wonderful. Ketrick, Bronnell said as they went back through the forest. We should be returning to Earth as soon as we complete the new weapon for man's people. Don't you want to return with us? No, I think I'll stay. I want to be sure those Perlax don't cause any more trouble for a while. There wouldn't be any other reason, Mark grinned. There would and is. The smile was in Ketrick's voice, if not on his metal lips. I like that golden-haired Amazon. What's her name? Mari? But why return at all? Mari wanted to know when the professor announced the plans. You have said you wanted a base for the manufacture of your frequency tuners. What better place than here? Thank you, my dear. I had thought of that, but after all, this is your world and we are intruders. Mari was hurt. After all that you've done for us, and you can do so much more. Then rest assured we'll be back, possibly within a month. True, there is much to be done here, but we need new supplies, tools, equipment of every sort. Janice said, and with your permission, we'll want to bring back some new men. Not rogues and adventurers like me, but scientific men who can come here and work out their ideas without fear of that stupid Earth Bureau. Men like Mark here and the professor. Bronnell nodded agreement. I see a new regime. The Tri-Planet Council will have to cooperate with expanding endeavors or take a back seat. Already I know of 2 men on Earth and 4 on Mars who will be delighted to come here to carry on their work. And Mark, that reminds me, that new weapon of yours. I think we can ask about it now? Oh, it's nothing much, but I wasn't going to let the Bureau have it on their terms. It's merely an advanced frigidation idea. Works along an extended magnetic beam, absorbing all heat in a given area almost to absolute zero. And he says it's nothing much? Came from Janice. It still needs some working out. The coils didn't stand up last time I applied it out there. In 2 more days, they were turning out the neutral weapons in quantity. During that time, nothing more was seen of the Parallax as the robot Ketrick maintained a vigilance. Bronwyn made a last checkup of the spaceship, and more important still, he strengthened the frequency tuner to counteract the gravity. On the last night, Mark tossed restlessly in his bed. He could not sleep, and he didn't know why. Was it something they had forgotten? He didn't think so. Nevertheless, he had a preternatural awareness of something wrong. He arose, dressed quickly. There was never night on this side of the little world, but the rooms were automatically dimmed. Silently, he tiptoed through the rooms. Bronwyn was there, sleeping peacefully, and Janice and all the others. No, Ferris was gone. Mark's heart leapt. He had never liked that man, never quite trusted him. Now it came back. Ferris's eternal harping about the fortune he had put into this expedition. If that little rat was planning... Mark hurried outside. The city was deathly quiet, immersed in sleep. The eternal light struck his eyes and brought him fully alert. He hurried along the street toward the outskirts, toward the base of the hill where the spaceship waited. As he neared the hill, he spied Ferris. The man was coming down the slope. Ferris saw him and waved a hand in greeting. Hi, is it you, Travers? What's the matter? Can't you sleep either? Mark's steps slowed and he breathed in relief. He'd been wrong. After all, the man had a right to be up. They met near the spaceship and Ferris waved a hand toward the crest of the hill. I was just looking at the stone. It's the damnedest thing. Yes, Bronwyn tells me. Ferris's hand moved like lightning. Mark found himself staring into the stub end of a neutral gun. Ferris was no longer smiling and casual. In, he snarled. Get in there, quick. He gestured toward the ship, and Mark noticed the door was open. He moved toward it slowly, then paused, started to turn. I'll blast you, Travers. Mark shrugged, entered. Ferris came quickly behind him. That's better. I don't want to rouse any of the others. Sounds carry far on this world. He paused and grinned with all but his eyes. Sure, Travers, I was looking at the stone. I'd like to get it back to Earth, but it's too much for me. Guess I'll just have to be satisfied with the frequency tuner. The Bureau of Inventions will pay me a handsome price for it. No questions asked. You sneaking, double-crossing rat, Mark said slowly. You'll never get away with this. This says I will. Ferris sneered, gesturing with a neutro. And since you came snooping out here, I'll just take that new weapon of yours. It doesn't work anymore. I'll take it anyway. Hand it over. Careful. Mark shrugged, tossed the box-like weapon to him, but his mind was racing. Ferris had the upper hand, all right, and he would get away with this if Mark didn't do something quick. Mark glanced around. They were in the control room, and he knew the frequency tuner was ready. He said, What about Bronwyn, Janice, the others? What about 'em? They wanted to come out here, so let 'em stay. Yeah, for the next 100 years. What about me? I think I'll just take you along. For a short distance, anyway. Mark's voice was taunting. Because you're not quite sure how to handle this frequency control, you'll need me. And that's where you're wrong. I've studied it plenty. It's easy. Mark dropped suddenly to his knees, and with the same movement, his body lashed forward low and hard. He heard the neutro sing and felt the swirling heat of it over his shoulder, but Ferris was quick. He danced lithely back. His right hand with a gun in it came swinging up. The heavy gun caught Mark squarely under the chin. He came struggling back to consciousness, aware that he was lying prone. He allowed his brain to clear before opening his eyes, but already he could tell they were in space. He thought of his friends on Perlac, stranded. It would be a miracle if they ever succeeded in building another spaceship there with their limited equipment. "Hi, Travers, we're on our way, so I can't handle the tuner, eh?" Mark groaned, rolled his head a little, feigning grogginess, but he was alert now, and he cursed himself for a fool for underestimating Ferris. He heard the man's voice go on. "And to show you how much I need you, I'll just toss you out somewhere between Perlac and Pluto. Or maybe between Pluto and Neptune. Which would you prefer?" Mark's heart leapt. They couldn't have come far then. He was lying near the control console, and he knew they were on robot control. Ferris must have set the course already. He was confident now, watching Mark, for he knew it took minutes to adjust that complex setup. Mark stirred, grasped a metal stanchion to help hoist himself erect. His plan was made. To the right of the console was an auxiliary unit feeding emergency power to the tuner. He wondered if Ferris knew of it. He glimpsed Ferris coming toward him. Mark surged erect. His right hand darted out. It came down in a full sweep against the auxiliary impellator. The spacer leapt ahead sickeningly as acceleration multiplied in a split second. Mark glimpsed Ferris flying backward. He hadn't time to see more. Both hands gripping the stanchion now as intolerable pressure built up. His arms seemed to be wrenching from their sockets. Slowly, agonizingly, he managed to encircle the stanchion with his left arm. His right hand seemed to weigh a ton as it reached out. It touched the impellator stud, reversed it. Mark sagged limply forward as acceleration lowered. He hadn't the strength left to turn his head to see what happened to Ferris. When he did, minutes later, he saw a limp figure against the far wall. The limbs were twisted beyond recognition. The head was crushed. It wasn't a pretty sight. Mark changed direction, headed in a sweeping parabola back toward Perlac. He avoided Bronnell's previous mistake and swung wide of the planet, approaching it from the light side. He landed safely near the city. The others had already missed the ship. They received him joyously. They left the next day after a final checkup. Mari had prepared long lists of items for them to bring back to her people. The robot Ketrick was there too to bid them bon voyage. Bronnell said, "Ketrick, you can reclaim that body of yours. Sure you won't change your mind and go back with us?" Again, Ketrick resorted to archaic expression. "Are you kidding?" And he glanced at Mari with his huge robot eyes. They lifted Gravs, and not until they were crossing the orbit of Pluto did Bronnell remember something. He chuckled and said to Mark, "Suppose Ketrick does transfer again to his body, as he probably will. How's he going to transport it across that heavy gravity?" For a moment, Mark was startled. Then he grinned and replied, "Well, don't worry your mind over that. I'll bet you 1,000 to 1 he'll do it. Positively, that man will find a way." End of section 14.